Come on, party people, throw those hands in the air, because it's episode 162 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, which goes by the identity of Look Out, Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I say words to the effect of hello, Phil, introduction, blah, 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 friendly friend.
Yeah, all right, it's me. Hello, I'm here. All good, thanks. How are you, Dan? You're good too. Brilliant. Let's get on with what we're talking about.
Yeah, no, what's the point in, observing tired introduction format where we actually pretend to like each other and have a meaningful conversation when it can be boiled down into the salient points, such as we are talking about two topics, or two as the main topics. You went to Warhammer World a couple of weeks ago, so we're talking about your experience at the Golden Ticket GT. And we're also going to talk about a sort of codex. Are we calling them deep dives? They're kind of like mini dives, little shallow They're not
pool.
codexes, Phil, they're indexes.
Exactly. They're indexes, dipping your toes in for Space Marines.
That is the way of it all. We're going to talk about Warhammer World, we're going to talk about Space Marines, but we're also going to talk about a 5-star review.
Well, howdy, partner. These boys keep joshing us about with all their chitter-chatter about little plastic figurines. They've asked me to do this jingle for them. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. But anyway, now it's time for that 5-star review. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the show. And let's all pray that it doesn't go on as long as it did last week. Yeehaw!
Wouldn't you believe it, Phil? This week's 5-star review has come from
Audible.
My God, he can be taught. My Lord.
I've remembered.
How did it occur?
It only took about 3 consecutive shows. So basically 2 months to finally remember.
Through doing this, though, you have inadvertently, extensively favoured the Audible format as a result, because we've basically now exhausted all of the Audible reviews. We have 10 5-star Audible reviews. And as of right now, I have read all of them out, or I will have done once I've gotten through this one. So
get on there, people.
Exactly. If you're looking for an easy in, although I definitely will not be doing Audible for at least another 5, 6, maybe even 10 episodes now. So, yeah. But
you will be at the front of the queue when you do it.
Exactly. If you're the first to do an Audible review, you will, appear far sooner in this segment than someone who's left it on, say, iTunes, for example.
Well, that's a great idea for people.
Indeed. They would be wise to do so. Anyway, we're not here to talk about future people and future 5-star reviews, although obviously that is the whole point of this segment, because if you would like to appear here in the 5-star review, we encourage you to leave us 5-star reviews. We also, at this moment in the show, take it upon ourselves to remind people that Patreon exists, and we would very much appreciate it if you could see yourself around to supporting us on Patreon. If you can afford it, if you want to do it, no pressure, no worries. We'll carry on doing this as long as there are 5-star reviews. Once we run out of those, it's game over. But while there is, 5-star reviews, we will continue to also ask in, addition to that, maybe you consider supporting us on Patreon. And thank you to everyone who does. Not to kind of suggest for a moment that we think you're better than everyone else, but you are. So, well done you. Additionally, there's merchandise. Merchandise is a thing. Check the links in the description. Why not buy a beautiful T-shirt for your, beloved partner? Maybe they need a little bit of Look Out Sir in their lives. Or, potentially you would like to cover your own skin in Look Out Sir related paraphernalia.
Exactly. In those gang threads, if you want to be cool, down with the kids.
Exactly.
Hip on the streets.
I can't think of any other way to make my partner look more appealing than to adorn them in Look Out Sir merchandise. I would look upon them with a greater degree of lust and enthusiasm, I would say. I would be like, oh, have you done something different with your hair? You look like something about you, just so much more attractive.
It's the exploding head splats across your chest.
Exactly. Ooh, baby. Oh, wait. That's not a Look Out Sir t-shirt at all. You just spilt ketchup on yourself again. Oh, you mucky pup.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this week's 5-star review comes from Audible, as Phil has correctly, I dare say, guessed. I feel like saying Phil guessed it is potentially a little bit false, but we're going to go along with that. And do you know what this is accompanied by, Phil? Hey, do you even remember?
It's an Instagram profile, so we'll be reviewing that in the outro.
Exactly. So this is a 5-star review for overall performance and story from an individual called Adam, who on the Instagram is wargamer_in_the_dark. Have we done a Instagram review before of this individual?
Well, we'll soon find out.
Exactly, we will. Maybe this person has cheated the system and done multiple reviews in multiple locations and yet plugged their Instagram in multiple locations, perchance.
In theory, it's possible.
It is possible. But we don't, discourage it, because at the end of the day, because me and Phil have the minds of goldfish, we won't remember. We will have strange recollections, but we will never know for sure. So we will just continue blindly to, hold up our end of the bargain and promote your Instagram for the collective benefit of our listenership. Right, Phil?
Exactly. Yeah, well, so long as your Instagram's active enough that it will have different pictures the second time we look at it, you'll be home, you'll be gravy. Yeah.
Exactly. Home dry, as they say. Not home covered in gravy.
Well, no, it was a bit of both. But, I mean, a home covered in gravy sounds delightful.
Indeed. Probably attracts foxes, I would imagine.
I could imagine, indeed.
Indeed. Those urban foxes, terrible beasts, or beloved creatures, depending on your perspective. I have no opinion. Anyway, let's talk about this 5-star review from Adam. Amazing, 100% recommend. It's pretty nice, isn't it? 100% recommend. I appreciate the fact that they, restrain themselves at just 100%. Nothing worse than when you see someone, offer up 150, 101, maybe even 200% recommendations, because it's just not possible, is it, Phil?
Not normally, no.
No. Maybe that's my problem. I've just got a lack of imagination. I'm too limited. I don't have enough to give. Thus, my percentages remain, straddled, or rather constrained by that 100%, top end, I guess.
Fair enough.
Exactly. Dan and Phil, wow. Where do I begin? Two amazing people who love this hobby, even if the Codex reviews are slowly killing them. Every day in work, I listen to them. They are like two friends I have never met. Hopefully, in Warhammer Fest, I'll get the chance to meet them in person. They are both so fun to listen to, and their insights, I imagine that was supposed to be, into the hobby are both useful, entertaining, and, believe it or not, Phil, intellectual. Thank you, and thank you for everything you do. You always there to keep my hobby alive, even through difficult times. Thank you, Adam. Well, sorry to hear you've been having difficult times, Adam, but obviously greatly appreciated that you're enjoying what it is that we contribute to your own personal hobby experience. That's what we're here for, basically. We're here to keep you motivated, even when we ourselves struggle to do so. It is the service we provide, and to expand on all of it, Phil.
Well, thank you very much, Adam. Glad you're enjoying the show. Glad you think we're intellectual in some capacity. I'm not quite sure about that one, but thank you all the same. I presume this was written pre-Warhammer Fest this year. So hopefully you did meet us. I don't actually know. I can't necessarily recollect an Adam, but I was terrible at asking people's names. So I'm sorry if we did meet and I don't remember your name. But yes, hopefully you did. And that would all be good. Yeah, thanks very much, basically. Thank you very much. Very good, very kind.
There you go. When Adam met you at Warhammer Fest, Phil, it was like the most incredible thing that had ever happened to him. And you can't even recall it, you monster.
Oh, well, I can recall everyone I met. I just actually haven't, as people have obviously listened about trying to guess Audible, my memory's terrible. So if someone did say they were called Adam, I would not have remembered.
You're just a monster, Phil. A monster! Transitional noise. Thank you very much, Adam. We really appreciate it. Instagram review in the outro. Transitional noise. Hello again, everybody. In this part of the podcast, what else could we be talking about except, of course, my performance at the Warhammer World Golden Ticket Grand Tournament, no less, Phil. Have you heard about this? Have you seen this?
I might have heard one or two things about it. Yeah.
Really? What had you heard about it specifically, Phil?
That you going on about it, if I'm honest.
Oh, fair.
Yeah,
Well, I was hoping what you were going to say was that this was a Warhammer World Grand Tournament event where players brought 2,000-point armies and competed for a golden ticket to attend whatever it is they call their World Championship Finals, probably something along those lines, in a place in America. I think it's Atlanta, but I can't remember for certain.
That sounds about right. Yeah, and you're playing 6 games as well. 6 games,
one
more than usual.
Days. Absolutely, one more than is usual. Using Games Workshop's new official Grand Tournament terrain layout.
Fancy.
Very much so. Very much so. And featuring some fine players and people, but not the best players in the United Kingdom. All of those were apparently at something called the WHW.
The WTC, which is I
assume it's that, Phil, the WHW.
Yes, the World Tournament Circuit, I would imagine, is what it stands for, which is a teams game.
A teams game.
So therefore, no one cares about it except those people playing.
That's a hot take, Phil. No one cares about it.
Well, no one outside of football cares about football, really. If you're into football, it's a big deal. If you're not into it, then you don't care. So it's kind of accurate, right? If you're into it, then you're going to be into it.
So what you're saying is, Phil, that you neither are into or care about the WHW?
Or football, yeah.
Or football, my God, you're throwing all the
one of the same, basically. They're the same. They're team sports that I care not for.
Amazing. Well, there we go. You shallow husk of a human, you.
I know. I'm sure I'll be beaten up by the hooligans of the Whittaker and maybe some fine football gentlemen.
Indeed. Manny Chima and his ilk will come round and duff you up.
No doubt. Take that back about the Whittaker.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be outside your front door with crowbars and or... I don't know. What else could they use as weapons? Yeah, exactly. Dice in a bag. That's it, a sock filled with dice. Wow. Anyway, maybe they'll use those metal dice that you get from various events and stuff. To be fair, I would not want to get hit with a sock filled with metal dice. That would really make a mess.
No, that would not be nice.
No, that would not be nice. There you go. Don't do that to him, Manny. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
This stunt is performed by professionals.
Exactly so. Anyway, yeah, so, some of the best players in the country weren't in attendance because of the Whittaker. And that's fair enough. I mean, I don't think some of the best players in the country were going to go to it anyway, because a lot of them sort of, stick their nose up at Warhammer World. It has a long-standing reputation as being a place for more kind of thematic and or... I suppose more general hobbyists, as it were. The hardcore Warhammer 40k tournament scene is fought in, gymnasiums and or other school facilities across the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an unfair rep, but it does have that reputation, I think. But a lot of players do go to Warhammer World events still.
Totally.
I think there's probably more of a mixed bag crowd at an event like that than you would say at an LGT, which I think basically because they don't do ITC points, it dissuades. Oh, do they?
Do now, yeah. Yeah, they do ITC.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. Maybe there isn't less of a reason. I think obviously, historically the terrain's always been quite shoddy as well, which hasn't helped, although they have tried to alleviate that over the last couple of years by upping the standard Warhammer World terrain to more sort of, in air quotes, tournament friendly terrain. So yeah, maybe it'll be the sort of place where those apparent Whitakers or top players will want to go.
The Whitakers, that's our new, secret internal buzzword for the competitive folk. Anyway, yeah, look, I think that's the thing. I think Warhammer World is one of the best facilities for playing small toy soldiers in the country. It goes without saying. It's obviously a wonderful setting. You're playing amongst the, castle walls of a fictional fantasy landscape. It's a beautiful visual. They've really gotten good at giving a good amount of table space, as was to be expected when the game went from 6x4 to the now 5x44 inch, aspect ratio, if you will. Rather than squeeze more people in, the team at Warhammer World decided that they would commission specific mats that have these actually quite helpful sideboards almost. So they're still basically 6x4 boards, but they give you that extra real estate to you, the player. So now you have a kind of area where you can put stuff to the side.
There's a bit dedicated to your dice tray if you owned an official Games Workshop one, which I don't think they even sell anymore.
No, they apparently command a high eBay value as well. Those things.
I know, that's a shame because they were nice. They also have the most essential thing that every map should have. Do you know what it is, Dan?
Is it going to be a little skull in the middle to denote the middle of the board?
Oh, it is. Yeah. Exactly that.
I'm sorry that I didn't pretend I didn't know.
Oh, no, it's fine. But once you find out, and quite often when we've been having games, we're pointing out to a player, and I think we found out because someone pointed out to us. So it's a hand-me-down top tip at Warhammer World. The skull in the middle denotes the centre, which makes measuring everything infinitely easier. So therefore, every map should have one, basically.
Definitely. I think it's super essential for games. It would be lovely if someone could create a board that took into account all of the common locations of objectives and put similar skulls in similar spots. But that would be a very particular design specifically for, well, I suppose, modern 40k. So understandable why no one's done that particularly. But the fact that you get the skull in the middle is super useful for sure. And look, I think that's the thing. Like, Warhammer World is the best place to play Warhammer, but it also can be the place where you're most likely to encounter difficult opponents. At least in my experience of playing in tournaments across the country, I have rarely, if ever, I think I will go so far as to say never seen a kind of not tantrum. What's the word I'm looking for? I've never seen people act up quite the same as I've seen at Warhammer World. Warhammer World, I've seen a lot of frayed tempers, and I think it's because of the pressure of it. I think a lot of people have a lot of implied pressure because they are playing at Warhammer World. It's such a prestigious venue. It's such a fantastic weekend. It's such an expense that I think there's a lot more pressure that people put on themselves. And there is a lot more opportunity within that environment for you to come up against things that may not, under normal circumstances, operate as they should. So I think there is always, at least in my experience, been a little bit more saltiness within the confounds of Warhammer World than I've experienced in some of the, independent tournament venues. And that's not to kind of throw shade at Warhammer World or any of the people who play there regularly. We play there regularly. And we always majoritively enjoy it. But it's definitely fair to say that, I have seen far more people throwing their toys out of the pram at Warhammer World than I've seen anywhere else. I don't know. Well, your probably experience is probably a bit unfair, right, Phil? Because you've basically majoritively, if not exclusively, played at Warhammer World tournaments.
Most of the time, with the exception of one of the Brawl events ages ago, and the LGT doubles, which was obviously a bit more casual, I would say, than the regular LGT. But yeah, I do wonder if it's like a slight difference in. Although saying that, when I was at the Brawl event, someone did have quite a temper tantrum after my game. Not to say I'm a terrible human being, but they didn't play their last game. I think they didn't enjoy. I don't think it was necessarily just my game, but the day as a whole. So I have seen it elsewhere, and I think part of me wonders why it happens a lot at Warhammer World is just because quite a large number of people, or if it's like a difference of cultures. So a lot of casual players playing in a more tournament setting, or people that play in like their local meta and then sort of think they're probably better than they are from a local meta to a more, let's say, not quite global meta, but a more national level, where the standards are a bit more raised up at Warhammer World because you get a much higher caliber of player, potentially. I mean, I honestly don't know. I think we've discussed it before, and it's like, if you're right at the bottom, you're kind of having fun with the casual people. If you're right at the top, you're playing with all the professional tournament players who, for the most part, sort of all know how to behave. And they also accept that it is very competitive tournament scene, or, you know, environment in general. So they've got a good grasp of it. And then it's sort of like the middle ground where people actually are doing well, and they kind of really want that next win. And that might just be the nature of, you know, when you're going 2-2, and, you know, you want to go 3-2, or, you know, you've maybe lost a game, but you're potentially going to could win a few more. And it's, you're desperately trying to claw another game in because that means a lot to you. Maybe that's where the problematic area is, should we say. But I mean, we could speculate for ages on the reasons why that might be, basically.
Look, I think at the end of the day, that is all correct. But what I will say, just for the sake of this, the Golden Tournament or the Golden Ticket Tournament, I think the standard of play was all really, really good. I think most people there came with a good attitude. I can't say it was perfect. I definitely saw or heard of some difficult moments. Out of respect to people, I'm not going to call out anything specifically. It's nothing I experienced firsthand. All of my opponents were fantastic. But
how are you, Dan?
Well, and that is the thing, right? You've always got to ask yourself that question, you know? I mean, who have I upset during the proceedings? But no, sincerely, I think a lot of the players there, if not the greater majority, if not all of them, bar maybe a few, were incredible. I thought it was a really good hobby standard of hobby. You know, no one necessarily had the most extraordinarily, exceptionally painted army in the world, but the ones that were good were really good, which is what you kind of look for. There was an Imperial Fist army that really stood out to me, really beautiful yellow. There was this really amazing red Sisters of Battle army that was absolutely incredible. There was this World Eater army that I actually played against that was utterly gorgeous, an Imperial Knight army that I also played against that was utterly incredible. So I think that was the thing. It's like the standard of the sorts of armies that were in attendance was really high, really good painting standards, really good people for the most part. So as much as obviously I can sit here and say that I've had some negative or seen some negative experiences in the past, and although I think there was definitely some moments where people probably got a little bit, you know, out of sorts because, let's be honest, right, there was a real prize on the line this time. If you won, if you won this tournament, you got an all expenses, or at least you got a flight and hotel in America to compete in the finals. So you got your ticket to the finals, you got your flight, you got your hotel. So that's got to be at least a £1,500, £2,000 prize. That is a pretty significant chunk of change. That is the most that's been on the line at any Warhammer World event I've ever attended.
Yes,
so,
because they did do heats before, and we talked about it before. I think it didn't go ahead, right? They did a similar thing where you could have gone to America, but we assumed it all got cancelled because of COVID. I can't quite remember if it did go ahead or not. But beyond that, you're right. This is the only time they've offered something beyond a trophy, or what was quite common was just like a paper certificate. They've gotten a bit better now. It's now like glass trophies, or like the resin cast chainsaw trophy is quite a cool one. Yeah,
I like the fact as well they mix up the trophies. Like there's always new ones coming into the mix. We saw a recent return of the Throne of Skulls trophy. That thing,
oh yeah, that was
really gorgeous. I really want one of those. I think they're amazing. The new chainsword ones are really nice. So yeah, like I think look, the quality. I mean, you won for best painted at Warhammer Fest, the really awesome Sigmar hammer.
Yeah, which is really nice because it's the same one that you get for like winning the tournament. So I got it for best army with Sean as a dual prize that we got one each. I was like, brilliant. Yeah, there is no lesser trophy. So I liked how it was judged all equal in the eyes of the trophy, displays. So that was nice. So yeah, the quality of trophies has definitely gone up since, I first started going to Warhammer World, which has got to be over 10 years now.
Well, we used to get basically everything other than first place got like used to get like a card, and then the people came first got a glass bit of glass whip, as it were.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. All that being said, serious prizes on the line. I hadn't deluded myself into thinking that I would be winning that prize, so my army didn't necessarily, have the best odds of coming first. I think,
Do you know how many people were in attendance?
It was something in the ballpark of 64, I want to say.
Okay, so not as huge as they have done in the past, because they've had up to 100 people before.
As we were sort of saying before, though, I think what they are doing now at Warhammer World is respecting the space and creating really great kind of gaming experiences. The people who head up the events team at Warhammer World, I think, are some of the most kind of thoughtful and really kind of passionate people about the kind of general state of the hobby, at least as it concerns gameplay. And I think they have identified and understand that it's not about cramming as many people into the room as possible. It's about giving a great experience to the people that are in attendance. Because you will remember, Phil, in 2019, we were getting really, really unhappy with the amount of wedging that went in to try and basically get people in the room.
Butt to butt, as it were, with the people behind you, which was amusing but not that pleasant. Yeah.
Well, again, so the grand tournament that we attended in 2018, December of 2018, that was 120 players. Yes, 120 players. So that was double what they had this weekend gone.
And I guess you could say that makes it more special because it's more caliber of people. So the person that wins it is technically better because they've had to go through as many people.
You're too kind, Phil. You're too kind.
Because that was on you one. Yeah.
Exactly.
But
we didn't rehearse that, everybody. I'm taking it.
But that's a fair point. But I also think you're right. It's not a very nice experience when you're kind of rammed in. It's hot and sweaty, as it is, even, on an average day, let alone double the number of people in there.
Their aircon in that room now, chef's kiss. It is so much better these days. I don't know when they upgraded it, but I swear you got in there. Oh, the worst bit of it was going into the museum because they don't have the aircon in the museum. So you go into the museum, you'd be like, oh my God, I'm sweating. And it was literally awful. But then you go into the gaming hall and it was beautiful.
Oh, that's good. Because I remember back in the day, it used to be the aircon was kind of okay and a bit average, but you were quite hot and sweaty. Or you were on the one gaming table which was directly under the aircon and you were freezing. Yeah. It was so cold, you're like, I'm putting my jacket back on. Yeah. When everyone else is in their t-shirts and shorts. Yeah.
No, the aircon they've got in there now, I don't know if they updated it recently, but it's amazing. And look, as I say, I genuinely really value the Warhammer World events team and their outlook because I have ran the gauntlet of Warhammer World events. I think, when you and I, Richie, Joe, all of us started getting back into going to Warhammer World events around that kind of 2012, 2013, maybe even 2014 period. Early doors, it was actually quite fun. The team were doing a lot of really nice kind of quality of life things. So like there was a little bit more of a kind of communal sort of fun aspect to it. So they did like the pub quizzes, and they did like some really funny rounds in that. And that was back when I forget his name. Is it Nick, the Ultramarines guy? Nick
Baton, yeah. He was now on Warhammer Plus. I don't think he obviously started out in the events team, but we knew him from the events team.
And then there was that Irish guy, John. He was on the events team. I think he's actually in the game dev team now.
Yeah, he's Warhammer Underworld's developer.
Yeah.
Or
John was great.
To Warhammer. Yeah, he was great as well. Those two, I think, were kind of like a team for a while, or they were definitely in it at the same time.
They were pretty fantastic. But then there was a bit of a dark period following that. I think basically we moved into the live streaming period, where the live streams kind of became like the main event, and then. But even before the live streaming period, that was kind of that 2017, 2018 period. In fact, I think they started doing the live streaming from about 2016, 2017. So I think they started out with AOS. But the period basically between Nick and John leaving and going into whatever roles they did, and then basically like the time between then and essentially the live streaming stuff and the Grand Tournament series, the Warhammer World events were pretty lackluster, and even the Grand Tournament series early doors wasn't the best. I think it's really been massively improved by the team they have these days. I think Steve, the guy who basically heads up Warhammer World events, is doing an excellent job, and I think he is, really responsible for taking that and turning it into a really great environment. And credit where credit's due to them. Talking about that Warhammer Grand Tournament terrain layout. That terrain layout, obviously the team have built all the perspex. They've brought all the right kind of scenery. I mean, and the scenery they're using, which is a little bit frustrating if I'm honest with you, is the Sector Imperialis Sector Mechanicus hybrid kit. Do you remember that kit?
It wasn't there only one of them though, and
there's only one of them.
Windows that are like sort of
well, they're blocked off.
They're like sort of submarine shutters is the best way to describe it, because obviously submarines don't have windows, but the doors are sort of like the windows like on little cog devices, and they're mostly shut off. I think there was one wall where it was maybe open. I can't remember because they did. I thought they did two of those kits actually.
Well, there's a few sets of them, basically. So for those who... And you can't buy these things anymore. You can't buy any Sector Imperialis or Mechanicus anymore, as far as I can see. I think the only Sector Mechanicus stuff you can buy is the fortification for Imperial Knights, the charging station. And the only Imperialis stuff you can get is the statue for the Sisters of Battle. But irrespective of all of that noise, they're using basically this hybrid kit. And what this kit basically did back in the day when people had Sector Imperialis, it was like a Mechanicus Imperialis building, and it had a few bits in it that essentially enabled you to take the Sector Imperialis and then the Sector Mechanicus and then kind of meld them together. So you could effectively start to have runways and other things working into it from there. But yeah, so it's slightly frustrating because for those of us who would like to replicate that kind of terrain layout and to have it for practice games in our local clubs or in our homes, if you're so inclined to do that, you can't replicate that terrain directly because you can't buy it. But at the end of the day, I think there are plenty of MDF and alternate kits out there that will deliver the same kind of experience. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of L-shaped ruins, for goodness sake. You can do that with just about anything. But
so have they completely standardized it? Because they used to have a couple that were themed to the orcs.
Nope.
That's all gone.
It's all 100% the same board from top to bottom.
And that's for every table.
Every table.
Yeah, because it used to be the sort of top 10 or 20 tables had the fancy terrain, and everyone else had the generic old school Warhammer World terrain, which was predominantly the old 6th and 7th editions. Yeah, Cities of Death. They occasionally sprinkled the odd Sector Mechanicus bit on there as well. But it was, for the most part, very old terrain.
Oh, yeah.
So for a grand tournament, yes, that makes sense. I sort of do hope for like the narrative events and stuff, they roll out the other terrain types, because they were great to see and helped really theme the tables. So, but yeah, from a tournament perspective, even if it is a bit boring, having sort of all the buildings look the same, and it sort of is what it is from a competitive point of view. It's an argument we have sadly lost, I guess, from having, different tables with different terrain layouts and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's just not what that competitive scene demands. And, when you're playing it at Warhammer World and it's authentic Games Workshop, Warhammer 40,000 terrain, and it's well painted, it actually doesn't break your immersion as much. I think my frustration always was in the early instances was obviously the early big polystyrene, horrible L shapes was a bit much. And then when we moved into these situations where we had these big L-shaped walls that didn't even look structurally correct, like it basically was just this absurd, awful wall that was like, that's a ruin. And it's like, it doesn't look like a ruin, does it? Let's not kid ourselves. It's just a big flat slab of MDF. It's like,
yes,
it's that to me was just a step too far. But I think now that what they're doing at Warhammer World anyway is they do still have a large L-shaped blocking line of sight through the middle, but it is a 5 and a bit inch high barricade, so it's not like absurd. It's just sort of a mild kind of thing. It doesn't sort of break your immersion as much, which I think is important. I suppose my only complaint about the terrain layout that they've landed on is yet again, though, everything is a ruin. Like, that is the bit where I'm a bit like, come on, guys. Like, could we not have had some crates? Could we not have had some trees, some rocks, some, scattered terrain, barrels? Like, again, I appreciate this is a mandate in order to facilitate, the best competitive experiences, but it seems a little bit crazy when you are basically just playing on terrain that is all just the same thing everywhere.
Yeah, like, to me, even at a competitive level, you should have a mix of terrain that includes, the barricades, like the fuel pipes, the line of sight sort of blocking that actually still gives cover saves, like, the crates, like the large Minotaur crates. Ruins, of course. I guess forests don't really they do act different, because ruins is its own thing, and then kind of almost everything else acts pretty much the same because there is no dense cover or anything anymore. So yeah, I think visually it's nice to mix it up, but also tactically to mix it up with basically a mixture of barricades plus ruins.
Yeah, no, agreed. But look, all things being equal, I think the terrain layout was actually really interesting. It created a lot of really interesting tactical nuances. I think, playing on it, you very quickly realize that there are some real issues for certain types of armies. And I suppose I'll get into that now because it seems like the best time to do it. I haven't talked about my army yet, but I took Imperial Knights. I kind of waxed lyrical about that in episode 161. So if you want to hear kind of my initial thoughts on Imperial Knights going in, give that a listen. The list I actually took was different from the one that I outlined in episode 161 because I was able to borrow missile pods from Sean. Good old Sean was able to come through for me.
God bless.
I know, he's a lovely boy. So look, broad strokes, it was a Knight Gallant, a Knight Crusader, a Knight Errant, free Armiger Warglaves. Was it 3 Armiger Warglaves? Yeah, 3 Armiger Warglaves, 1 Armiger Helverin, and an Eversaw Assassin. That was the list, essentially. And one of the interesting things about the terrain was that basically we had these areas in the top left and top right corners of the terrain as it was mirrored that were laid out in such a way as effectively my Imperial Knights couldn't get in there very easily. So essentially my Knight Armigers almost always couldn't enter that space. And my bigger Questor Knights could only enter by stepping over the less than 4-inch high walls towards the top right or the bottom left. So it created a really interesting tactical challenge for me because essentially a lot of the deployment maps we were working with featured that segment consistently. So my army really wasn't able to hold back as well as I would have liked in certain matchups. So in some games, I was really further forward than I ever would have otherwise wanted to be had I had the flexibility of putting the armigers behind those walls and being able to kind of pass through them. And I actually quite like that, though, because I think at the end of the day, you know, you do need to have some of that kind of component to gameplay to create these interesting kind of tactical decisions. And ultimately, once you're kind of familiar with that type of terrain map, you're ultimately making decisions whether or not that negative is, outweighed by the positive of being able to access certain types of armies and stuff. So it basically meant that there were a couple of parts of the board where I just couldn't move freely. So that, meant that I had to approach things in certain kinds of ways. And it meant that my opponents could kind of strategically plan around the limitation of my movement, which I actually think is one of the things that makes playing Knights super interesting, because, it is something where your opponent is able to, if they are, aware of these restrictions, set up really interesting kind of tactical advantages for themselves. It's up to me as the Knight player to navigate that and to work around it. And also the other weird thing about Knights is that because they're vehicles can't move through vehicles. Infantry can move through infantry. I think even infantry can move through vehicles, interestingly, although I'm not 100% sure about that statement. But vehicles don't move through vehicles. So you end up in this weird thing where, like, you do actually have to really think about where everything goes, because you have to be like, oh, I want to move this, but I can't move this until I've moved this. So you actually did have to kind of, approach it with a bit more nuance as a Knight player, because the map didn't allow you just to go everywhere and do everything all at once, Yeah.
Well, I think that's what you want, really.
No, absolutely. No, I was massively in favour of it. But yeah, look, the terrain was super interesting. I actually really liked the setup. I thought, again, to say that, the events team did a really good job is probably underselling it. I think, Steve's team was fantastic. In addition, they actually had judges, and that was one of the most super interesting things. So this just wasn't some person who works in the army painting team who had the weekend off or fancy the weekend helping out the events team. This was legit people from the Warhammer 40,000 development design team. So these were legit rules writers. And on the top tables, certainly on the Sunday, the judges stayed on table 1 and table 2, monitoring the top gameplay constantly.
Oh, wow.
So
that's really impressive. I mean, that's something we mentioned about the Age of Sigma event, Warhammer Fest, and one of the reasons why we constantly say, "Oh, Age of Sigma is really good," but they've definitely done that lately, and 40k hasn't, or it doesn't seem like it's done it for a long time. So it's really good. It's like that's a really positive move that they're starting to do that again, and they're sort of coming out and taking part and being judges, but also learning and understanding how people are playing their game, I guess. So they're going to just get feedback for 40k. So that's just going to be a net positive overall. So that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved it. I thought that was such a great improvement to see not only, members of the dev team in attendance, but to actually see them standing over and monitoring the top tables of gameplay to ensure that, the standard was upheld at all times. And I think it was just amazing. I thought the whole dynamic of seeing those judges there monitoring gameplay, it, removed all possibility of any, bad feelings or any kind of shenanigans on those sort of top tables towards the end of, Saturday and then going into Sunday. I think, again, credit where credit's due to the Warhammer World events team. They really laid it on. And I think, again, spoilers for the overall conclusion, but, if they continue on that form, I can only highly recommend that people listening, take it upon themselves to get over there and to participate in some of these Warhammer World events. Because, you know, if this weekend is anything to go by in terms of the kind of quality that they can deliver, in terms of Warhammer 40,000 in 10th edition, I think it was great. Again, not to kind of get too much towards my kind of final thoughts and the things, but, you know, the overall vibe of the weekend was just really positive. I attended with Quizmaster Richie, as well as my friends from 40k Brawl. So Adam, Simon, and Dean were also in attendance. So there were basically 5 of us all in. We also obviously ran into listeners of the show. I may as well say it now, but massive thank you to everyone who reached out and came up and said hello. There was an especially lovely moment where I met a father and son, and the son had just recently, or just that moment, purchased a box of Craft World Elder, and seeing the excitement on that kid as he was basically telling me about how hyped he was about painting up his Craft World Elder really stayed with me. I think that was just really lovely. So it's amazing, as always, to meet our listeners, and obviously thank you for those of you who reached out. I don't for any moment not appreciate all of that. It was really great. And again, many listeners got to spend a bit of time with Andy, who's a consistent listener and someone who speaks with you quite a lot, Phil, over Instagram, and certainly reaches out to me a lot. Also, I'm not as active on Instagram as yourself, so I'm probably not quite as attentive in that space. But the point is that, yeah, we met loads of really great people, and it was a really good weekend. And, that's the thing. Like, I think, doing this, Look Out Sir 40K podcast adds a little bit of extra spice to occasions like that, because I get to not only enjoy a great weekend playing great games, but I, get those nice warm fuzzy moments where people come up and are like, hey, love what you do. And that's, really amazing. But yeah, no, I just had a good time with that. So,
great.
Lots of people coming up and saying nice things, which is great. No one asks where you are, though, Phil.
Oh, that's A, harsh, B, a bit sad.
That's it.
D, C, B, C.
This is why no one...
Probably true. It's. I imagine you're not saying it to just hurt me as much as it does. I can imagine that is the case. It's the thing is, it's always your booming voice. People are attracted to it, and they're like, "Oh, that sounds like Dan."
That does. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I think
no one asked after me. Well, maybe it's because they listened to the show and they knew I wasn't there. Maybe.
That's what it'll be. No, in truth, people did ask. They was, is Phil here? Like, no, unfortunately not. He's too
They're
cool.
Like, oh, we wanted to meet him more. Than you, Dan.
Exactly. When they go like, when that father and son combo came up to me, and it was like, because they saw my Imperial Knight army, and they were admiring that apparently, and then they were like, "You're not from Look Out Sir, are you?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I am." And they were like, "Oh God, it's Dan."
Where's the other one?
Yeah, where's the other one? Exactly. Yeah. We were like, "Oh, we hoped you were Phil."
Oh, because I give out free stickers. That's what it is.
That is what it is. You see, you have to buy the love.
I like how we seem to have the father-son combo down as like the niche listener audience, because we met quite a few of those at Warhammer Fest as well.
Oh yeah, and I think it's amazing, mate. I love the fact that we have a really kind of diverse, listenership. And today I've never met anyone that I genuinely didn't enjoy meeting in that sense. I'm still waiting for someone to come out of the woodwork that makes me fear for my life, but that hasn't happened yet. I'm sure it could at any moment, but for now it's a net positive. So long may that continue. Anyway, so Warhammer World, great venue. Come along, one and all. Terrain was good. Quality of the armies was good. Caliber of players was good. Sure, they weren't the best players, air quotation marks, because they were at the Whittaker. But who cares? People paid. They turned up. They had a good time. And to be fair to them, everyone who was towards the top of the pecking order were playing their socks off and playing some amazing 40k. And I will say that I think this weekend has been the thing I needed to really find my feet with Warhammer 40,000's 10th edition. Many of my grumbles from episode 161 still apply. I do think the game does have some limitations in terms of how it brings to life, the exciting moments of simulated tabletop wargaming. But, regardless of the fact that the game is absent of some kind of mad over-the-top moments, it is, still Warhammer 40,000. It is still a delight to play. And when you're there playing it with a really awesome person that you really kind of get on with and, you're just having a fun time throwing dice and, small talking and exchanging jokes and just having a good time with it. It's the best, right? So, genuinely, Phil, I really wish you had made it because I think you would have, like me, come away a lot more rejuvenated on 40K. I think I'm not saying that I don't still love my Age of Sigmar. I've been loving that as well, sincerely. But 40K yet again is sort of in that place where I'm like, oh yeah, this is great, love it.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I mean, part of me would have liked to have gone, but
you were double booked.
Well, I was double booked. But also, it's like part of me is always put off slightly by the competitive crowd, even if it's the sort of nicer kind at Warhammer World, and isn't like, a LGT type, jumbo, ITC event. I don't know. I think also it's because I haven't actually played the sort of tactical card missions yet. It's like I wouldn't have felt comfortable going to the event, confident in my army to play it in a way that I would enjoy. I think it'd be a bit too stressful. I'd rather have a few games under my belt to get the hang of it. Definitely get the hang of my army a bit more, and then I'd probably be like, oh yeah, I can do this kind of event, and I know I can do it in a timely manner, so my opponent's having as much time as I am, sort of thing. Yeah. So maybe next time.
I mean, that is definitely one of the advantages of taking knights, is that you're going to get your turns in super easily. All my games finished with at least 40 minutes to spare, and those were the long ones. Actually, no, one game went the distance because I was playing against Custodies, but we'll get into that in a moment. But anyway, so I took knights, as I've said, the army, as I disclosed, the errant, the gallant, the crusader. The gallant had the banner, which is basically sticky objectives, and the errant was the mythic hero, which means its bondsman goes on to 2 armigers rather than just 1. I had the 4 armigers and then the assassin. The Eversaw is definitely not one that I would recommend for everyone. I think had I been able to find an extra few points somewhere in the list, I would have definitely favoured taking the Vindicare, but unfortunately I didn't have the points to get a Vindicare in.
Okay.
So I was stuck with the Eversaw. But actually, funnily enough, there were a good few moments where the Eversaw really came into his own, and some matches where that really came in helpful. So I think overall,
is the Eversaw the cheapest out of the lot then?
Yeah, he's either 70 or 75.
Okay.
So he's the cheapest by a decent whack. And then, just for reference, Adam took Custodies, Simon took Custodies, Dean took Chaos Space Marines, and Richie took Space Marines. So I will do my best to recount how they performed as we go forward. So let's talk about games. So I'm not going to labor it. I'm not going to get into crazy levels of detail because ultimately I think all of us, always kind of, concern ourselves when we're listening to this kind of content and the presenters start talking about all the minutiae of all the little dice rolls. I'm going to just hit the most, important points.
The high notes.
The high notes, as it were, and attempt to, give you those kind of insights on how it went. So game 1 was against a Space Marine player called Mark, surname withheld. I don't want to disclose their surname because it's not really for me to do so. But Mark, lovely guy, really fun opponent. He brought the Crimson Fists, Phil. His army,
nice.
Really cool, to be fair. Really nicely painted Crimson Fist force. He's someone who's only recently gotten into the hobby. I think he was maybe 6, 7, 8 months in. Started towards the end of 9th edition and then obviously is going full tilt with 10th. I think he probably, or rather he did say that he was obviously aware that 10th was coming around the corner. So he felt like that was a good time to jump in. But yeah, so he had a Space Marines Crimson Fist army. Nothing of note necessarily in the list, and I think this was where, sadly, it went a bit sort of wrong for him, at least in the matchup against myself. Obviously, Knights are really like specialist force that do a good job of like stat checking people. There's not really much you can do if you lose the key components of your army that are there to distribute damage onto, those Imperial Knights. So he had like a unit of 3 Centurions with Laz. That was really scary. He had a Gladiator. I believe it was the Gladiator with the autocannon variant. I think it's a Destructor or whatever it's called. But it was a Gladiator all the same. And I think that was probably the sum total. Oh, and he also had a Repulsor Executioner. That's, at least I feel like he did. Anyway, long story short he had a pretty Billy Basics Space Marine army, took lots of different stuff. It was a really nice sort of like Swiss Army knife army. The sort of army that people getting into the hobby think looks cool and think should do well, but inevitably always does poorly because it's just not really optimized into one specific strategy. It's just a lot of really fun stuff that people like to bring. So it's no disrespect to Mark. I think, as he came away from the event, I think he probably will have gained a lot of really valuable experience and start to understand how to tool up his list a bit more appropriately to meet the challenges of competitive play. But I did get a very comprehensive win to kick off. I leaned into old Mark and blew him off the table in short order. It was one of those games where I felt for Mark because obviously I didn't want to kind of just table him quickly because I wanted to sort of try and give him the benefit of some experience and try and sort of help, him kind of get more game time in. But at the same time, the way our armies kind of leaned into each other, it was impossible for me not to just blow him away, unfortunately. And it was obviously very difficult for him to try and do anything in response. So, yeah, really nice looking army, really nice dude, had a lovely game, or at least I did. I imagine it wasn't all that memorable for him other than remembering, all the Knights blowing him away. So that was game 1. Feeling good, kicking off with a big win. Ooh, exciting. What do you suppose I faced game 2, Phil, on table 1, no less, table 1?
Ooh. Was it another Knights player?
It was not another Knights player, although it did feature a Wraith Knight. It was the forces of the Craft World Elder.
That would have been my second guess.
Indeed. So this was against a guy called Ryan. Ryan informed me upon arriving at the table that he was the only, Elder player to have made it through the first round with a win, which was quite remarkable because obviously Elder are very strong. I looked at Ryan's list and I went, yep, that looks like all the good stuff that people tell you you're supposed to take. The lone operative Altark with a webway generator that you can't pin down. A few little Harlequin units in there just to kind of, again, also deny certain things while adding utility. Big Wraith Knight, couple of Hornets, fire prisms all over the place. It was unbelievable. It was all of the sort of stuff that you really don't want to see across the tabletop from you. And it won't shock anyone to know that he blew me away in short succession. And the game was over almost as quickly as me against Mark previously. He effectively just utterly obliterated me.
You were like Icarus and flew too high too soon on that number 1 top table spot.
That's it, man. That's it. No, the Elder, when optimized, are as good as everyone says they are. I've faced them a couple of times, but yeah, this was just insane. Like it was like, oh wow.
Did they go first, or did it make it?
They went first, yeah, and basically I'd lost my Gallant in the opener and an Armiger. I did very little in return because obviously the other annoying thing about Elder is they hide everywhere and pop out and do really annoying things. And yeah, basically I lost pretty much everything after turn 3.
I imagine it's the sort of thing where things like your Volcano Lance don't do anything against them because they're just save a dice roll for a save.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like if you're going to hit them with anything particularly terrifying, I mean, they had the Avatar as well, and the Avatar is like a big distraction, but he's still a meaningful threat. And this was also one of those scenarios where I also really suffered because, you know, all of his stuff with the fly keyword, all of his, you know, fire prisms and all that stuff could hang out in that top corner behind the walls, you know, unaffected by, you know, those move blocking pieces. Whereas my army couldn't be in that bottom corner. So we were playing, you know, those kind of
the diagonal ones.
Yeah, the diagonal wonky deployments. So I had to be further forwards than I otherwise would want to be, and I was just getting picked up left, right, and centre. I just couldn't get anything going. I just got blown away. It was effortless. Like, you know, Ryan just took me off the table. You know, and again, to his credit, he played Elder. You know, like, you know. What can I say? He played Elder and he won. You know, well done is the way I look at it. And again, that's someone who's obviously struggled with that moniker for a while as well. I know what it is to play the Craft Worlds and to be looked down upon as a result. But the point is that, you know, he played it well. He got the win. Fair play to him. No hard feelings. He absolutely trounced me.
That's fair enough.
So yeah, I think the thing is, it's difficult to get hard feelings about it when the game's over that quickly. It's like, oh well. There we go. That went wrong. Moving on. So that was me losing to Ryan. Round 3 was probably one of the most ridiculous rounds because the guy I played against, Billy, wonderful human being. Like, again, just an absolute gent. Really nice. Came from Dudley, as you're supposed to say. And Billy was just a super duper person. However, I hit a wall in round 3. So me and Richie had been out the night before, you know, ate quite a lot of food, drank quite a lot of beer. I was wrestling with headaches and hangovers all day. And just round 3 was like where everything kind of went wrong for me because it sort of hit that wall. And I was playing against Custodes. So Billy was running Custodes. And I just went completely mad. Like I completely forgot how to play this game against Custodes, right? If you were to guess, Phil, what the one thing is you don't want to do with Custodes, what would you say it is if you were to apply some tactical nuance to things?
I'd assume potentially get into combat with them.
As in, don't get into combat with
them. You don't want to.
Yeah, basically, what you don't do against Custodes, pro tip, everybody, pay attention to this. Don't make it that they can get into combat with you. Control distance. Use the fact that you are an Imperial Knight, should you be an Imperial Knight, and you have a very high movement characteristic and very long-range weapons to control distance. Do not, under any circumstances, blindly run towards them.
Well, but here's the thing. You've got like a Gallant, which is a close combat machine, quite literally a machine, and lots of little armigers, which are little close combat machines. So if you're not sticking, 3 of your, 6 odd knights into combat, it feels like they're not doing what they're meant to be doing. So, and essentially you're giving up space and therefore giving up objectives by sort of running away and stuff like that.
Well, this is the thing though, really, and this is where Billy really just demonstrated his really comprehensive skill set as a great Custodes player, because he was really good at controlling the distance himself, and he was also really good at removing threats, right? So he put a lot of stuff in reserves, and he used like rapid ingress to bring things in really clever ways. And basically, we were playing tactical. I drew capture stronghold, and Billy had defend stronghold. And in my eyes, so basically my Gallant needed to roll a 6 on an advance in order to control Billy's stronghold, right? And if I got that stronghold, that would have been a big swing. That would have been 8 points to me and denied him his 3 points and put him in a situation where he would either have to fight to get that stronghold back off me, or he would need to discard that card either by wasting a CP or being unable to achieve it for a turn and then burning it for a CP. So it was a big deal, right? And all I needed to do, Phil, was roll a 6. I mean, how hard would that be?
Well, on AD6.
Yes.
I guess with a reroll, still quite difficult.
Oh, exactly. But I didn't do it, Phil. I rolled a 5, would you believe it?
No.
A 5. But do you know the thing is, Phil, right? When you know that you need a 6 and only a 6 to get on the objective and score the points, if you roll a 5, what would you do?
Is the sensible answer to not move in that direction and go somewhere else?
That is the sensible answer. What I did, Phil, is I went, Knight, go there. That's what I've been thinking this whole time. Knight, go there. So basically, I ran a gallant forwards into no man's land for no benefit other than to be close to the thing but not on the thing.
But was the assumption that you could then score it next turn?
No, Phil, I completely blacked out. I just chucked it up there, didn't think about it, when that was the plan, put the knight there, completely disregarding the fact that it was going to go there specifically for that reason. And then the knight was just in the open, very close to my opponent's deployment zone, if not in it, and then got charged by a load of custodies and died. And it was and the problem was at that point is I immediately, after my end of my turn 2, after looking at where the gallant was, I was like, I've really mucked this up, haven't I? And Billy, God bless him, was like, yeah, you have. And then we proceeded to play his turn, 3, 4, 5, and 3, 4, and 5. So, 6 more turns collectively of me trying desperately to claw back from basically allowing myself to fall into the trap of custodies. And it was a grindy game. It took me ages. I couldn't do anything about it. I just slowly lost. And Billy basically finished up having killed all my knights. And yeah, it was just one of those where I was like, oh. So no disrespect to Billy. He played it phenomenally. Really great guy. I just mucked up. And again, I was a bit, not salty about it, but I was just a bit sort of annoyed with myself about it because I know it was on me that I did that. So I was a bit of a grump.
There's definitely times in games where I realised I made a very grave tactical error, pretty much either in deployment or my first turn of movement.
Yeah.
And then that key unit gets shot off because I was like, I didn't really protect it well enough.
Yeah.
Or, I was overconfident in my ability to kill stuff and then clearly didn't kill the thing I needed to kill to protect the thing I wanted to protect.
Yeah.
So stuff like that can be quite frustrating. And, sometimes you can bring it back, sometimes you can't, but that's, the way of it.
Mate, and that was it, right? I mean, yeah, it was. But the thing is, the worst thing about that is when you do it in other circumstances, you can be like, if you're playing a game with a mate and you go, oh, I mucked that up. You can probably be like, well, especially with the nature of the game we could probably reset it or just stop. But in a tournament setting, it's like, well, I've got to let him finish his game because ultimately I have to do right by the system to let him score the most points he can get, but also to try and prevent him from scoring points and honour the integrity, if you will, of the game. So, but it was that thing where I was like, oh, God, I think I'm going to be here for another hour and a half, slowly losing. So I spent a turn or so about being a bit salty, and then I snapped out of it again and was like, oh, whatever, this is fine. Going 1 win, 2 losses day 1, it's all good. Move on.
That's quite unusual for you, let's be honest.
It is very unusual for me. And I think that was a combination of the saltiness as well. Like, I'm used to being... Like, I don't mind losing normally. I don't mind losing ever. I didn't mind losing to Billy at all. He deserved the win. I played terribly. He played perfectly. What can I say, right? Like, that's what it is. And that's the thing. I'm not saying he only won because I played terribly. I think he would have been able to match, if not surpass me, if I played really, really well equally. I just think the thing is that I just mucked it up. And... and as you say, normally I probably would be in a positive ratio, if not gone 3-0. That does and has happened to me often. on day one of these sorts of events. So, it is that thing where you feel a little bit crestfallen, but you also are annoyed with yourself. But, I hope that I did a good enough job of kind of swallowing my pride and readjusting and bringing back the fun. I think I did. Maybe I overcompensated after that. Maybe I was a bit more a little bit more manic to try and do well by it. But no, look, I saw Billy around the rest of the event, and we always sort of shared a laugh and a joke when we ran into each other around the event. So I think it was a good experience, even though I was maybe a little salty for a turn. But yeah, long story short, it was a great game in so much as I think it was a real education for me on the Custodians matchup. I definitely won't forget the lessons that were learned in that game, but at the same time, Billy was a great opponent. So I think overall, I can't really say anything negative about the overall experience other than, I should have been less of a grump. But there you go. That's, you got to own these things. So yeah, going into day 2, I am 1 win, 2 losses. So I know on day 2 that I'm not winning. I know that I'm just there for the fun of it. And I basically come in and I'm facing up against a guy called Dara, who is part of a World Eaters group called The Red Path. So that is a YouTube channel. Check out The Red Path. Dara was, again, an exceptional human being. I have to be honest, although I've encouraged you to check out The Red Path, I myself have not watched any of their content yet. I will be doing so really soon because inevitably I'm sure they're going to be talking about their games much like we are. So I will endeavour to check them out and see what they had to say about this game from their perspective. But Dara was a great guy. Really, really enjoyed playing against him. He actually came second overall.
Wow.
So that was based on game score and favourite games and favourite army votes. So he got 3 wins by the end of it. So he was on 3 wins, 3 losses. But he got 4 favourite game votes and 5 favourite army votes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He was honestly... This was one of those games that reinstated my passion for the game. Dara was a super lovely dude. The game was really fun. Nothing mad or over the top happened because it's still 40k 10th edition, but it was a really compelling gameplay experience. And I really enjoyed it because it presented a few tactical challenges. And Dara played his army really well. He clearly understands World Eaters really well. And he did a battle plan that was statistically really strong. So he basically hoofed up old Angry Ron, and the Lord Invocatus did its scout move, then move. So basically, in his opener, he went first. He killed a Knight Errant and an Armiger in the opener. So I'm on the ropes, Phil. I'm like, oh dear, this could go very wrong. Now, what I had done in my deployment is I had split my deployment as best I could so as to basically split his focus. So basically, even though I lost the Errant and even though I lost the Armiger, I still had a good amount of counterpunch left in the army. And I was still in a situation where his army was split in its focus because I basically put a lot of stuff over on the far right and a lot of stuff over on the far left. Had to put the Crusader in the middle because there was an objective there. But essentially, I had to control space in such a way. And effectively, I had Angry Ron to the left, the Lord Invocatus to the right, and then I got really lucky with the firepower that went into Angron. Managed to drop Angron, but also while debating about dropping Angron, I debated the benefits of splitting fire. Because Phil, as well as anyone, when you split fire, nothing dies. That is always the way. So I had to be brave and split fire. And as a result, I basically managed to kill all of the 8-bound with the Lord Invocatus. And I managed to kill Angron in a turn. And then I sent the Eversaw up the middle into those, what they called, the cultists that are stupid. Blood Reavers or whatever they're called.
Yes, I know which ones you mean.
Yeah, the ones that get given blood.
Is it
by
Bloodbound?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't like those. Jackals, that's what they're called. Jackals.
Yeah.
That's it. Anyway, the Eversaw ran up and murked
Oh, nice.
9 jackals because of his sustained hit 3. I rolled 2 6s, and it was like, whoa, there you go. That's like 11 hits. That's wicked.
Nice.
And then wounded, basically like 9 times and killed 9 of those jackals. And yeah, then the game just kind of unfolded from there. The thing is, Dara never managed to get his Angron back, and that's massive. He just couldn't roll the 666 for Angron. Never got it. So because Angron never came back.
Is it because he didn't have the blood type points, or was it different?
He did have the blood type points, yeah, but the way the mechanics work is you have to roll a 666 in order to bring him back.
Oh, but it's not just 3 dice. It's is it out of 7?
I think it's 8. I think.
8, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So you roll them, but you do like re-rolls and other shenanigans. I think the difference between Dara and every other World Eaters player I've played is he actually played the rules properly, which is why it was statistically less likely that the Angron came back.
How do other people do it?
I don't know, but every other time I've played every other World Eater player, they just seem to roll dice forever until they get 666 and then go, there you go. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't know what you're doing. Whereas in his case, he was very actually down the middle about it and actually explained how the mechanic worked. Because that was the first thing I said to him. It's like, you got any experience playing World Eaters? I was like, yeah, you just roll Blood Tide forever and then tell me that you're going to get every buff under the sun. He goes, yes. I see you've experienced those sorts of World Eaters players. Actually, this is how that rule works. But he did explain how that adaptation or that interpretation of the rule is actually legit because it's not a re-roll in the traditional sense. The assertion was that you could do it infinitely before. But he was like, clearly that's wrong. And they've also FAQ'd it now. So this is how you're supposed to play.
Something. Yeah.
But no, genuinely lovely dude. Took the defeat really well. Played it like an absolute pro. Genuinely, one of the best 10th edition games I've ever played. And it's not just because I won. I think it's a lot to do with Dara as a person, as well as obviously the battle strategy that he did and all the kind of crazy moments that kind of came out of, things happening and all the different ways that he tried to play it.
Maybe it's just World Eater players. I remember having a great game against a World Eater player, not this RFW, but the one before.
Yeah.
So it's probably a bit like Orc players. Like they're all pretty jolly, sort of fun people. They're there for the theme of smashing stuff up with axes.
Blood
pretty
for the blood god and all that.
Yeah, exactly. You know what you're getting with them. There's nothing more to it than violence and beer, probably, I imagine.
It didn't hurt as well that his army was gorgeous. He won Best Painted, I believe. He actually won both the Best Painted award and the Judge's Choice awards.
Ooh.
So I think he got the double, and then he came second overall. So he cleaned up that weekend.
Wow, that is impressive.
He got all the hardware.
It's kind of good that you can effectively take like a casual, not a casual army, but like a very thematic one, do really well on the painting. And I guess he only got, a 50% win ratio, but because of favourite games, favourite armies, managed to get best overall. So that's all come close to best overall. So that's really good.
I don't mind admitting that I gave him both favourite army and favourite game. I will admit it. He was a good guy. It was a good game. Great game even. Really enjoyed it. So that was a really good start to the Sunday. And again, just a really good vibe in general. And look, I should probably say at this point, friend of the show, Adam, at this point has gone 4-0. So this is where business is sort of starting to pick up, because as much as I'm having a jolly good time, I'm getting more invested in the fact that Adam could be going all the way. So all of a sudden, this event becomes much more about what's going on with Adam than what's going on with me or myself, I suppose. But yeah, look, I mean, the fifth game was against Blood Angels, and it was the guy called James. Again, James, super lovely dude, had the maddest Blood Angel army. He kit bashed a repulsor and a repulsor executioner out of old rhino kits. So it looked like a looted wagon from like second Schwartz.
Yeah, I think I saw one of your photos and was like, is that a floating Land Raider? But
yes.
As you said, the original second Ed plastic one. Wow, yeah, that's quite cool. I've seen people talk about that as an idea, but never seen it in person.
He did a great job of it. He just built all these mad kit bashes. He had this really awesome, like, smashed together Blood Angel army, lots of Death Company, lots of tanks and dreadnoughts. He had the old school metal dread from back in the day, the old Furioso, the proper old metal sculpt. It really, really awesome dude, really great army. The problem was I went first and I got a really good firing line with the Crusader, and I managed to get the Gallant into combat straight away. So I just smushed him at the start. Like, it was basically like, those Eradicators will be a problem. He had a unit of like 6 Eradicators, and the Knight Gallant just ran in and went, they're all dead. And then it was like, because the Knight Gallant with his sweeping fist is like flat damage free at like -2 or -1. And it just literally just went, blap, they're all dead. And it was like, from there on in, killed a bunch of Death Company, and he just couldn't get out of his lines. He basically invested what he had in killing the Gallant. He did get rid of that, but at that point, after I'd had like 2 or 3 turns of just laying into him, there was just nothing left. It was similar kind of situation to the first game where, that kind of generic-y Space Marine army just doesn't do that well against the Knights. So, yeah, I went first and just smushed him up. So, yeah. But James, again, really lovely dude, really loved his conversions, thought he was a great guy to play against. Hopeful that someday in the future we'll do it again while I'm bringing potentially a less, knighty Knight list, or when Blood Angels get some improvements, or maybe when he gets to go first, because I think had he gone first, it actually would have been very different. And at this point, Adam has also gone 5-0, so he's basically qualified for the finals, where he's playing against Mikey. Spoilers, he loses in the finals, so that's the end of his story. Go check out Hellstorm Wargaming if you want to hear Mikey's accounts of the finals. He does a good kind of overview of that. But in my final game, I come up against another Imperial Knight player, a lovely chap called Casper, with the most beautiful Imperial Knight army. Absolutely gorgeous. Really, really loved playing against it. Again, I went first and I won, because that's how it works with Imperial Knights. When you go first in the Imperial Knight on Imperial Knight matchup, you tend to be the winner, because in my opening turn, I killed his Knight Valiant, or whatever it's called, the harpoon guy.
Yeah, the Valiant, yeah.
Yeah, I dropped that in turn 1 and an Armiger. In return, he got rid of my Gallant, but at that point, the noose had tightened at that point. In the following turn, I killed his Paladin, and then he struggled. In fact, I don't think he killed my Errant. I think he got it down to like 2 wounds. And then in my turn 3, I killed his Crusader, and he was literally left with 2 armatures.
Because I guess even if you're trading a knight at a time, you're still one up because you went first. But because of, you say, like the power levels, that first 1 or 2 is going to make a real big dent in his return fire. So
and that's the thing though as well, right? Like the knight that I got rid of, the Knight Valiant, it's like a near 600 point knight, like a 500 odd point knight, whereas the one he got rid of, whereas the Gallant's flat 400 points. So losing that was like, oh well, the trade was still massive. Like that was it. So at the end of it all, I came. So if you go by the tournament rankings of wins, I got 4 wins, 2 losses. So I ended up in positive ratios, Phil. I submarined it, sort of.
Well done. Yeah, that's very good.
I don't know if that was my prediction or not. I think 4 and 2 was where I was sort of.
I think that was roughly what you probably said you were going to aim for.
Yeah, I think that was where I was sort of pitching myself. But yeah, so, I mean, all things being equal, I got 4 wins, 2 losses. The 2 losses was 1 against an army that I couldn't have really done anything against, and 2 against a player who just kind of outplayed me, but also I kind of defeated myself, as we sort of established earlier on. And yeah, like all the games were really good fun. All the opponents were really good. I had a great time overall. I think in terms of those standout games, I think Dara was really great. I really enjoyed playing against Casper. I think, those two guys had really gorgeous armies, so they were really easy votes. I think the opener against our friend, the Crimson Fist player, although not necessarily much of a match, in terms of the matchup, Mark was a really good guy as well. I think, like I say, all of the guys were great, I think is the overriding sentiment. Also, again, James and his mad kit-bashed, tanks, and Billy with his overall kind of, vibes. I think that was it. Everyone was good. It was a good time.
It's amazing that there was quite a lot of kitback, because you wouldn't have thought and now, maybe I'm contradicting myself because it's a Warhammer World event and you do get kind of casual people with sort of fun thematic armies, but it is a grand tournament, so you wouldn't necessarily expect that as much. Yeah. Because I saw some photos from Richie's first game, and it was like a knight army that was beautifully converted from Nurgle demons to bee knights, and stuff like that is really stunning, but not necessarily what you would expect from a GT, but it's kind of cool that Warhammer World especially is the kind of place where you will still see that even at a GT level.
Oh, absolutely, mate. It was gorgeous. And I think that guy with his Nurgle Knight army came second in the best painted after Dara. And then, and look, I mean, in terms of my results, I came 15th on the best general score, so wins and losses. I came 15th with 4 wins, 2 losses. In terms of the overall rankings, where they added in favourite games and favourite army votes, I came 13th. So I got 4, maybe 5, 4, I think it was, favourite game votes and 1 favourite army vote. So that was really great. I mean, obviously, it's really cool to come away with 4 favourite game votes. That's really awesome.
How do you do it, Dan? How do you do it?
I don't know, mate. I don't know. But that was great, and that was the thing about it. It was just a lovely time. Look,
that's really good. I mean, impressive result, because 13th out of 65 is the top quarter, which is pretty not too shabby. Should be pretty pleased with yourself, even if it maybe quite wasn't as high as you was hoping for. But I don't know. Did you go out there with the most competitive night list that you could take?
I don't know. I think with the way the terrain worked, I think had I rather than taking the Eversaw, taken 2 units of 5 Arbites executioners. Yeah. I think had I taken the 2 units of 5 Arbites, I think the army would have been better. But that's about the only thing I would probably change in the list. Outside of that, I think I would have changed the banner bearer to be the errant. I think the errant with the banner actually makes more sense. And then I probably would have taken away Mythic Hero altogether and taken that 25-point delta, if you will, and spent that elsewhere.
Treat yourself to that Vindicare.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's the thing. I think the genuine reality of it is that, I didn't feel like the advancing, or rather turning the guns into assault, was super duper useful overall. Not enough that I felt like I needed it on 2 things. I think the Errant had a more slow approach, whereas the Gallant obviously had a much more YOLO approach to things. So I think that having the banner didn't really make any sense, because it never really stayed alive long enough or stood still long enough to take advantage of it. So, there's a few tweaks that I would make to it now, but overall, I'd say the list performed pretty well for me. Look, the reality is I don't think I beat Elder any day of the week anyway, unless I go first and have the luckiest rolls imaginable. So I don't think the Elder matchup is ever going to go in my favor. I think I learned a lot about the Custodes matchups. But look, all credit where credit is due to the team at Warhammer World, all credit where credit is due to the players. The final game between Adam and Mikey ran over by like an hour. It was crazy. We were supposed to basically be wrapping it up at 7:30 on the Sunday. I think we finished at 8:30.
God, yeah, because that's sort of like, that's late enough as it is, isn't it? Because you're having an extra third game in. Most people, I think you normally done by 5 or 6, the presentation's happening by 7 at the latest. And that's like a quick thing. And then everyone scarpers off by 7:30.
Oh yeah, well,
so, yeah.
Usually earlier. Usually the last game is diced down by about 4:00, and then we're.
Oh, is it? Yeah,
yeah. We're normally done by like 5:30. So to be there like still at 8:30 was pretty much like.
That must be tiresome.
But I tell you what, like the room was really into it. We were all really behind the game. Loads of excitement around it. It was a really good vibe. I genuinely thought at the end, when they locked us all in there to finish up the day, when the shop was shut and everyone was really invested in the results, there was a really good vibe about it. Again, it's one of those things where good crowd, good vibe, great weekend, and a lovely time. I think that's the thing. Like, it's one of those things where, yeah, just reignites your enthusiasm for it. I'm already, getting hyped for doing more. Me and some of the guys from 40K Brawl were talking about it today. We were like, is it just me, or are you excited about going and playing more 40K events? And it's like, yeah, I am actually. Like, I was having a great time. And so they're already talking about London Grand Tournament and all those kind of things. And, one of the things I've actually kind of promised myself as well is, so famously, not famously, but hopefully everyone listening to this podcast knows that I play the Knights, but I'm also running a Knight army that was painted by Joe. Consistently, that army gets recognised for Best Painted Awards, which I can't accept because I didn't paint it. And I'm always very quick to confirm that when presented with that accolade. I'm always there going, no, I can't take it. I didn't paint it. But I am actually
annoying.
Yeah, it is very annoying. And that's why I really want to revisit the Knights and do a whole new collection of them. So it's too early to say this, but I'll say it anyway. My vibe is, Phil, is that what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint up a whole new Imperial Knight force. And then I reckon we give away the old Imperial Knights to someone on Patreon.
Oh, that would be nice. Do you think you should give Joe first refusal on it because they were his? Or is it like, no, they're yours and you'll give them away?
I'll consult with him. See
what he wants as the previous owner.
Exactly.
Oh, that's very cool that you want to do Knights. Obviously, we've been, in the last episode, we were talking about Knights. I'm still mulling on the idea of finishing off, and by finishing off, I mean mostly starting my Knight project that I started many years ago, because it's still, the idea of Knight sounds fun, and you being enthusiastic about them, yes, making me want to do them. And I almost like the idea that we're both doing separate Knight armies. Could be quite fun, or at least get 1,000 points done for like a doubles event or something. It could be interesting. Obviously, congrats to Mikey for winning the event with his Death Watch. But what was interesting about that, because obviously he talks about how good Death Watch are in his tournament recap. But I remember you were going to take Death Watch as a bit of a lols list. But so obviously you were onto something, and it's almost a shame you didn't take it. Or I guess you couldn't have converted up the units in time.
No, I mean, I was looking at it. I mean, I think me and my Death Watch army would have always been dramatically different because I still can't abide by the Desolation Marines. They still just don't quite work for me.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, we should also actually shout out James as well, who was overall first place. Sorry, not James. James, where did I get that name from? Robert, who was overall first place. So Robert, you'll remember, Phil, from back in the day, having played the Big Bird list. Do you remember the Big Bird list?
Oh, yeah. I've seen him about.
Yeah, he's a really nice dude. He was running Drakari. He got 5 favourite game votes and 6 favourite army votes.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
And to top it all off, he won 5, lost 1.
Wow, that's a good score.
He honestly blew it away. He's not only... like, that's the thing, though. Whenever you sort of encounter that guy, you're always like, what a lovely human being. And, like, just has the most gorgeous armies. Is really good at the game, clearly, because he went 5-1 with Drakari, for God's sakes. Like, most people who play Drakari will tell you that ain't easy. So they get the overall win with Drakari, but also...
I bet he's going to be on the Real Space Raiders podcast.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, potentially, I'm sure they're asking. But look, honestly, I genuinely thought Robert is, sincerely a great dude and definitely deserved the overall accolade. What was funny about him is the fact that Mikey got the time to kind of adjust to the reality of the fact he was winning, and he knew the stakes that he was playing for, right? So, like, him coming first was like a thing that he knew had happened. So, winning the game, he's like, yeah, got it, got my golden ticket, going to the event. Whereas for Robert, it was like one of those things where he had no idea, and he was just like, oh, I've won. And they're like, yeah, and we're going to pay for you to go to America. And he's like, oh, okay.
Wow. That's quite impressive. Yeah. In terms of the importance of the two, so you've got best, is it overall and best general?
Yeah.
Was one given more priority than the other? Was it?
No, they were presented equally.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I didn't know if they would be like hobby first, so therefore overall winner is the slightly more important one, and general is... it's for competitive people. But obviously it's a competitive event, so it's odd that they even do the favourite game system at all, to be honest. It's kind of nice that they've included that in a competitive tournament and given you the two different rankings.
I really rate it, though. I think it's the best way. Like, some people say you can't get the best of both, but I think they do with this. I think at the end of the day, you celebrate the kind of hobby while also still celebrating the best players. And I think that's amazing, because as the best players, Mikey, Adam, they get recognition on ITC. They get a real, whack of ITC points. I think Adam now is the best Custodes player in Europe or something like that as a result of his results that he's posted with Custodes up till now. So that's an amazing accomplishment for him, and obviously, well-earned accolade, and obviously Mikey gets the points for his Death Watch army. So that's all amazing. But, for those of us who still like go in for the kind of traditional Warhammer World kind of prestige, for us, Robert is the legit winner because he best embodied the overall hobby, great in game, but also a great person while playing them. So that's amazing. Like, that's a really positive thing. But not to just take anything away from Mikey, because Mikey played his socks off. But for context, right, Mikey came... hang on. Where are you, Mikey? He came 21st in...
People don't like him then.
Well,
he
got one favourite game vote and no favourite army votes.
But I guess if I was going to say if you're smashing people on the table, that would explain it. But obviously, Robert is that sort of person that did similar, but got loads. I think some people have just got it. You've got it. You always get the game votes. I think, you've just got. Some people just have it, right? How many did Adam get then?
One. So he came 31st.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
It says something about the competitive players, maybe.
Well, I mean, our mate Dean, who is a very competitive player as well, he came 5th overall with free favourite player, free favourite army. So he had one less favourite game vote than me, but he had 2 more favourite army votes, which is amazing again. And he went 4-2, and his army was pretty lethal. It was a Chaos Space Marine army filled with obliterators, which are mad. This is the thing. It was funny, actually, because I was with Simon, and he was like, oh, how many favourite army or game votes did I get? And I think, sadly, Simon got 0 of both. Where is he? Simon, he won 4, lost 2, and got no favourite game votes and no favourite army votes. And he came away from the thing going, oh, I wish I didn't know now. It feels kind of bad.
I mean, we've definitely been in that situation before where there was the feel bad of not getting any votes or not getting many votes or as many as you thought you might do. But I think that's inherent in it, and it's sort of almost made worse by the fact there's 6 games, because each person gets like 1 vote for best favorite game and favorite army, and you've played 6 other games, or 6 games in total. So in theory, you've only got a 1 in 6 chance of getting a vote off of for each of those things. So, it's not easy to get any votes at all. So there are going to be some people with loads because for whatever reason, they've just got a great personality, I guess, or a great army. They're going to have more than, they're the Chad armies, basically, of the world, because they're going to have a really great looking army that everyone's drawn to. So there are going to be losers in that. And that is a shame, but I feel like the balancing mechanic and the way of celebrating the hobbies, worth it. And actually, it sort of encourages me to want to go to another one of these events. Now I know it's probably not as bad as I was maybe thinking it was going to be, because it's got other elements to it that isn't just the competitive tournament. There are people going with interesting, nice armies, and they are celebrating the hobby. And they've always celebrated the painting side of things. Although I do miss, I have to say, the cabinets where they would have, the best vehicles, best heroes, best units, stuff like that, because they did away with that a few years ago and they've never brought it back. I do always miss those, but it's great that they're doing best overall at these tournaments. That's great news.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I genuinely think there is something for everyone in that context, but I also think, it's a reasonable thing to assert that being someone who comes away from these events having not scored. Because the thing is, like, Simon's army is actually really beautifully painted. His Custodian's army is really great. I always really love playing against Si. I think he's a really great dude. So I was surprised, as I'm sure he was, that he didn't get those votes. Like, fair enough, like Adam getting one vote given, the distance he went. I'm almost certain that the one favourite game vote he probably got was from Mikey, and I imagine that the one favourite game vote Mikey got was from Adam, because their game was looking amazing. But that's the thing, like, I always have a great time playing against Adam, I always have a great time playing against Si, I have a great time playing against Dean, I have a great time playing against most people. So it is a shocker when you see Si in particular not getting sort of recognition for that. And you do feel for him in that situation. Where did Richie come? That's a question I didn't find out.
He told me in the chat he came rock bottom.
Oh yeah, 62nd.
Yeah, but he dropped his last game because, as we mentioned,
that's right. Yeah, God, he disappeared.
He's in Vienna now. I assume we're allowed to say he's on holiday, basically.
Yeah, he left.
So he had to get home early. So, and I'm not surprised if it overran. I could imagine that he would have been stressing out while waiting for Adam and Mikey to finish their game if he knew he had to get home and travel the next day. So probably for the best. And it's a bit of a shame. And I assume he would have scored slightly higher had he got to do his last game.
Oh, totally. I think had he actually played all 6 games, he probably would have done considerably better. But
out of interest, was the scoring done on victory points for each game, or was it just win-losses?
Win-losses.
Okay.
Win-losses. In Best Coast pairing, game score was used to denote overall placings for Best Coast pairing, but not for the overall scores. In overall, it's just wins and losses.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, there you go. That's us having talked about a Warhammer World event yet again. We hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. It was a good time. Hopefully see you at the next one, wherever that may be. I don't think we have anything on the books for a while yet.
No.
Age of Sigmar doubles again in January, I'm told.
Ooh, that's exciting. There's Age of Sigmar Path to Glory in, I think, October, November. But tickets aren't on sale yet, but I'm keeping an eye out for that because I think that could be good fun based on how much effort they put into the last one by the looks of it. Yeah, there's no other events that we've sorted out, but we need to start sorting them.
I'm waiting to see what the options are in December. I always love a December one. It's a lovely way. It's a lovely part of the Christmas celebrations. It's become like my, I don't know, Christmas play. Going up to Nottingham for a weekend over Christmas is the best.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Although last year we ended up with the one in January, so it was like sort of almost like New Year's celebrations, but all the same, somewhere in December, January will be appreciated. But yeah, I've got London Grand Tournament doubles. I'll probably end up doing a few of the indie events that me and the Brawl guys do. So that'll probably be the mix, really. I can't really see myself doing too much more this year. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I really enjoyed the event. So I'm keen is essentially where I can leave that.
Nice.
So there you go. Well done, Warhammer World. You have made me, reinvigorated me. I am 40k once more. So there we go.
Fantastic.
I know, good times. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about Space Marines. That's right, everyone. You've been asking us what our thoughts are on the Astra Militarum Index. And as a result, we've done Imperial Knights and now Space Marines. It's not my fault, I have to say. It's entirely your fault, isn't it, Phil?
It's the long tease is what we're doing. Yes, in part is my fault, but
part, it's entirely your fault.
Yes, it is. I want to do a little bit more, deep diving, a bit of research before we talk about it, but also because we talked about your Warhammer GT result, because the winner of that GT was Space Marines, it felt like it was much more fitting to talk about Space Marines this episode, and then we'll get on to Astra Militarum next episode.
I also felt like it was quite fitting because we are aware that Space Marines will cease to be an index very soon.
Exactly. So pump out that short-lived content as quickly as possible.
Well, I think what was interesting for me potentially was more opportunity to speculate on what those differences could be as we go forwards into Codex Space Marines, what kind of system mechanics or what kind of changes we might see. And yeah, that kind of thing was kind of compelling as well. But not least, obviously, as well, as you've highlighted, there were 2 Space Marine armies that did very well at the Golden Ticket event. That was obviously Mikey with his Death Watch. And there was another individual whom I've forgotten the name of, but they were playing with Space Wolves. So there were 2 Marine lists that, represented themselves well, neither of which were vanilla Marines, it's fair to say. Both were obviously special adaptations of Space Marines. We will do our very best to talk about the broad spectrum of Space Marines, because obviously Space Marines is not just a codex in isolation. It incorporates Black Templars, the Blood Angels, Dark Angels, the Space Wolves, and then a myriad of different smaller chapters, air quotation marks, with their own individual characters and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of different variety within Marines. So it's going to be an interesting kind of broad debate on how they've been doing, what our general feels are towards them. Myself and Phil have played either against or with a good amount of Space Marines across the span of the last couple of months. So we felt like there was a bit more of an opportunity for a bit of a back and forth dialogue because, again, on the Astra Militarum Imperial Guard side of things, the ball sits firmly in Phil's court, and he does not yet feel comfortable that he knows quite enough about the Guard, despite having played at least 6 games with them so far.
No, I know, exactly. But I feel like the army build that I've gone for is a very niche one.
That's true.
And not necessarily representative of...
It's because you didn't buy all the new stuff, Phil. That's what they want you to do.
Exactly. It's like I don't have a lot of... Well, it's because I always fundamentally had a Krieg army, which was never really just an Astra Militarum army. It's a bit like saying, let's talk about Death Watch when Space Wolves also exist. It's like they're not exactly the same, but there's a lot of similar core values and units between them.
No, that's fair. So there you go. I think we've perfectly described why Phil is letting down all of our, diehard Astra Militarum Krieg fans. As long as the blame firmly sits where it is supposed to be,
okay.
I don't mind. So look, Space Marines. Everyone's got Space Marines, or at least that's the thing that people say. I actually know a few people that don't have Space Marines, would you believe it? I don't think I've necessarily ever encountered anyone who hasn't played them at some point, because I think ultimately Space Marines are such an obviously... Is the ubiquitous term appropriate in this context?
Yeah.
They're everywhere, aren't they? It's basically, if you are getting into this hobby, you will almost certainly find yourself in possession of at least some Space Marines. All of the, tools that Games Workshop, or the levers that Games Workshop pull to try and lower the barrier to entry for new players, all heavily rely on Space Marine kits. It's, if you want to get Conquest magazine, the current, monthly, weekly mag that gives you loads of stuff. Imperium, sorry, yeah, that was it. That
Conquest was the old one. But again,
right,
both Space Marine themed.
Exactly.
You want to buy a painting starter mini, or you want to go into Warhammer store and get a freebie 40k miniature, that will also always be a Space Marine. Yes, everything starts and kind of ends with Space Marines.
Although, obviously, they do different free models of the month, don't they? And each of those free models of the month can sometimes not be Space Marines.
Yes, although it seems like they've just de facto defaulted to an Infernus Marine now, it seems.
In perpetuity?
That's what it feels like they've implied, because it was the model of the month, but now I think I don't know if there's now a different model of the month, but it feels like that model has now become the generic Space Marine that you'll get when you come in, maybe. You get the Vindicator Stormcast. So those are the two ones that you can just always get. I think
the model of the month at the moment is a selection of Auric Warclan stuff.
Oh yes, yeah, it might be.
Yeah. Actually need to go and grab one of those. So you can always do with more Auric Warclans.
Well, I'll try my best to find a Warhammer store and grab one for you.
Exactly. Need more of those bone splitters. That's what it's all about. Anyway, so yeah, Space Marines, they are the thing that if you are into this hobby, you probably like them or have an opinion on them, as do we. So to date, Phil, we may as well talk about briefly at least our kind of own history with Marines, just to kind of give people a kind of reassurance that we do know what we're talking about. I've been playing Space Marines since, second edition, I suppose. I mean, if we want to be literal with it. I think across the span of second, I never really properly played Marines, though. I just had a few of them in my collection for all the aforementioned reasons. I massively got into Dark Angels and then Space Wolves, but never like vanilla Marines. The Codex Ultramarines never massively appealed to me. And then when third edition came around, it was hard not to be super excited about that multi-part plastic kit. That was an incredible innovation, and I did like Black Templars. I then moved on to some kind of inverse Templar army that I created myself, which was like bone armor with black shoulder pads and all that kind of stuff. So that was a really cool force that I was really happy with. And then, migrated into just a multitude of different Marine armies over the years. Black Templars have definitely consistently featured in my collection. Today I have Blood Angels, Dark Angels, Death Watch, and a Unnumbered Suns painting style that enables me to essentially use Space Marines as all different types of chapters. So I've been playing Space Marines pretty consistently, like a lot of 40k players. In fact, actually, I had a really good run with Crimson Fists as well. You'll remember that, Phil. Our early experiences knowing each other, you would probably have gone, oh yeah, Dan, he plays Crimson Fist.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
so yeah, anyway, long story short, I played a lot of Marines. I imagine Phil has historical experience with them, but I suppose he will enlighten us.
Yes, so I would have said I had a more recent edition of Space Marines, getting into Minotaurs 3 or 4 years ago now. Maybe time flies so quickly, it's hard to tell. We started off doing a 1,000 point Marine project, and I'm still working on it to this day. Although I have completed the 1,000 points, I'm still trying to get to 2,000 points with my Minotaurs. Obviously, a love of a Forge World chapter. But then going back into the mists of time, there actually have been instances that I kind of forgot about where I did also collect Marines. Prior to Minotaurs, in the more recent history, in like 2014 to 2020, I did start buying a couple of Death Watch kits, but they never literally came off the sprue. So they were a project to still always do. And that was when the new Death Watch plastics came out. And then going back into the earlier editions, and one that I kind of completely forgot about until I was rummaging around in my parents' loft once more, where I discovered I actually had an entire Legion of the Damned army. I wouldn't say an entire army, at least 2 units, a captain, a tech marine with a custom graviton gun that I'd kit bashed. I think some kind of priest using Mephiston, the old metal one, and a dreadnought that I'd also highly converted up as well. And that was my reasonably sized Space Marine force that I guess would have been around 94, 96. So I assume 3rd edition. It could have been late 2nd edition. I'm not entirely sure. And then definitely 2nd edition, I had the old Grey Knight Terminators, a squad of 5 that accompanied my squats and my Astra Militarum army that I had around that time. So yes, surprisingly, I've collected Space Marines for longer than even I thought I had been collecting Space Marines for.
That is the weird things, as I say, about the kind of ever-present nature of the Space Marine army is that, yeah, it's so hard not to have collected them in some way, shape or form at some point. I remember way back when they did there was a White Dwarf article, basically, of how to convert your very own Legion of the Damned army. I think it was in 2nd edition, and they showed you conversion tips on basically you would take one of the chaplain minis and essentially cut off its Crozius and replace it with a power sword, and that was essentially like the main conversion for making a captain, which was, you know, pretty fantastic. They do actually have, or am I wrong in this assertion? Did they not add Legion of the Damned to Legends?
Yes, in Legends they've come back, much to the pleasure of Richard's, definitely, because he, for a time in, I think, 7th edition, was had at least one squad, if not 2, of Legion of the Damned. I've always loved the idea of redoing them. And it's a shame. It feels like it's one of those missed opportunities of one of those very iconic, classic Space Marine chapters that could just come back as a 1 or 2 box set bolt on, because I guess they would work in the same way as Imperial Agents. So yeah, it feels like it'd be a great thing for them to revisit.
I'm sure they are. I mean, obviously Games Workshop have made a very real habit out of essentially going back into their, you know, old established beloved ranges and bringing back, you know, miniatures that, you know, have been popular in the past. I'm just trying desperately to find these Legion of the Damned rules amongst the many pages of their
I guess it would be under the Space Marine Legends, I would assume.
Yeah. I've got that open at the minute. I'm just trying to Venerable Dreadnought, Rhino.
Control F, do a little search for it.
Yeah, could do the Control F.
If only Legends were in the app and that you could search for it that way, wouldn't that be something that'd be nice?
You can't. I might be having a dyslexic moment and forgetting how to spell Legion properly.
Legion.
Yeah. Apparently not. Oh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I can't find them in here. I thought they were in here. That would have been a fun thing.
I'm sure they were. Maybe we can try digging them out later.
Exactly. We'll try and find them later. It'd be nice and entertaining to speak to them as a force. May have been legend, but never forgotten in that sense. But I digress. So look, I mean, all things. Oh, here we go. I randomly found them.
No, brilliant. Is it because it's not alphabetical?
No, it's because they're called Damned Legionnaires. And they're in the Imperium Index.
Oh,
well, they're not in the Space Marine, the Adeptus Astartes one. They're
what's in the Imperium one then?
Oh, things like Caleb Cullen, the Risen, and all of those like old Forge World characters.
No, okay, yeah, because they're not Forge World models, so it seems odd. But maybe that's just the generic chapter specific stuff goes in there because they are chapter specific.
What's interesting about them, though, right, is they are. It's interesting. Their faction is assigned agents. Does that mean that they are?
So I think they are agents of the Imperium. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what they call an agent of the Imperium these days? Well, there you go. So Damned Legionnaire is movement 5, toughness 4, 3+ armor save, 4+ invulnerable save, which is always great.
So only a 5 5-inch move.
Only a 5-inch move, yeah. Leadership's 6 and OC 1. They come with all of the kind of normal guns that you would expect. Grim Spectre, in your shooting phase, after this unit has shot, select one enemy unit hit by one of these attacks. That enemy must take a battleshock test. So they basically force battleshock tests. But that's it, really. They've just got deep strike. So they're basically a tactical squad with a 4-up invuln save, less OC, less movement. And yeah, that's basically the whole vibe of this unit. It's a 4-up invuln tactical squad that deep strikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fun and kind of exactly what you got before in terms of what they were always historically doing in terms of being able to deep strike, always having a bit of an invuln save or feel no pain. I guess the tactic is you would drop them down and just shoot your opponent, try and either off their objective or enough that they would fail a battle shock, so you can, get a score, score more in terms of victory points, maybe. That turn.
But it used to be, though, didn't it, that their bolt guns were, I think they used to have like
flaming
AP4,
or something.
AP3 bolt guns? Or
yes, they used to be better bolt guns for sure.
Or they ignored cover or something like that. I was hoping I was going to read this entry and be like, "Ooh, we should all get a unit of Legion of the Damned going," even though it's Legends. I suppose one of the other little interesting tactical nuances is to them versus a tactical squad is you can take them in a 5-man unit, which might offer you some opportunities. But I mean, again, obviously, as has been established, this isn't available for competitive play. But given that most of us don't play competitively most of the time, there is a big part of me, Phil, I can't lie, that is tempted to add a Legion of the Damned squad back into my collection because there's something so cool about the Legion.
Yeah. Well, as part of my Darren Latham 90s Space Marine Challenge, I was going to paint one up, and then I did realise I'd probably had enough of those old 2nd edition Space Marines that weren't mine, they were gifted to me by a friend a long time ago, that I could actually do a little retro squad. Not necessarily use them, but yeah, I still think it'd be fun to do a Legion of the Damned, like just a unit. I think that's all you need. You don't need to go full on into an army. That'd be mad.
No, that would be pretty bananas. Wait, I mean, obviously you could do a paint scheme though that essentially has it as your whole army, but it just wouldn't be. You could call it Legion of the Damned. It just wouldn't have Legion of the Damned specific rules.
Yes, yeah. You could just go, this is my Space Marine army with the, the Gladius Strike Force, and they look like Legion of the Damned, but aren't using the Legion of the Damned rules. And that way you can get all the cool characters, you can convert up, you can go mad with your conversions.
This is it. Perchance what I should do is get myself the one of the Space Marine Heroes tactical squads that I've got, and then consider doing a little bit of conversion work on it. Although I imagine if I did Legion of the Damned, I'd probably just do the black armor with the orange pin washers, as it were. Where it's like the molten inside on the.
That's an interesting, different take on them. Yeah. Or you could just do the classic paint on the flames and paint on like the bone, so you're not sculpting anything new, which is much like how some of the original Legionnaires would look like.
Yeah. Anywho, that's all that said. Let's get back into the topic of Space Marines, shall we? Because it does feel like that requires more attention in that sense. By the way, though, just to finish off the point, a unit of 5 Legion of the Damned are 90 points, Phil.
Seems pretty good.
It doesn't seem too terrible. Anyway, so Space Marines, if we were to identify the key strengths of Space Marines, the main things that we kind of see as the big positives of them, I think the 3 things that I would single out for Space Marines, and obviously I invite you, Phil, to respond. I would say, first of all, obviously, it is the variety. There are few armies within 40k, in fact, no armies in 40k with the breadth of content available to players as Space Marines. There is so much stuff in Space Marines that they are throwing away old things at the moment. There is such a bloat.
We've got too much stuff.
That is it, and as a result, you have so much choice in terms of what you want to do to bring Space Marines to life on the battlefield. And that has only now become even more so with the advent of multiple years of Primaris. I mean, since obviously Primaris now in its 7th year of existence, the range has just increased so humongously, to the sense that now it's not just dudes in regular power armor. You've got guys in stealthy power armor. You've got guys in bulky power armor. Yeah, you've got the regular kind of ones in the middle. Then you've got different kind of blade guard variants of those, which are, equipped slightly differently. Again, the way that they've just kind of, massively expanded the flexibility of the range, that is clearly its biggest positive, is the fact that there's just so much choice. I don't think you could isolate any other feature of Space Marines that is bigger and more impressive than that.
No, I was going to say versatility is because you get the tactical flexibility and the Swiss Army knife approach to an army that can do kind of absolutely everything, really, like that you can think of within the game. They have units that can do it, whereas a lot of armies do sort of specialize. So you get more close combat focused, more shooting focused. They can kind of do everything. And while that's not an outright sort of positive in terms of a power level, it's not like, oh my God, they're the best shooting army in the game. It's like they're the all-rounders, and the choice is part of their power level, so to speak.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's it. It's like I think the thing that is really strong, and again, right, we acknowledge that other ranges have a lot of choice. Eldari have a lot of choice. Tau even have like 40k armies are just, filled with riches in terms of what they can do. However, one of the things that's different, say, about Tau is that, say, Tau lean into a specific archetype overall, which is shooting, and most of their stuff is good at shooting. A few of their things have some combat potential, but what's difficult is that the army isn't able to kind of galvanize itself, or rather kind of, rally itself around that concept in the same way Space Marines are. Because with Space Marines, if you want to go heavy hitty shooting, there are multiple units that will fulfill that function. So you can lean into that and build that as your archetype. If you want to go into mobility, into hard hitting melee, there are multiple units that perform that function. So that is really where it becomes super interesting. So they aren't necessarily as well equipped as an army like, say, Tyranids at being combat focused, because Tyranids have a great many more combat focused units than Space Marines do. But Space Marines have enough that if you wanted to do it, you can do it, and you can do it well. And ultimately, within the economy of competitive 40k, even with NIDs who have lots of options to do kind of, a combat orientated gameplay option, they themselves will always gravitate towards the strongest ones anyway. Are Marines, in possession of the best when it comes to combat? Probably not. Are they in possession of the best when it comes to shooting? Probably not. But they've got enough of everything to make it interesting. Noting that obviously the Desolation squad is still rather powerful, and potentially is the best of the best in terms of shooting right now. So maybe that statement is incorrect as it stands today.
There's always a couple of, because there's so many of them, and there's also that addition of Forge World stuff, although that's now less so because a lot of that's been relegated to Legends. But it does mean invariably there's one or two very good Space Marine units. Just by almost the law of averages, there's bound to be a slightly broken unit in there, because there's so many of them. There's bound to be in comparison to some of the other factions.
The next major strength for Marines is Oaths of Moment, in my opinion. I think Oaths of Moment is an immediately identifiable, strong faction ability. I think there are few faction abilities as strong as Oaths of Moment. I think Oaths of Moment has its limitations, but when used optimally, it is a absolutely devastating faction ability, and it is immediately understandable. And I think as much as obviously what it can do in game in terms of its actual potency is one thing, But really, it's just its ease of access for players. Like, it isn't difficult to get your head around the concept of, I've pointed at that thing, now it must die. And to demonstrate that, we will be re-rolling all hits and re-rolling all wound rolls. I mean, it's a very, very, very strong ability. Additionally, it is also potentially a negative to the army because it becomes very much geared into sort of one specific idea, and the army definitely isn't as potent when it's firing upon or engaging with something that isn't oathed of moments, and there isn't enough stuff, or there will be too many things in your opponent's army that you're going to be able to optimally oaths of moment every turn. There are obviously builds that people use involving Guilliman where they're able to access additional oaths. I think there are some other characters that also give you access to additional oaths, but I can't for the life of me remember who they may be off the top of my head. But the point is that oaths of moment is strong, and whether or not it is the best of the best of the best is open to debate. But I think one of its real charms is it's just immediately understandable. And that's one of the things, actually, I suppose, more than Oaths of Moment being strong, it's easy to get your head around. I suppose that's actually probably more the point of Space Marines is they are easy to understand what they're there to do. I think they're a lower skill level army. I think people can get into them and grasp the core concept of what it is this is here to do, I suppose. It's probably more the positive of Oaths.
That's true. So if it's almost like you gave the answer before the question or something. Yeah. It's like you're playing Jeopardy. Yeah. It's like the actual answer is that they're an easy to play army as a sort of, as a faction archetype, they're an easy to play army, for the most part. And, Oaths of Moment, it distills that down and sort of shows that. And but that is the detachment ability, right? That's the Gladius Strike Force.
No, that's just all Space Marines.
Oh, is that? Oh, okay, yes. Gladius Strike
Blood
Force
Angels, Black Templars, they all get it.
Yeah, so it's the Gladius Strike Force which has the doctrines.
Correct.
And and I would say they're slightly more confusing to get your head around because it requires a bit of sort of pre-thinking in terms of how you're going to use it, especially in conjunction with certain relics and abilities that might then trigger additional effects. Because I remember the first few games, I think I pretty much ignored doctrines. Whereas Oaths was like, yeah, cool, this turn, doing this, rolling loads of dice. And there is a somewhat broken mechanic aspect to Oaths, if we're going to talk about that for a moment, where it feels like you oath something, great, you get to shoot at them in your turn, but it lasts until your next turn. So when you're overwatching, for example, it means if you're overwatching something that you've oathed, even though it's your opponent's turn, you still get to do all your rerolls, and it then means you can overwatch much more easily and stuff like that. So you get then these weird like force multiply effects that it gives you, especially if you then have additional things such as lethal hits that also trigger when you get those sixes. So you reroll to just fish for those sixes, and those extra sixes either give you sustained hits or, lethal hits, so you're auto wounding. And that is a sort of a bit of a feels bad for your opponent when you really lean into that kind of aspect of the Oaths of Moment. But it does make them feel strong. It makes them feel sort of how you expect them to be. And I guess this would be my pitch for the third archetype of them, and that's that they're quite an elite army. They're not as elite as things like Custodes or maybe Knights, but they are much more elite than, what is meant to be the baseline. If you think about more like Guard or Orcs, it's like they're pretty good at shooting. They're pretty tough because they've got their free up saves. They've got really good leadership. And they're pretty good in combat. It's like they're not necessarily the best of all of them, but they're like above the baseline for everything.
Yeah, I mean, the third thing I was going to call out is that they are an Imperium army, and being an Imperium army, again, it's kind of actually an extension of point one, which is the flexibility and the actual kind of availability of unit selection within this army. So I suppose actually, really, when I actually think about it, being Imperium is just an expansion of point one, which is you're essentially got more flexibility. But being an Imperium army means a lot in this game because it means you've got access to even greater kind of synergies. Obviously, allies have really altered in this edition, so it's not like you're going to be able to throw in Sisters of Battle or any of those kind of things, but you do obviously get access to that one Imperial Knight or two Imperial Knight armigers. the assassins, the other agents of the Imperium that you can kind of sprinkle in. That's a real positive as well, although I accept that's probably more just an expansion on point 1. So I do agree with you. I think the, Swiss Army knife kind of better than average elite status of the army is definitely one of its pluses. And it's very survivable on the whole as well. Free up armor saves are pretty respectable. And the army just has those across the board. So I think that is the thing. I think you're absolutely right. I think if we had to isolate the three positives, it's the sheer level of like choice and flexibility, the ease of access and the relative ease in which the army, the relative ease of access to the army to play it, and then ultimately its kind of elite status is really there. I think those are the three things that really make it shine. I think it's just a really interesting Swiss Army knife army. It does everything pretty well.
And in terms of their durability, it's like they've got a free up save. Obviously, it's quite easy to get a cover save.
Huge.
But also you can get Armor of Contempt, which is I think 1 CP stratagem to reduce the AP of something by 1 as well. So you can combine that with a cover save. So you can quite often, in theory, you can negate -2 AP quite easily, I think.
Yeah, totally. If we were to go over to the negatives of the army, conversely, funnily enough, strangely enough, I actually think one of its negatives, probably biggest negatives, is too much choice. I think that's actually one of its biggest problems for a lot of people is that I think getting into Space Marines, although, the army construction, all the rest of it seems good, I think Games Workshop themselves do a weird job of bringing people into the army, and they take them down these very sort of specific, kind of cul-de-sacs, as it were. So right now we're in this Leviathan step, and people are buying, Space Marines, and they start collecting boxes, and they're getting Infernus Marines, Terminators, Terminator Captains, Terminator Librarians. It's one of those sort of things now that people are kind of finding that, they're getting those kind of miniatures in their collection, but then maybe they're not necessarily the best units in the army, or maybe they don't necessarily do the best job of kind of of delivering a kind of type of style of Space Marine that people are interested in running.
Yeah, there's not necessarily good synergy between a lot of those models, I would say, and especially with something like Leviathan. It's like, you got Terminators and you've got a lot of Terminator armor stuff, which is almost like an archetype in and of itself. But then you say you've got like a Librarian, you got the Infernus Marines, you've got a Phobos Lieutenant. It's like they don't really go together in terms of like a specific play style if you want to lead into it. And I think this is what we see going forwards with the Codex when it comes to the extra detachment options. Because then you could get, I want to take all bikes because I want to lean into like a White Scars or a Raven Wing style play, and that would be quite good. And, I feel like you could do a all Gravis army or in and of itself. You've got the Standard Tacticus armor, not army. Then you've got the Phobos, which is, the lightweight scouty type stuff. You've got Gravis, which is the heavy stuff. And that's just Primaris alone. And then in addition to that, you got Firstborn stuff, which is now not really too much in the way of differentiating between the rules, but there are still mentions of it here and there. So that is quite interesting. There is almost like too much choice, and it's quite easy to have an army that just doesn't play very well because it feels like you've got to lean into a particular playstyle to do well with that army.
Yeah, and I see it all the time, right? Like the new Space Marine player or the new player with their Space Marine army rocking up to their first kind of like tournament experience is quite a regular occurrence, right? I had it at the Warhammer World Golden Ticket event. I've had it in many events. A Space Marine player with a mix of everything who I feel like has kind of been led down the garden path into thinking that this is a great army. I've got some tanks. I've got some, Centurions. I've got some Infernus Marines. I've got this, that, and the other. I've got all this stuff that I've collected, and I've kind of been led, as I say, into this sort of cul-de-sac and made into sort of believing that these things have got viability or that they're good. But the problem is that because the army you see it all the time, mostly with Space Marines. You always see like the new Space Marine person who's got like the sort of quintessential Space Marine units that are the kind of flavor of Games Workshop's marketing month or 3-year cycle. And it was always that thing, because you always sort of feel bad for that person, because not that they're not enjoying themselves, not that they're not getting a lot out of the hobby, but I often find that, you know, I've had this so many times where I've played people at events and they've got that thing where they just sort of realize that, oh, I get it. The army I have is just not fit for purpose. It doesn't actually hang in this kind of environment. And it would be fair enough if that was exclusively true for competitive play, but I find a lot of the time, even in like local scenes, you always come up against the guy who's got his new Space Marine army, and it's always that thing where it's like, and again, I'm not necessarily saying I'm rocking up to, you know, club nights bringing silly armies. I try and mix it up, but you always sort of feel like they feel like they've been promised more than the army can actually deliver. It always seems like they're like, these are Space Marines, they're amazing. I've got this, and they've got all flamers, and they're like, all right, cool. Shoot me with those flamers, and like, yeah, burn you, and you're like, cool, win me on 6s, and that.
Yeah, because I was going to say, it's probably more of a competitive level stuff, but you are right. I think overall, throughout history and editions, Space Marine power level has never been that high. They've always been on average. Yeah, they've on average just been average. Like they've been good. Sometimes they've been really good, like the end of 8th edition was very strong.
Extraordinary.
They were
they were super good.
That was the heights of crazy broken. And as we've said, there's always been the odd 1 or 2 units that if you lean into are very powerful and very strong. Contemptors have always been historically one of the boogeymen, especially with the Volkites, stuff like that. Or the Leviathans have always been very good. Often, you know, sometimes the odd Forge World Mini. So yeah, they do have a bit of a habit of just not necessarily being as competitive as maybe other armies, but that might also be because there's so many unit choices again. So if you lean into the competitive elements, then you will have a more competitively viable army. Yeah,
100%. I just think that's the thing with Marines. It's like, yeah, there is a lot of choice, but I think a lot of people are always guided into sort of, again, it's almost like they're kind of representing a version of the game that doesn't exist in reality, where people think they take a little bit of everything and it all work out pretty well. But unfortunately, the game, at least for the most part, even in a non-competitive sense, relies on certain synergies, and you do need to kind of, you know, certain units will perform certain functions. But yeah, the idea that, I don't know, you could take like an assault squad and it's going to over-index for you. It's going to, you know, go in there and overperform. It's like, well, not if it's not backed up by the right kind of stuff, you know. It's you know. But again, it's a good learning curve army for people. I think it's a good place to be, and it doesn't take too much a lot of the time to take your collection and turn it into something more, you know, competitively viable. Not that that's the be all and end all. I love when people kind of create expressive armies that tell stories or lean into certain lore. I think that's amazing. But the truth is, if you want to kind of have a more kind of expressive, more kind of general army vibe version of Space Marines, I think Horus Heresy probably actually offers you a bit of a better way of getting the most out of those kind of, you know, sort of bog standard Marines. Although even then in Horus Heresy, it all just becomes about the super elite stuff again as well. So again, it's, I mean, I suppose actually I should check myself really there, because Horus Heresy is probably worse, because in that regard, the tactical Marines are just completely cannon fodder. Whereas, yeah, now it's it's interesting. And that was going to be my second point in terms of one of the weaknesses with the army is, and it's not really a weakness with the army, but it is, again, one of those things that's sort of weird, is that I think Marines suffer the most in this new edition and this new force organization, or lack thereof, side of things, because they, as a range, have more stuff that has been troops at some point, and is kind of tooled down accordingly. And although I know that you can obviously just spam or go into the big elite things, a lot of people have intercessors, a lot of people have tactical Marines, a lot of people have assault intercessors, a lot of people have scouts, a lot of people have incursors, a lot of people have interceptors, not interceptors, infiltrators. You know, like all these things have been troop choices at one point. I mean, good God, assault squads were troop choices once upon a time. and they're kind of geared accordingly. So a lot of their equipment sort of lacks any real potential kind of punch, as it were. It's like, if you go over to other kind of newer elite army units that they've added, you look at things like Blade Guard. Blade Guard are obviously that kind of punchy, or at least they were in 9th edition, quite good at killing elite infantry style unit. You look at things like, the Eliminators, like some of the new Primaris stuff does sort of deliver on that, on some of those things. But I think the range has a lot of, not redundancy in it necessarily, but I'm just struggling to understand why anyone now is taking things like intercessors, for example. Like I sort of, it's an intriguing time because a lot of their stuff is just armed with really underwhelming weapons that sort of, I don't know, it's just weird, man. Like, intercessors confuse me now. Like, in an edition where you don't need to take them, why would you ever take them? I guess is where I'm going with that.
I mean, I like them just because they're the quintessential Space Marine.
But they're not, Phil. The quintessential Space Marine is a tactical Marine.
Oh, I knew you would say that.
Well, it's true, though, Phil. It's true.
That's true, but in modern era Space Marines are
still tactical Marines.
It's but I take
Heavy Intercessor, for example. Why would you ever take that?
Because it looks cool. Gravis.
It does look really cool. I will give you that. It looks really cool. But again, this is the thing with it. Right?
But I guess if there's other choices, and maybe that is something that needs to be worked on, like the reason to take troop choices. And I think that you could say that about any army, I would say. But in a way, one part of Space Marines, and this is less to do with building, it's more like sometimes the army can feel very bland, like a generic army doesn't really have much in the way of theme. Obviously you've got things like Death Watch or Space Wolves, which are much more characterful and flavorful, and you can lean into it. But when I was trying to get behind my Minotaurs and come up with some like history or some names for the characters, like it took me a really long time to like delve into like some homebrew lore in my head to come up with these ideas or ways of expressing who they were, because obviously they're kind of Greek style warriors, Spartan-esque, 300. But it's like, but beyond that, what should they have? What should they look like? What kind of conversions can I do to make them look interesting? And I think that was one of the reasons why I never really got into Space Marines for a really long time, because I just thought they were really bland and boring. And it's like, because they're just not as easy to get behind in terms of like a concept, whereas to me it's like Guard is like lots of tanks, they're the poor little humans, a bit like Caesar Sigmar, and that's much more easy to appeal to because they're a lot more humanized. Elves are, space wizards, you can find some cool themes there as well, whereas it feels like Space Marines are just generic warrior that's nameless. And that's kind of it. So I feel like that is a downside, but less to do with the actual how you play with them on the tabletop.
Yeah, I'd say I agree with everything you say there. And I think actually the third and final point I will probably raise in terms of their negatives is I feel like this edition has probably done Space Marines dirty with how their characters are treated. I appreciate that captains have really performed well because they give you access to free stratagems, and I understand that there are some, meaningful unit buffs, but really characters in this army just are only unit buffs. And I think, this is true, I suppose, of most armies in 10th edition 40k, but it feels most substantial in the confines of Space Marines because Space Marine heroes, Space Marine characters are supposed to be these heroes of legend. And I can't really think off the top of my head, and I've played a bunch of games, I've played against a bunch of Space Marine armies. I can't really think of a time now where I've kind of had any real kind of sense of gravitas or concern for a character in a Space Marine army in 10th edition. I think the characters in this edition, certainly in Space Marines, have just become elaborate squad sergeants that give specific buffs, and it feels like a real shame because in 9th edition a lot of Space Marine characters felt like they had like a presence. They felt like they were doing something really useful. They felt like they were actually very durable or very powerful in different ways. But in 10th, it's just, they feel pretty pathetic, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like them being bolt-ons to units is potentially a problem with a lot of armies. But yeah, with Space Marines, where they were much more like independent characters of old, where they could be running around on their own, right? And although you might have a bodyguard with them for like lookout serve purposes. But now when you're looking at them to include in your army, you're predominantly looking at their ability, to see what it does. And that ability invariably just buffs another unit. So you're looking at that ability, how it synergizes with another unit that you probably want to take. Like, I like Blade Guard. What else am I going to take to buff that Blade Guard unit? That's sort of how you now look at them. Whereas before, you used to be like, let's look at its attack profile. Let's look at what cool custom weapon it's got and what extra abilities it could be. And you'd be like, oh, wow, this guy is going to be a monster in combat. And that's kind of why you took them. Or it would have like an army-wide bonus or a buff to your army, but not necessarily now in the same way. So before it always felt like, as you say, yeah, more of a character. And I feel like in addition to that, and again, this is a flavor thing to do with every army, but because you don't really represent individual chapters anymore, we've got the detachment style. It's like if you want to take White Scars or Imperial Fists, you do feel very generic because you've just got the same choice that everyone else has. In the past, it's like, I don't want to say Blood Angels because they've got their own thing, right? But if you want to be like White Scars, Imperial Fists, Crimson Fists, for example, they all had a special rule written for them that you were forced to take to play your army in a certain way. And because you don't have that anymore, yes, your army's got a lot more flexibility in terms of how it plays. You get a lot more choice, especially from the competitive players. And I think this is why it was done, because of feedback from those people that were like, why am I forced to play a certain way because I painted my Marines in a certain color when no one else really had that problem? But in doing so, you do sort of lose the sort of inherent thing that made your sub-faction feel special.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the fact that we're in a situation where it's a sort of hobby first type of arrangement where just because you happen to want to paint blue Space Marines, you can't now run them as Blood Angels. Like, I think that is the right decision for the health of the game. And I think ultimately it's better for hobbyists to be able to express the type of army they want in the color schemes that they want to kind of paint. But I will say this is like, I think there is something special about someone who really dives into a specific army's sort of heritage and lore within the world and then brings it to life on the tabletop in a loving way. I think there's something really awesome about that, and I really support that. I'm in favor of it, but equally, I am very pro this new kind of approach from GW where they're like, you can run, blue Space Marines as whatever you want to run them as. I'm in favor of that massively. But yeah, like, I think in terms of character or characters specifically, I think Space Marines really feel like one of those armies where, it kind of loses a little something. Like, say for example, you put Marnius Calgar into an army. Like, he feels like one of the stronger ones because he gives you an additional CP, so that's pretty meaningful. He's got like 6 wounds. He's got his bodyguards. He's an interesting dude, right? Like, he adds quite a lot of value. You can put him in a good variety of squads, so he can go in aggressor squads, assault intercessors, blade guard, eradicators, heavy intercessors, infernus squads, intercessor squads, or stern guard veteran squads, right? So he can go in a lot of stuff, right? But really, you're probably looking at it going, it's either blade guard or aggressors because of his kind of archetype. I'd probably lean into aggressors personally because they kind of fit the whole kind of like double fist squad. But, again, that's more of a kind of stylistic choice. But even then, movement wise, he's not super quick. I mean, he's movement 6, which is pretty respectable, although I think the aggressors are movement 5. So the point is like, yeah, he's fine and he's probably okay, but like, I'm not massively worried about him at the end of the day because, when he gets into combat, he's got, 6 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 8, -3 damage. It's like, well, Marnius Galga runs into a tank, he's winning it on 5s. And it's that thing where you're like, oh, it's not that great, is it? It's not like
he will absolutely mulch any kind of infantry, and that's kind of
but everything does anyway in this game. I think that's the problem because everything's skewed so much onto the monsters and tanks and super heavies. Like everything mulches infantry. It's like it's and I think that ultimately is an interesting byproduct of this edition, which I guess maybe we can talk about some other time, which is that maybe this is the problem with like characters in general in this edition is it's difficult to make characters interesting because the only real characters that stand out in this edition now are the big ones. Your Bellicors, your Demon Primarchs, even like people like Lionel Johnson, I suppose. Those guys, like they have a bit of weight to them. But your bog standard infantry characters, of which the game has kind of been telling the stories of for the last 35, however long it's been, years. Like these characters feel less substantial now than they ever have. I mean, good God, Phil, when we first played this edition, you ran Khan. I mean, that was the most underwhelming experience I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I think I said it in several episodes. He's by far the worst Space Marine captain there is in the book. I'm convinced of it. Prove me wrong, internet, in the comments. He's pretty terrible and very underwhelming.
But the fact that he is that bad is a sort of damning indictment on the whole situation. It's like it's
captains
really...
are meant to be really good, and I think a lot of captains are pretty good. But in a way, there's a lot been scale creep in a way where, as you say, things like Bellicor and Primarch, sort of Primarch level is the new de facto really cool hero. So captains have sort of been left behind. They're just like, they're kind of cool, but they're no Primarch. Whereas, for a lot, back in the day, it used to be captains were the top level Space Marine model that you could own. Or captains and chapter masters, right? And even chapter masters sometimes now aren't like the be all and end all.
Well, Khan's a chapter. Isn't Khan a chapter master?
No, I don't think he is. Corso Khan, I think, is the captain of the second company. Maybe first, but he's not the chapter master.
No. The chapter master gets a bike.
Yes, one day.
Exactly. Khan is exclusively, a sidecart guy.
Yes,
that's it. That's all he gets. He gets dropped off by his mum at the battlefield, and he has to, off he goes.
Pick you up at lunchtime.
Play with the other children. So I feel like that's a pretty good appraisal of general state of play with Space Marines. I mean, in terms of the general vibe with them as an army, I mean, having played them and having played against them, my weird thing with Space Marines now, though, even though we talked about their like elite status, is just how hoardy they feel at the minute. Though I think, to me, this is a broader 10th edition gripe, but I think the points are a bit too low in places on Space Marines, and I think they kind of need to be because nothing necessarily is that strong in the army that it sort of, overperforms versus its competition. But it's very strange to see the amount of stuff you get in Space Marines now. Like, again, I talk about this probably somewhere else in this podcast, but I've been working on like Black Templar lists at the minute, and I put a load of like Black Templar stuff down, on paper in terms of like I own 2 Crusader squads, all of the named characters, a couple of extra characters, a Sword Brethren squad, right? Like, so that's like, 30 odd minis. Total points cost of all of that isn't even like 900 points. I think it came like 850 odd or whatever it was. And that's surprising to me, right? Like in a situation where you can basically build a list that features High Marshal Helbrecht, Grimaldus, the Emperor's Champion, 2 Crusade squads, all that stuff, and be like sub 1,000 points. It's like, wow, this edition really has given a lot of opportunities for people to field a lot of miniatures. And I think that's cool, I guess, if you want to kind of build and paint all that stuff. But it does sort of, I think in the case of Space Marines, kind of illustrate a problem, which is that they've kind of created a situation with Marines now where standard Space Marines probably aren't that imposing on the tabletop. And I think to make up for that, they become more numerous. But then even with their numerousness, they're not necessarily... Again, it just feels more and more now like Space Marines have really got all this choice, but you lean into very specific things with them. And I think that's a shame. And I think, where Marines are at the moment is I've enjoyed playing them, but I feel like the problem always feels like with Space Marines is that I don't know, like when I've played them and I've come up against certain lists, I just don't know what bringing sort of generic Space Marine armies with lots of Space Marines doesn't seem to really do anything in the game at the moment. I'm just a bit like bamboozled by them as an army at the minute. I'm just like, oh, cool. Basically, I have to either take loads of Desolation Marines or I have to take, I think Hellblasters are probably quite strong as well at the moment. I think they do well.
Yeah, I like them at the moment.
Yeah, like there are some things. But again, I think maybe that's the thing. They play into the missions well, actually. That was something that we probably should have highlighted as a positive, is they do quite well in the new mission structure because of their numerous models on the tabletop and the flexibility they have in terms of building in lists that like work well into the missions. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like Space Marines are an interesting one. Like I think we've been in a good spot with Space Marines lately because all throughout 9th edition, various builds of Space Marines found play. Like, Space Marines never felt like they were out of the race entirely. They just felt like they needed really skilled, like, list builders to bring out the best in them.
Mm.
But again, and I think the same is definitely true in 10th edition. But I think, like, the delta between the good and the bad is way vaster than it's ever been before. I think Space Marines are either really, really strong or not a problem. I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm being unreasonable here, but Space Marines, I love them because they're Space Marines. I think they're really cool, and I love the variety of them. And obviously, yes, you can do Space Wolves, and yes, you can do Dark Angels, and yes, you do Blood Angels, etc., etc. But yeah, I don't know. Space Marines are in an interesting spot at the minute. I find them. I want to like them more. Is the long and short of it, but something about them isn't quite chiming in the same way as it used to. I don't know what your vibe is with them at the minute, Phil. Where you at with them?
I think I have a very unique problem with them, and that's that I'm a slow painter, and it's like I just totted it up, 1,462 points of Space Marines. It used to be in 9th edition around 1,750 if I pushed my Contemptors into as relic Contemptors. But basically I've got a captain in jump pack, lieutenant, 3 10-man intercessor squads, so that's 30 models in and of itself, 3 squads of Inceptors, or 3, and 2 Contemptor dreadnoughts, which could be sorted out as relics if you were doing legends now. And that to me feels like a reasonably sized sort of kind of almost, I don't want to say classic army, but in terms of like the amount of models that you should be pretty decent, but a lot of bog standard, like just generic, the mainstay intercessors. Not tactical Marines, Dan, sorry. But that feels like a pretty decent size. And I feel like I'm sort of stuck at the moment where I need to get them to 2,000 points because that's the average that people are playing them at. And I just need to get on and paint them. And I am sort of getting to that point where it's like, oh, God damn it, I've got loads built. I've got Blade Guard. I've got Hellblasters. I've got a Redemptor and a Repulsor. So I just need to kind of crack on and paint some of it. And it's like, in terms of the games that I've played, I've probably enjoyed playing them more than my Astra Militarum army, probably because they're just a bit more straightforward to play. I've found them a bit more enjoyable. I've enjoyed certain elements of it. When we did a test game, I dusted off some Hellblasters and found them to be really good, and it seems like everyone else has found them to be really good as well. So there are some strong units in there for sure. It always seems like whatever was good last edition probably won't be good this edition. So by the time I finally get around to building something like my Blade Guard, they're just not as good as they were in the previous edition. Same with my captain. My captain was like a sort of jump pack captain, smash captain. And I was like, oh, I'll give it a go. I'll build one of those. And then it was absolutely awful by the time I finished building and painting my one in comparison to the utter meta that he was at the time.
Yeah. I mean, that's the really interesting thing as well, though, isn't it? Because Games Workshop have actually been quite nice. And I mean, I don't think they've been as nice as they could have been, but they at least have made it clear to everyone that certain units will be discontinued. And it is no shocker to me that many of the units that are being discontinued presently have very strong rules. And I think that's the actual really interesting point about Marines, is that Marines, unlike every other army, are very likely to have things sort of, rotate out of existence. And it's a really interesting time in this index period because they've been very comprehensive with what they've given rules for, and a lot of stuff is represented in here, but we already know that a lot of that stuff is going away. So we know a lot of stuff like scouts, for example, and scouts are very strong at the moment. Like they massively buffed scouts. They gave them 2 wounds, which they've never normally had. The sniper rifles are really strong. Scouts with snipers, pretty great at the moment. Now, we know that they are very likely to be replacing the scout kit with a new Primaris scout kit. That's been heavily rumored for a very long time. But the question mark is will that scout kit replace all variants of scout, or will it be basically leaning into, say, like a bolt gun, close combat variant of scout? And if that's the case, will we be seeing scout snipers? Is it possible that scout sniper kit may be unusable for a period of time, or maybe, migrated into legends? These are things that obviously are heavily kind of surrounded in speculation because we don't know for sure. But it creates really interesting situations with Space Marines at the moment, because one of the weirdest thing about the index with Space Marines is that this army, more than most, because we know the index is going to be so short-lived, it's really difficult to recommend builds or things, or to suggest to people that they need to go out there and buy certain new things or get excited for certain units, because so much of this could and will likely change, and so much of it may cease to exist. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the future has in store for Space Marines. And I suppose with that in mind, Phil, is there any one particular thing that you're most interested to see happen to Space Marines in the future? I mean, what is it for you that they need to do with Space Marines in this codex to really, excite you about Space Marines?
Oh, I think it's going to be the detachments. And I think that is probably the answer for most armies, because it will unlock so many different play styles. What would be very good, and I don't think they're going to do this, is a sort of Age of Sigma style where, depending on which detachments you take, certain units will become battle line that weren't previously. So that was a thing you were saying before about how some units have been troop choices in the past but aren't anymore, and it would be great to see that kind of come back. So if you did want to take a lot of one particular style of thing, you will be able to do that again, or just that they'll be a bit more useful in some way. But battle line now just means you can take more of them, so it's not as meaningful as before, where it meant it got objective secured. But yeah, I'd just love to see what different play styles you're going to be able to lean into. I assume there'd be one with lots of bikes. It'd be cool to see one that's very close combat focused. Be great to see a very tank heavy one, or a specific Phobos one, a Gravis one, that sort of thing. And, a couple of all-rounders as well, in addition to the Gladius Strike Force that we've currently got.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think obviously the formations are going to be, or rather the kind of detachments are going to be massively important. I agree that what we need to see is some kind of battle line benefit, and then ultimately characters that unlock certain choices. I think that would be one of the most interesting things you could do with Marines, is basically make it that different warlords unlock different options or different HQ choices, have different kind of almost
cool.
Different tech trees almost, where it's this is the specialism or whatever, and you can choose your kind of your general kind of build based on that. So, because I actually think that would be quite fun, and actually, again, if done in the right kind of way, could be really interesting. If actually what certain characters did or certain warlords did was lock out certain options, because I think actually, if you were in a situation where taking a certain character opened options, but also made other options unavailable. I think that could be a really interesting twist on the concept in terms of list building, and how you kind of approach that. And then also kind of add a bit of unique flavor to each of the different armies. But again, I think at the moment, like, the thing for me with Space Marines is that what I want to see with them really is just a kind of like, just an overall just kind of clarification on what the situation is with the Firstborn going forwards, as it were. I think we all understand now the kind of statement of intent that is happening here. I think, is this the edition where you pull the trigger and make tactical squads and intercessor squads the same thing? They haven't done it yet in the index, but is this the edition? Do they just pull the trigger? Because the fact is that they've gotten rid of assault squads, they've gotten rid of scout squads. They've confirmed they're going. They've gotten rid of bike squads, and they've confirmed that you basically, if you own those bikes, just run them as outriders. They've gotten rid of attack bikes, and they're basically saying run them as ATVs. They're getting rid of land speeders and saying run them as storm speeders. So I feel like you're so far down that road already. Is this the time? Just to, like, because right now, like, is this the time to do it? And is there an argument for you still leaving tactical squads in the book at this point? I understand Devastators, because you're not going to change Devastators overnight. But Terminators, they've already updated as well, right? And it's pretty evident that they're going to give us a new multi-part Terminator kit. So the question is it really worth holding on to Firstborn right now?
That's a real tricky one, because when Primaris first came out, they made it so, and it was a deliberate design choice. Jez himself, I'm sure, said it, that they were filling unique tactical roles that weren't there in the existing range. It was like the intercessors came out, they all had bolters, and that's all they had, deliberately to be different from tactical squads that had bolters plus a heavy weapon plus a special weapon plus a sergeant with a chainsword. And it's like, and Hellblasters weren't Devastator squads that could have a mix of variety of weapons. Hellblasters were like all plasma specialists. And Infernus are like that. They're all flamers. And I really liked that was meant to be drawing more on the Horus Heresy and the sort of the way that historically Space Marines back in that era were sort of built, and they were a bit more tactical, inflexible. They didn't have the flexibility that the Firstborn had. But you're right. Now they're in this weird world where they're just outright replacing Firstborn with Primaris 1-for-1, like for like. And I kind of don't like that as much, but I feel like they've just got to, right? They've gone to the point where Primaris were unique, and now they're just true scale replacements for the Firstborn. But part of me doesn't want tactical squads. I don't want to see Primaris tactical squads, because that feels like non-Primaris, if that makes sense. If you were going to do it, I would... I don't know. I'd almost like, you'd almost have to make it something special, like a veteran squad, just to represent that they're kind of old and unique, but have that tactical flexibility. I wouldn't want that to, because do you really want that plus the intercessor squads? I don't know.
Where I'm at with it at the moment is this is the thing, right? You can count on one hand, with the exception of vehicles, right? Because vehicles have managed to migrate over because they're vehicles. But like, realistically, you can count on one hand the amount of actual Firstborn units exist now that are not being replaced by new ones, right? So it's Tactical Marines, Devastator squads, Vanguard squads, right? And for all we know, Vanguard squads could go as well.
Well, because Vanguard is just jump pack
veterans, right?
Yeah. Like I would like to see them in Primaris form.
Well, it's highly probable we're going to get jump pack like intercessors,
like assault intercessors or something.
So based on that probability, will we see a veteran variant of that down the road? Definitely. Will we see people using those kits to build veteran variants? Of course we will. So But basically, yeah, you got those. And then the last outliers that I can think of are Centurions, right?
Yeah. Look, I mean, they need to go because they're a terrible kit. But I've seen some cool alternatives that people have done. So if they got the Primaris treatment out of anything, could be quite interesting. But I feel like they should never have been designed in the first place. You have Dreadnought armor. You've got your Terminators. You don't need them. And it almost was a bit like, well, aggressors were meant to be the new wave of Terminator-like Primaris, but I feel like Terminators got a pass because they're so iconic that they sort of brought them across. Do they need just a dude in a giant suit when you already have things like regular Dreadnoughts and Terminators? I don't know. Maybe not.
'Cause this is the thing, right? Like, so basically, in terms of firstborn Space Marine infantry units, there's 4 in existence right now. That's it. That's the only 4. And that's crazy considering, obviously, how many Primaris variants are. Yes, there are Relic Terminators, but Relic Terminators are just Terminators. So obviously, I suppose if you want to say Relic Terminators, I'll give you a 5th. But outside of that, that's all there is, right? And oh, yes, there is Assault Centurions, blah, 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 blah. But it's clear that like the Terminator squad is being replaced. The Stern Guard squad has been replaced. The the Land Speeder has been replaced. The bikes have been replaced. Everything is getting replaced. So at this point, do you do it or do you just go, nah? It's just tactical squads are now just intercessor squads.
Maybe, but then how could you do that without?
You just put them on the tabletop as intercessors, and then
but then you've got a heavy weapon in there.
You just go, well, that's just whatever. That just represents the overall smoosh boosh of what an intercessor squad is now. But yeah, basically in the same way as with combi weapons, it doesn't matter if I've got a combi melter or a combi plasma; it's a combi weapon.
Yeah, almost.
Maybe they change it. The intercessor with grenades become grenade becomes a thing, and that becomes a unifying language for everyone's heavy weapon. It's just a grenade.
No, I mean, maybe. It feels like what they need to do is the old world for 40k. So they've got Horus Heresy, they've got 40k. They need pre-Indomitus 40k, Badab War era, let's say, as a game range where you can play with your old Firstborn. Because it feels like Firstborn don't have a place anymore. Because you can't do Firstborn really in Horus Heresy. You can't do them really in the current timeline. You need something in between the two where you can be like, cool, got my Firstborn Marines, I can play with them. That's what they need to do.
I just think that's the thing, though, where we're at with it now. Is like, it's quite clear that what they did when they created the Primaris concept was a mistake. Because it's clear, and they knew it, right? Like, they knew it because I was watching interviews with Jez Goodwin from 6 years ago, where he said, I'm working 6 years out. So he was making the Terminator kits when they launched 8th edition. He was making the Stern Guard kits. He was making the Outriders and all of this stuff, all of this stuff was being made. They knew that where it was going eventually because they worked so far out as a design studio. The Primaris decision was a mistake in terms of the narrative. Now, I understand a lot of people would be annoyed because Space Marines, blah, 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 true scale, all this. But the fact is it would have just been more sensible. And it would have made this whole thing a lot less messy now because where we're at the moment is that, we still have to...
You've got the problem of you've got intercessor squads and tactical squads, which are very equivalent of each other, but also slightly different to the point where you can't just run them as each other. Whereas if they had come out and gone, here are... let's still call them Primaris Marines, but it's a tactical squad that's bigger and better. But it's exactly the same, like WYSIWYG weapon options. That would make the transition much easier. Yes, you've got the odd discrepancy of, okay, if I'm buying some of these new stuff and I've got some of the old stuff, the scale is off. But that's always the case with an army. And it's like, even now that they're doing the 1-for-1 replacements with the Imperial Guard army, with the Orcs, stuff like that. So you get that weird scale creep happening to an extent. It's just most noticeable with Space Marines.
I thought, by the way, I thought of an arguably actual fifth squad that is still firstborn, which is the command squad as well. Because I don't think the command squad's going anywhere. Oh no, it is, isn't it?
No, it is going. That went.
Yeah,
They're saying that's going to Legends, but many of the characters within it have their own representation.
Yeah, their Primaris representation.
Yes, the Tech Marine and the Company Champion, which is
Yeah,
a
the
weird
standard
one
or the
because the
ancient.
Company Champion they said was Legends, and then the Primaris Company Champion went to Legends, but then weirdly it got an index data sheet. So whether it, because did it ever get its? Has it ever been re-released as a kit? I don't think it has, because it was
I think they did
it. Also, not event only. It was a store anniversary model.
I get the vibe that they did do it again at some point.
They might have done a limited run.
Yeah, I think
sometime recently.
Yeah, but anyway, long story short, though, it's like, yeah, at this moment in time, there's no point. Like, I don't want to be in this situation that we're in, but we're in it, right? And it's so much easier now if you just get, like, captains are captains, whether they're Primaris scaled or Firstborn scaled. Librarians are librarians, unless they're in Phobos armor, in case they're librarians in Phobos armors. But librarians with jump packs, get rid of that unless you're going to give us a new librarian with jump pack in this new range. Same thing with chaplain with jump pack. I mean, again, that can just be a Blood Angels exclusive thing because they have a specific plastic kit that does that. And that kind of fits the archetype of why Blood Angels might have that, because it fits their identity in the same way as like wolf priests are different within the confines of within the confines of Space Wolves. This is the thing. At this moment in time, it's like really, like, from a character's perspective, there is no reason why you should continue to have like multiple different listings for a infantry captain. That is bananas.
Oh, yeah. There's so many. I would much rather them somehow gracefully integrate the armor types into character models. It's like, you got a captain. It's a captain data sheet. You can put him in Terminator armor. You can put him in Phobos armor. You can put him in Tacticus armor. You can put him in Gravis armor. And then maybe those armor types, obviously, plus or minus for save or movement, or give you the stealthy ability, or keywords. But that would, feel like you're getting the tactical flexibility of, I'm picking a guy and giving him his armor, rather than I've got 5 different guys to choose from and they're all wearing different sets of armor.
But, to that extension, though, the captain on bike, the captain, the regular firstborn captain, it's just that thing where you're like, guys, like, just, if we are literally clawing onto firstborn now because of a tactical squad, I think it's over. I think it's done. I don't think there's the horse has bolted, everyone. If all that we have left is a tactical squad, it's over. I think, I think drop pods. I think they're the only things. Or land raiders. That's a vehicle. That stuff you can integrate into the current Primaris range.
But I feel like we're at the stage now where most people who are running Space Marines, at least that go to events, very few people are running Firstborn Marines anymore.
Oh, yeah.
If you have a loving Firstborn army, all power to you.
I do.
Brilliant. Keep them, especially those people that are like, I'm doing Bad Ab War era. I feel actually more sorry for those, because a lot of people are collecting armies or have just gone, I'm starting to collect a Bad Ab era, and they want to do it correctly. They're not just doing what I'm doing and doing Primaris Marines. But then a lot of the models that they actually want to buy are being discontinued, and they're like, got to quickly suddenly get these things.
I don't feel too bad for them, in the sense that it's not like you can't continue using these. Like, Games Workshop has stated that they will let you run them, at least in the immediate sense, in the competitive scene and Warhammer World events and all that stuff. You can still rep them on the tabletop. I think. Oh,
no, I mean more just that lack of access to those specific marks of armor.
Oh, yeah.
Kits, if you want them because you want to do something, let's say, historically accurate, in air quotes. Here's the worrying thing, right? We're having this big discussion about Firstborn to Primaris. It's like, will we not just be doing this again in another 10, 20 years' time?
Of course we will.
Because we're Space Marines are popular, and this is the problem with all the armies. Like, Games Workshop need to keep creating more models, but the capacity for each army is finite. So eventually they need to redo the sculpts. And historically, the sculpts have always been good, but the new sculpts are always way better. So we don't mind that to an extent, especially when a lot of the older stuff looked very dated. But now, currently, sculpts look fantastic. 20 years' time, those sculpts arguably will still look fantastic, but maybe the technology is there where we get like little nice engraving or embossed, like the detail of those plastics could be even better, to the point where they're like going to redo the Primaris range. That is mad and a bit worrying.
Well, no, because look, here's the thing, right? Let's be realistic about this situation, right? I mean, I don't know if you knew this, Phil, but
we'll be doing Napoleonics by then, so not to worry about it.
Wait, have you ever been to Alton Towers?
Yes.
So Alton Towers right now has closed the Nemesis because they're refurbishing it, right? So Nemesis is a near 30-year-old roller coaster, which is pretty terrifying when you hear that, but there it is. And it has a lifespan. And they've had but Nemesis is such a unique attraction and such an incredible part of like the British theme park history that, rightly, in my opinion, they've chosen to refurbish it and to basically painstakingly recreate it, because that is a ride that deserves to go on and on and on, because it is a really important roller coaster. Now, the word on the roller coaster forums and so on that I don't know.
Is this what you do when you're not doing?
Mate, I love me a theme park. I love me a roller coaster.
Okay.
Anyway, the word is that Oblivion has the same problem, but Oblivion is not the same draw that Nemesis is. So the conversation is at the minute is will they do the same for Oblivion, or will they replace Oblivion with something else?
Oblivion's the one where you just drop down into a hole, right?
Yeah, drop down into a hole. It's a really iconic ride. I mean, like the engineering feat to get that thing to go underground is actually pretty substantial.
Do you know what? I don't think I mean, I know we're going a bit off topic. I don't think I ever did it. I think I did. The last time I did Alton Towers was the year, or it was like a few months before that was due to open. Because I remember seeing.
Wow, you really have not been there in a long time.
No, I haven't been in a long time.
We should do a trip to Alton Towers, you and me, mate.
Love that.
When Nemesis reopens, we'll get there. But my point is that, in the span of time, right, eventually it has to end. Like, you can't, we all accept that the Primaris situation is a product of the advancing technologies and just the reality of the passage of time, I'm sure if Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a long-going, sustainable range of action figures, as in like the original day one ones they did back in the 90s or the late 80s, I guess, they could have kept making those sculpts over and over again and sold them for 30 years. But, the reality is that, they constantly change molds or constantly change things and do that stuff. And that's just it. It's like, that's just the nature of like creating something that you're going to sell. It's like, it's the same reason why I can't now buy all the old Rogue Trader era stuff that used to be available 40 years ago, because it's just, they've moved on, and that's where it is.
But here's the thing. They don't need to. It's like they want to because they effectively want to sell you the same thing again and jazz it up. It's, the new whiter than white toothpaste, even though it's just toothpaste. It's the new formula. It's, you could still, and Games Workshop probably do have the molds, and they do it with the made to order stuff, right? There is demand for old sculpts and minis. They did made to order Steel Legion. Loads of people bought it, even though the price of it is equivalent to the modern day miniatures rather than what it was worth back in the day. So people still like retro stuff, but it's weird. I think there's a period of this model's new, looks great. Oh, this model's a bit dated, looks a bit naff. But then another 10 years, you're like, oh, do you remember that really cool, like, mini? Oh, the classic sculpt.
Yeah.
It's like it gets to the nostalgic stage where you want it again.
Yeah, of course. And that is how it works. But ultimately, how can you miss it if it never goes away? That's it, right?
Well, exactly. And I feel like things like bolt action or Napoleonics in general, for the most part, I think they've redone a few sculpts where they've had a resin kit for vehicles and they've moved it over to plastic. But a lot of the infantry always been plastic. I can't see them ever redoing and changing those sculpts, but I could be wrong. in terms of how other companies deal with it. I think Games Workshop's just in a sort of unique position, and they are always at the forefront of developing sort of plastic sculpt technology. So I'm not going to begrudge them for doing something newer and better in the grand scheme of things. But, you know, models can't get any bigger, right? The scale increases kept going up, but we're sort of at a point now where it's like, you can't go up any more because we'd be in the verging of the 54 millimeter territory and doing, you know, skirmish games.
I just think that's it, though, isn't it? And again, I'll steal this statement from someone else, though, as well. It's like if you and I were playing golf or fishing or metal detecting, like the amount of equipment we would have bought over the span of 20 years, right? Like, you know, in theory, you can still, even now, you can still run in a game a Space Marine miniature that you bought 30 years ago, right? You can still do that, you know? A second edition squad of Tactical Marines in all their monoposed glory is still legit today as it was 30 years ago. It's just the thing is, you know, I just think, but my overarching sentiment towards this, by the way, is I wish they hadn't have done this. I sincerely wish that they had done what I said, and 10th edition was Marines on Marines as the box set. I would have loved for them to actually pay off Primaris and Primaris to have created a civil war. I would have loved it. I would have loved if Lionel Johnson was leading the forces of the Firstborn against Roberto Guilliman and his arrogant, foolish Primaris project. You know what I mean? Like that as a notion would have been amazing.
Here's the thing. Splitting out Firstborn and Primaris is definitely the best thing for it. And I think most people, even if you just want...
But it's gone, though.
Space Marine
It won't happen. It won't happen. It's gone.
I know, but if they did, one, it just makes, you know, the books much more simpler. You can pick a style. But it would actually play into that... play into your Civil War thing, because now you've got your Firstborn era models that are, let's call them the bad guys, and you've got your Primaris era models, which are the good guys. Not saying that that's the right way, you know, you pick your side. But it does mean they could, with that, have the old sculpts for Firstborn. They could completely redo them, like the hero range for the Space Marine heroes. They could have resculpted all of them in a 1-for-1, like-for-like, but slightly nicer, slightly better, true scaled. And they could have still had their cake and eat it, given you Primaris, which are the new fancy high-tech Space Marines, with all the new gear and grav technology that Cool has given them. But weirdly, you would then have twice as many Space Marines, which could be what Games Workshop wants. Admittedly, that would be a logistical nightmare, I'm sure, in terms of stock space. But you've got now 2 Space Marine armies rather than just 1.
3, in fact, because you've got Chaos Space Marines as well.
Well, yes, yeah. Well, here's the thing. With Primaris, you've technically got 3 Space Marine armies in 1 because of the 3 marks of armor.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that's 3 armies in 1.
But wouldn't it have been amazing? Because again, conceptually, this concept has existed throughout 40k. Renegade Space Marines, which is basically what the Firstborn would have been. They were the ones that rejected it. And again, narratively within the world, they set it up at the start. The Black Library writers tried so hard to create like these moments. Gabriel Seth basically was like, those are Ultramarines in Flesh Terror armor. This is not the Flesh Terrors. I'm going off to basically purge until I die because this is not a world I want to be in. That was a story that they were telling about Flesh Terrors at one point, but now it's like, oh yeah, don't worry about that. That's gone away. It's like, you know, it's like...
Yeah, one of my favorite Psychic Awakening stories. It was a short story that they did on the Warhammer community website as part of the Psychic Awakening story arc, which was the end of 8th edition. What are they called? Torchbearer fleet was going to a planet led by a Custodes squad, some, you know, the Anathema Psychanas as well, Sisters of Silence. My brain engaged there for a second. They get to the planet of Space Marines that they're there to reinforce with their grey shields, or the guys now dressed up in the Space Marine armor. The planet has been completely destroyed. The the Space Marine chapter had gone renegade. And basically the Custodes goes to the captain of the chapter that they're reinforcing, and basically he's like, oh well, we need to put you all under arrest, or you need to swear fealty to us. And basically he refuses because the bond of brotherhood is greater than his bonds to the Imperium, and basically a massive fight breaks out on the ship between Custodes and Space Marines, and I think the Space Marines all got wiped out. I can't exactly remember, but I was like, the fact that Primaris Space Marines were suspected of having gone rogue, or that was the worry of the Custodian, is that they could go rogue and that they don't know, was such a tantalizing story option that it was Custodes versus New Space Marines having a fight that never got paid. It was such a duty. I mean, literally, there were people, there was forums, there was YouTube posts specifically about this one story because it was so narratively interesting. And yeah, never got picked up on or paid off in any further way by Games Workshop, which is a real sort of missed opportunity, I think.
Yeah, huge. And that is the problem with actually the funniest thing about all of this, and that is probably the thing that I consistently have always banged the drum for why I've been disappointed with Primaris. It's not because I don't like Primaris. It's because I don't like the fact that it's wasted potential. Like, if you're going to go down this road, which they have obviously done, do it justice. Like, again, it was why I had my rant years ago about Dark Angels and why I just didn't agree with Primaris and Dark Angels because of what Dark Angels were. Equally, I still don't agree with the concept of the Risen. Like, I don't like that at all. Like, that is, I understand there's a book that I still haven't read properly, although I've gone through some synopsises.
You've read the wiki. I've
read the wiki, and I'm like, okay, fine, I get it. Like, they're just the misunderstood ones. They were loyal, really. They didn't know. It's like, I don't like that in this world because it's too humane. It's like, no, I don't care. There is no grey in the world of well, there's a lot of grey in the world of Warhammer, but you know what I mean? Like, it's, to me, it's like, no, come on. Like, this idea that Lionel Johnson's come back and benevolently allowed certain, players who have been kind of, acting in this kind of context as the fallen for the last, 10 millennia are now like, no, they're all right, really. It's like, oh, come on. Like, no.
I mean, that one seems odd, but, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt because I've not read the story to explain it away, but it feels like a hard apple to swallow. Hard pill to swallow. That's it.
Swallowing a whole apple, Phil. Like, exactly. I mean, there aren't many, unless it's like one of those little, little crab. No, they're quite big, aren't they? Crab apples. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that
it'll be a new T-shirt for sure.
Exactly. It's a hard apple to swallow. Look, I think that's the thing, right? Like, and yeah. Anyway, long story short, we've really gone off on a tangent here. We should wrap this up because this was supposed to be us reviewing the index, and it's just divulged into us debating the Firstborn and Primaris thing. Look, I mean, in closing, Space Marines are the backbone of the game. They are the most played faction by far. They have the most representation within the game. And it's really good now that people are unlocking really competitive builds with them and doing well with them, because I think that's good for the overall health of the game, that Space Marines can perform well when operated by great players. But I think the situation is with Space Marines at the moment is I think this system hasn't necessarily, at least in a vanilla index, kind of brought out the best features of the army. What I want in the codex is I want my characters, my heroes, to feel more substantial. I want them to feel more heroic. I want to make them feel like they make a real tangible difference. I would like to see more characters as lone operatives with potentially more kind of threat on the tabletop. And
that makes sense.
And I'd like to see an overall improvement on the unit so as it feels a little less hoardy and a little less spammy. I want the army to feel more elite than it does currently. I want units to have rules that really kind of lean into some of the tactical flexibility and eliteness of the force. But broadly speaking, I think Space Marines are always going to be a well-loved and well-supported army. And I think the last thing I suppose I'd say is I just want that whole, just pick a lane at this point. I understand that the Centurion squad will probably stick around as the Centurion squad, but I think at this point, like, it feels like such an empty token gesture to give us tactical Marines now. Like, I feel like they just need to go. I don't understand why you're going to keep Vanguard veterans and tactical squads, and Devastator squads I kind of get my head around, but even then, just get rid of them. Like, it doesn't, because the reality is, I suppose, to anyone listening, is if they don't do it now, it's happening it's happening next edition. They're only here for 3 more years.
True. I feel like the Desolation Marines are the Devastator squad replacements, because they're the missile launchers, and we've already got plasma, we've already got flamers. I guess that's not quite the exact same as the Devastator squad, because, you know, we don't have like a las cannon option anywhere. But yeah, I feel like Desolation Marines is what you've got for that replacement, basically.
Yeah, and additional to that as well is obviously other armies with specialist units that aren't, you know, yet to Primaris. So Deathwing Terminators, although those are very easily replaced with new Terminators, but more Deathwing Knights, I suppose. The Ravenwing components to them. Space Wolves are going to be super interesting. I'm really interested to see what they do with Space Wolves, because Space Wolves probably have one of the most robust firstborn ranges. So I think that's going to be super interesting to see if they do anything with that. But yeah, overall, I think, you know, for me, I like Space Marines. I think they offer me a lot of flexibility. I think my problem is with the moment is that the army doesn't give me enough of a compelling reason to want to sit and kind of labor over crafting lists out of it, because I feel like a lot of the character is absent at the moment. So I'm really hopeful that the Codex brings a lot of great stuff. Phil, what are your closing thoughts on Space Marines at the moment and going forward?
I kind of agree with you. I was going to make 2 suggestions.
Please.
So one of them as a slightly trolly comment. If we want to make Space Marines more elite, should we give the baseline Space Marines free wounds?
I would agree with that in the context of, but again, this is the thing that we had a conversation about this. I can't remember how long ago, but we talked about how, like, the rules designers for this game are sort of wedded to historical ideas about what things are, and they're sort of hindered by history. I think if I believed for a second that the team working on 40k at the moment had the ability to create a kind of dynamic set of stat lines that created interesting points of difference within the game, I think fair enough. But I think the problem is that all these stat lines, all of these units are kind of been built in different vacuums with different people doing different stuff to determine what is good. And I don't think there has been very much in the way of kind of coherent design philosophy into any of this stuff. And as a result, I think giving Space Marines free wounds is a perfectly viable solution to a problem in this moment in time. But I think the problem is that I don't basically, I think this is the problem. I think if you give Space Marines free wounds, I think the designers of this game will completely misunderstand why it was done in the first place and start giving everything damage free.
Well, yeah, so my point, I was then going to, because obviously that wasn't necessarily a serious comment, but in a way it does have a nugget of truth to it, especially if you want to make them more elite and make everything therefore more expensive. But the game to me kind of broke not when Marines became 2 wounds, because when Marines jumped from 1 wound to 2 wounds was huge. They were suddenly way more durable because everything was effectively 1 damage in the game at that point. And you literally doubled their efficiency. But it broke properly when heavy bolters especially became 2 damage. So therefore it was actually a lot easier to kill Space Marines. And then it was too easy to kill vehicles in turn. And then also all the other stats kind of changed and the damage profiles went way up for everything. So in a way, making them 3 wounds and therefore more expensive in turn would actually be quite interesting, but you'd almost have to keep everything, maybe not all weapons. I think autocannons, 3 damage already, perfect spot. But yeah, heavy bolters, you'd almost want to keep at 2 rather than 3 wounds to make it work. But it would be interesting. It would definitely it'd be an interesting way to make them more durable. My other caveat was, I was just going to say, because I kind of agreed with a lot of your statements, is I just want, and we did this in the last episode, pick a couple of units that are kind of cool or good or interesting. We talked about it briefly, but I think Hellblasters are really good in this edition. They've got like really good damage output, because aren't they, am I right thinking they're 2 damage base and then 3 on overcharge, or am I going mad with that?
I don't think you're going mad. I think they are. Yeah, they are. No, so no, they're 1 damage base, 2 when overcharged.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm going mad.
Yeah. The plasma incinerator supercharged is 2 attacks, ballistic skill 3, strength 8, -3, 2 damage.
Oh, but it's 2 attacks.
Yeah, they get 2 attacks
because it's got the rapid fire baked into it. So I knew it had something a bit different from the last one. Which
it's also that they've got the assault and heavy keywords on the weapons as well, so you can advance and fire them with no penalty, or you can remain stationary and be shooting on 2+, which is massive. And also the fact that they get to shoot on death on a 3+.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Incredibly strong.
The initial combo was take them with a lieutenant that gives them 6s. Or actually, no, does the lieutenant do it by default? It was either because there's a relic that you can give them as well.
Oh, so bolter discipline or
bolter discipline. Yeah, so that gives them
sustained hits 1.
Yes, so the lieutenant gives them lethal hits 1. Sorry, lethal hits.
He's gives them lethal hits,
and then the ability gives them sustained hits 1 as well. And then on top of that, you can have them up on top level of the ruin to give them an extra -1 AP. So you can make them like super efficient. I think Mikey from House of Wargaming took his as Death Watch, because obviously they can get some extra benefits from the Death Watch abilities, which makes one of the reasons why Death Watch did well at the GT. My other top pick unit is Inceptors, partly because I've got them, but actually they're really nice. The really bolters are effectively, so the bolters, when you first look at them, are much less shots. It used to be 6 shots each. I think it's now 3 shots per guy, but they're twin linked. They've got sustained hits 2, so you're doing tons of extra shots, and pretty much you're always doing like 6 shots anyway, basically, because you'll get 1 or 2 6s in there as well. And they're effectively heavy bolters. The Inceptors' special rule is that they can deep strike down within 3 inches of stuff, but they can't charge. So it's really good for sneaking onto objectives or getting within range of a unit that you want to do stuff to, or just try and outscore them on an objective, I think is a main tactical ability, but potentially got more viable use with the secondaries if you're playing the game using them. And then the plasma blasters are pretty good as, not plasma blasters, plasma guns that they've got.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with you. I think the Inceptors and
Plasma Exterminators. Sorry, that's it.
Plasma Exterminators. I mean, they're pretty strong units.
That's the thing that's 2 damage base and 3 when you supercharge them.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, so that's really good. Yeah.
No, they are pretty solid overall.
And what's quite good, and good about those is, so it used to be 2 individual guns that you could shoot, and every shot you did, you would be potentially losing 1 on a hit roll of 1, right, in the old rules. Whereas now it's just 1 gun that's twin linked, so you're only doing 1 hazardous roll per Inceptor. So actually, it's a lot more safer to use the plasma than it was previously. Which is kind of a nice bonus. So yeah, they've got a lot of utility, a lot of movement, pretty durable because they're Gravis. So I do like them. My only bugbear is that you can't take them with Jump Pack Captain, because obviously I've got Jump Pack Captain modeled to look like an Inceptor. Yeah,
there's no HQ choice that can join them at all, is there?
I know, it's a bit rubbish.
It's a bit rubbish.
Give me an Inceptor Captain.
I think the units I would shout out, weirdly, I would first shout out a Blood Angels unit, just because, and again, I appreciate it's a weird one because I don't think it's necessarily relevant that we go through all of the specialist stuff, but I will shout these guys out because I don't think people pay enough attention to them. And that is the Death Company on foot. I think the Death Company on foot, not the Death Company intercessors, the actual firstborn Death Company on foot is a very strong unit, deserving attention. So basically, it's a 10-man unit. Every one of them can either have a fusion pistol and a power fist, or they can all have thunder hammers. And thunder hammers are incredibly strong because obviously thunder hammers have devastating wounds. So when you combine Oaths of Moment with a unit of 10 thunder hammers, all with devastating wounds, it's pretty meaningful. Add to that a chaplain that will give them kind of additional buffs to their strength, I believe, or even there to wound rolls, potentially, I think is what the regular chaplain does. And then add to the fact that if you kill a member of the unit, so if one member of that Death Company is dead, the whole unit gets sustained hits 1. And if the whole unit is below half strength, i.e. 5 models or less, it gets sustained hits 2. So I actually think that the Death Company on foot is a unit that people are really sleeping on. I think that is a very powerful unit, and it is a great deal cheaper than its jump pack equivalent, and I believe better. So I would say that the Death Company on foot is a unit that I strongly recommend those of us who run Blood Angels take a look at before the Codex comes along, because obviously the Codex will definitely change that. Ultimately, if you already own a unit of 10 Death Company Marines with jump packs, just, blink off the old jump pack, stick on a regular backpack. They come in the kit. They're dual kits. If you've built them out of Death Company Marines, you may have a bunch of Death Company backpacks kicking around on sprues. Stick those on. I think you've got a better unit. And then obviously in terms of like the delivery mechanism for them, I would probably recommend some kind of transport. To be honest with you, rhinos are perfectly suitable for them, but equally you could look at the Land Raider. That's got some good viability for them because of obviously the assault ramp aspect of it. I actually quite like Storm Raven. Storm Raven was something else I was going to shout out because it's a really interesting miniature that I think has had a really weirdly checkered past within the game. I suppose I've got a weird nostalgia for it because it came into existence during the greatest of editions. 5th edition was introduced as this fabulous new flying toaster in 5th ed, where it really synergized heavily with Blood Angels because it was introduced exclusively in the Blood Angels Codex and then was added to the Grey Knight Codex. In fact, there was a long time where Storm Ravens were exclusively Grey Knight, Blood Angel, and then generic Space Marines for a while. They only actually got added to Dark Angels and Space Wolves in, I want to say, 9th edition. I don't think they actually had Storm Ravens in 8th, those armies. I think it literally was the last edition where the Storm Raven went everywhere. It might have been 8th edition. I could be wrong about that, for Dangles, for example. But anyway, long story short, I think the Storm Raven's really interesting. It's a hover. So even though it's a flyer, it can be deployed on the table. It's pretty durable. It's got -1 damage. It can transport 12 models and a dreadnought in addition. So, and it can actually, to the best of my knowledge, also transport the new Primaris dreadnoughts as well. So one of the things people were saying at the time is that, only the Brutalis dreadnought has the dreadnought keyword, but if you check the latest data sheets, they've updated it so the Redemptor, the Brutalis, and the Ballista all have the dreadnought keyword now. So so you can still chuck those guys in it, which is quite mad.
Oh, wow. So is that all the dreadnoughts now?
All the dreadnoughts.
Obviously not the Leviathan and Contemptors.
Yeah, Leviathans and Contemptors, I don't believe. Oh, they may even have it, actually, to be fair. I think if I went back, they probably do have, but they're legends, right? So no one really pays attention to them.
Well, there's the standard Contemptor. Hold on, I'm going to have a quick look now.
I think the standard Contemptor has the Dreadnought keyword. I think it does.
No, it's got Contemptor Dreadnought keyword. But
and not the
Dreadnought
Contemptor Dreadnought and Dreadnought keyword. Because again, the Redemptor Dreadnought has Redemptor Dreadnought and Dreadnought.
No.
Interesting. Are you sure you're looking at the latest version?
It's what's in my app.
That doesn't mean nothing. So hang on, let me just check because I'm looking at the
no, because according to this Redemptor Dreadnought has only Redemptor Dreadnought keyword
There you
according
go.
to my app. So either my app's out of date, even though it is up to date.
Well, that is what I mean. Exactly. Well done, G-Dubs, there for your excellent app support as always. Long may that continue. Sorry, so much to scroll through in this flipping army. Come on, where is the Contemptor? I know I can just look, by the way. Phil,
Just do a search.
I know, but I'm wedded into this system now where I'm like scrolling through it. I know it's literally round the corner. I know it. All right.
It's got to be there.
I'll tell you what, this is a beautiful exercise in demonstrating the ridiculousness of this, the vastness of this army, right? It's like, good Lord. Okay, here he is. He is a Dreadnought and a Contemptor Dreadnought, Phil.
So the apps, or at least my app, isn't up to date. It's weird because I swear the iPhone version isn't up to date in comparison to the Android one. So check on yours. Is it on yours?
Oh, I can't be bothered. Don't make me check.
Fair enough.
I've got the PDF open that I've just downloaded from Warhammer Community, and it basically has clarified that all Dreadnoughts have the Dreadnought keyword in addition to...
Well, that is good. That is good.
Yeah, so that's... I mean, I genuinely think the Storm Raven's got some play. I think it's actually a very... And it's got great weapon options, because you can have the twin multi-melters, the twin las cannons, the twin the Typhoon missile launchers, the plasma cannons, the Hurricane bolters, the two missiles that are on it separately. I think it's got some play, but I think, overall, I'd say that, arguably, the Land Raider's probably better if you're looking at the Death Company. But again, Death Company Dreadnoughts are pretty good as well. So, slap that in a Storm Raven with a unit. Beautiful stuff. Although equally, the Brutalis, I think, in Storm Ravens actually would be quite fun.
Yeah.
Brutalis, big units of Blade Guard or something, all in Storm Ravens would be a mad thing to throw at someone.
Reminds me of that Council of War game where the guy had, was it 3 Storm Ravens?
Yeah, he had 3 Storm Ravens, all loaded up with Terminator squads that didn't come on.
And Dreadnoughts as well.
And Dreadnoughts, yeah.
And then one of them mishaps off the board.
Yeah, because he came in and had to deep strike it out of it and it flew off the board.
Yeah, and that was
having a good day.
Yeah, that was having not been able to come on until turn 4, I want to say.
Yeah.
Because he didn't make his reinforcement rolls, which you had to do back in, it was either 6th or 7th edition.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind, each turn of that event, it literally took all day to play because it was 4 people a team. So
it was 8,000 points aside.
Yeah, so each turn, on average, was about 2 hours long, if not more. So he spent 90% of the day not doing anything because he had his entire army in reserve, which was his own fault because he decided to take a 5th edition detachment, which allowed him to do it. But that was obviously his choice. It was Richard's fault, of course, for taking the Imperial officer that made him -1 to his reserve rolls there.
But as we said at the time, Phil, there were many things he could have added to that list that could have made it more probable that
they gave him either rerolls or +1 or whatever.
One of the guys that was with him was an Elder player, so you could have put the Altark in, because that's what we did. We had both the Altark and the defense line with... Yeah, we had the Officer of the Fleet, which made it easier. So we didn't have the defense line with the signal array, but we did have the... Because the signal array gave you a reroll, but our Altark made it that they came in on a 2+, or maybe a 3+, and then that was it. I think it became a 2+ because of the synergies between the Altark and the Imperial Navy officer. But anyway, long story short, we had a lot of flyers in our list as well, Phil. But we
But I think each person took like a flyer, not an army.
Now mine was
flyers. No, yes, you and your flyers.
That was in the 7th edition when those flyers were terrible, Phil. Terrible.
Of course.
In fact, it was 6th edition. In fact, when they were even worse. Anyway, last unit I'll shout out is the Ballistus Dreadnought, because I actually think the Ballistus Dreadnought is actually really good. It's not quite as durable as a Redemptor because it doesn't have the -1 damage buff, but it does have native rerolls. So each time this model makes a range attack that targets units that not below half strength, you can reroll the hit roll. So that's a really interesting mechanic, although again sort of strange in a way, because I imagine most people forget about half strength when they're firing into things like Imperial Knights.
because it still counts.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't, would it? Because actually, the number of wounds wouldn't reduce the size of the unit. So actually, the unit being at half strength.
No, half strength is if it's a one model unit, half strength based on its wounds.
Oh,
so
fine. So you see my point there. A lot of people might forget that side of things. But at the end of the day, he's actually quite a cheap dreadnought. I think he's like one of the cheapest dreadnoughts going. And at the end of the day, it's got a good amount of like reasonable anti-tank in there. It's not a bad unit for what it is. I think, again, of the dreadnought selection, I think the Ballistas has a lot of potential to it in a lot of armies. But again, I think you're probably still better served by some other things. But I quite like the Ballistas. I think it's an okay unit. So there you go. There's my picks. A bunch of old nonsense. Space Marines, everybody. God, we've been talking a long time, Phil. Can we stop now?
I mean, if we talk for about 6 more minutes, we can round it up to a 2-hour segment.
All right. Okay. Well,
no, we can go. We can go if you really want.
I was going to say, I can't think of anything else that I want to say on it anymore, mate.
No, that's fine.
I'm so parched. I'm so parched.
Yes, Sahara. I need a drink.
I need a water.
That's fine. I was going to shout out the standard Contemptor is fun purely because it can get back up on death.
Oh yes,
which can be fun when you can do that role. When you don't, it's a bit sad. But yeah, it's a nice little novelty that people think it's dead and it's still alive.
Absolutely. Transitional noise. Outro time, la da 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 da. Outro time. The adventures are beyond compare. This is the outro. Bears. Do you remember that film?
Vaguely.
I appreciate. Obviously, I cleverly changed the words so it's not immediately recognisable as
gummy bears.
That's correct, sir. That's correct.
Yes, 2 points to me.
2 points to you, Sir Gregor.
Yes.
I don't remember that much.
No, I don't. No, was that the knight guy? The nice.
Could you name 3 gummy bears?
Grandpa Gummy Bear?
No, there was a grandpa one, but there wasn't a grandpa one. There was an old man wizard one that kind of fulfilled the role of
the
grandpa.
one with the hats.
He did have a hat, yes, a blue and like red, or maybe even like purpley hat. Yeah,
yeah. I can't remember any of the names.
Come on, you could take a guess.
Pompadour. That's pretty good.
Pompadour. Oh,
exactly.
Reginald.
It's a gummy bear sounding name.
I mean, it's not. With a hat. No, the old person with the hat was called Zummy.
Oh,
do you not remember Zummy?
Was there a Zimmy? Were they all along that line?
No, there wasn't a Zimmy, although it is in that sort of thing. So the old lady one was called, I think her name was Grammy. Grammy, I think her name was.
Okay.
Zummy, Grammy. There was a Gruffy, a Tummy, Sunny, something like that. It's know, magical times. Anyway, the lengths people will go to sell you sweets, eh?
Yes.
Although I don't entirely know whether the sweets followed the cartoon or the cartoon birthed the sweets. I can never be sure.
Yeah, normally around that time, everything was toys first.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It makes sense that the sweets would exist already.
Indeed. Anyway, let's talk about this Instagram review for War Gamer, not War Grammar. I was getting into that whole, gummy bear naming convention there. In the Dark, otherwise known as Alex from our 5-star review. So a pretty substantial account here, Phil. They've got 2,443 followers, no less.
Oh, it says 44 for me. Is that because you just gave them a follow?
What? Oh, perchance. I haven't actually followed them back. No, there you go. They gained a follower in the time in which we've been viewing them, Phil.
Well, yes. Well, they gained a second one from me. So they're at 2,445, according to me.
Oh, check it out. I haven't followed back yet. I will in just a moment. But anyway, yeah, so this individual is clearly very active in the hobby from a kind of gaming and pretty clearly a painting perspective. Got a variety of armies here, but in pride of place, Phil, at the very tippy top of the Instagram mountain is whatever the heck that Nurgle demon is called, alongside a golden demon pin. So we are to presume, based on both the image and the accompanying words, that Wargamer in the Dark managed to award themselves, or rather be awarded with...
award themselves. I think this is deserving of a pin.
I mean, for all I know, that's maybe where he got it from, but I'm going to work on good faith that was awarded by Games Workshop officials, and that they are now a pin winner. Like you, Phil, you won a Golden Demon pin. Not last year, but, once upon a time.
Oh, no, a few years back, yeah. No,
a few years back. What do you think of the, whatever the heck it is, Nurgle Demon Prince Beastie Majigger?
Yeah, it's really nice. It's an old Forge World Nurgle demon. I can't remember what its name was. It looks like he's converted it slightly, because it looks like he's added on some bug wings on the back. And I can only assume, unless he made like copies of them out of green stuff, that he took a heater to the plastic and very slowly bent it around to match, which is actually very difficult to do. They are not bloat drones, but they are is it bloat flies? It's something like that. The AOS Nurgle bug wings.
Bloat drones, yeah.
Are they called bloat drones?
I think they are within the confines of Warhammer 40,000, yeah.
No, it's the ones that are specifically Age of Sigmar with the little plague bearer guys on top.
Yeah, they're not specifically Age of Sigmar. They're in the Demons of Nurgle army as well.
Oh, right, yeah, of course, demons. I keep forgetting.
Although you might be thinking of the one, because weirdly as well, the Maggotkin of Nurgle also have their own version with their own chaos, like Nurgle warriors.
Oh, yes, it's not those ones. No, I'm sure it's
the ones with the plague bearers on top of them.
Plague bearers on, it's those wings. Because I've coveted those bits, those wings, for projects many a time, so I know what they look like.
There you go. One day they will come to you, Phil. You just got to say that enough, and eventually they will arrive.
I don't think I need them anymore, but for some projects I was looking at them as a potential thing.
Fair. But we've got a really good mixture of content on here. I think, obviously this is someone who's obviously very actively posting. I'd say that, actively posting in the sense that, the time span between their latest post and the one that came before it is only separated by a few days. There's definitely some activity, but there are definitely some periods of inactivity, in so much as they posted a Warhammer Fest vid on 16 weeks ago, and then seemingly have gone quite dark in the time in between, and reappeared on the scene with some new Necron stuff. Yeah,
the down like little break that you need post Warhammer Fest. Maybe that's it. That's it. Especially if you've spent so much time trying to paint something for Golden Demon, especially, you might be just a bit burnt out. So I can imagine they took a nice, well-earned break. Maybe the old wife, if they have one. Or husband,
the old lady.
Equal opportunities. Whoever their partner is, assuming they have one, they might not be.
I love how you've just covered every base there, Phil.
Well, you've got to nowadays, right?
You don't have to, but you have, so it's good that you did.
Yes. That their partner, if they have them, was probably demanding of their time and saying, you've done all this stuff leading up to Warhammer Fest. Now give me those snuggles for a good few weeks, and then they're back.
Yeah!
Yes, with the Necrons. Having fulfilled their husbandly or boyfriendly duty to, whoever. Maybe it's a cat. Maybe it's demanding cats.
Hang on, what are you suggesting these do to a cat now?
Giving them cuddles. Every cat wants cuddles.
I worry, Phil, that we took that to a place that it never needed to go to. But thank you so much for... what I love about that is that
this is wholesome really content.
Exactly. You tried really hard not to, be unfair, shall we say. And in the result, you took it to a place far worse than had you just, just presumed a bunch of stuff. But it's fine. It's okay. We'll get past it. The point is there's some really interesting stuff on here. Really good variety of content. I really love a lot of the Dark Angel stuff that I'm seeing here. I think there's some really beautiful dangles, which is super cool. Again, I think, as you can clearly see demonstrated by someone with this level of, I suppose, hobby confidence, as it were, they are clearly at a stage where they are more than comfortable producing miniatures for tabletop gaming, while at the same time being able to paint to a good to high standard for cabinet submissions, which is a really important kind of interesting kind of point that I myself definitely haven't quite gotten to yet, in so much as I accept, obviously, that I can't paint at that kind of Golden Demon cabinet level. So as a result, I probably put way too much work into trying to deliver a kind of tabletop style. And then I really struggle with using painting techniques that would enable me to get my miniatures on the tabletop quicker, or more accurately, I resent the fact that I find myself using those techniques and then I don't really deploy them with the right kind of vigor, if you will, to deliver the best kind of results. So there's a really nice mixture of like really beautifully, crisply painted stuff, and then stuff that clearly is being, you know, not smashed out, but like painted to a standard that will definitely get it on the tabletop quickly. So when I look at things like the Navy Breacher Squad, you know, it looks like, you know, there was, you know, a bit of a slap chop method done there to try and get it done quickly. But then conversely, when I look at like this Leviathan Dread with the 2 storm cannons standing atop a demon engine, there's clearly a lot of love and attention that's gone into delivering really crisp edge highlights and all that kind of stuff. So I really actually think this is a pretty fantastically varied and interesting account that definitely shows a lot of different styles, and also definitely has a lot of really great photography in it of a lot of really nice looking stuff. So yeah, man, I mean, there's a general kind of vibe. If you're looking for a new hobby account to inspire you, or, you know, give you confidence to, you know, get those minis painted to a good standard to get yourself on the tabletop playing games, I think Wargamer _the_dark is a pretty solid option. There's some nice stuff in here for sure. So yeah, but yeah, the standouts to me is definitely that Levy Dread, and yeah, some really cool bits in there as well. Phil, what's your vibe on it?
No, I'm really liking it. A prolific painter is what I will say. A real mix of armies, and if you scroll back far enough, there's obviously we talked about Necrons, there's Orcs, there's Space Marines, there's Knights. I thought I saw some fantasy stuff in there as well, but I could be wrong. There's definitely some demons. Yeah, it's really good. And as you say, there's some great sort of painting level pieces. I spotted a work in progress of a Harlequin mini that was headless. That looked very impressive with the kind of gradients of colours on its robe. But as you say, a lot of really good, like good quality tabletop sort of standard minis as well. Oh, here's the finished Harlequin. Yeah, looks really nice. Good, a checkered pattern as well, or diamonds even. Really solid. Well worth checking out for people.
Absolutely. And if you would like to make that whole process of checking them out easier, head on into the description. We will have linked the Instagram account there. And obviously, thanks again to Wargamer in the Dark for supporting the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, for giving us that 5-star review. We do sincerely, massively appreciate it. And hopefully you gain yourself a few extra followers off the back of this, you know, massive endorsement. Right, Phil?
Well, exactly. If nothing else, maybe we can push you to that old 3K. That's, doable.
Lofty heights that I cannot achieve myself. Fantastic. All right. Moving on. So in other news, you've been paying much attention to those 40 years of Warhammer posts they've been doing on Warhammer Community.
I mean, I very rarely click on them and watch the video, but I do just look at them and be like, oh yeah, that's a cool mini.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, I suppose? Because obviously they're talking through the history of it, and, you know, they've just recently gotten up to 33 posts, and this is the Primaris Intercessor post, so the evolution of, the range up until that. I've got to be honest with you, I really don't like the fact that rather than actually having proper designers talking with reverence for these miniatures, they've got that guy that, again, no disrespect to the guy himself, but his voice is sort of pitched at that level where it's all very kind of trivial, almost like the guy I'm talking about. Like
is he the one? I can never remember his name. That does the Sunday previews. Like, hi guys, I'm really happy.
Yeah, well, it's a sort of I'm trying to think of the guy's name, but yeah, he's sort of when you see him,
Alex.
I don't know, but when you see him doing like actual in-person content where he's talking about stuff, he doesn't look like the voice fits the body. But then I imagine many people have that experience when they meet us in person.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I dread to think what they think.
But this is the thing, though, right? Like, to me, like, what they've basically done with these, 40 years of Warhammer posts is they're very top level. It's very much like, this is a Space Marine. It's a big deal. Move along. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, great. And again, I'm not saying everything needs to be like super duper serious and dour. I'm not asking for that necessarily, but I think like when you're talking about, when you go through the history of these miniatures and what they represent for the evolution of the hobby, a lot of them represent real significant kind of milestones and real amazing like steps forward for the range. I have to be honest, though, Phil, as well. The reason I was going to bring it up is I think in some instances, though, they have really scraped the barrel with these posts. And I'm talking most of all of the Gene Stealer's Patriarch model. Because
the original one or the new one?
The new one, the new Patriarch.
But did they talk about the old one?
Yeah, of course. They talk about
on the throne.
Yeah, they talk about like the history of it, where it came from, and all the rest of it. But here's the thing: talk about the old one. Like, don't show me.
Well, I think that if it's all about the evolution,
show me the new.
Yes, I agree.
In the case of GSC, obviously the other reason I think they put it in there was, if I'm completely honest, I think they put it in there so as they could shoehorn in the fact that they've got new Gene Stealer sculpts coming out as well.
Okay, yeah, understandable. It is often a bit of a marketing piece.
Often, if not always, in that sense.
I know. I had I don't want to say disappointing, but and not even a revelation, but when I noticed that the latest MetaWatch email was basically was it along the lines of it was Age of Sigma, to be fair, but they do it with the 40k ones. It was like, Soulblight graveyards are really good. They're at the top of the MetaWatch, everyone. Go buy Soulblight graveyards. I was like, that's kind of a really bad, like, immoral thing to do, because they're basically pushing broken factions or broken units on poor suspecting kiddies and adults as well, I guess, with a plastic crack addiction, knowing full well that those units won't actually be as good as they currently are very shortly. Which will lead to invariably feel bad moments. So, and we always talk about it, right? Like, don't chase the meta unless you're doing it very deliberately because you want to be like a high-end competitive player. But for literally anyone else, which is 99.9% of people, you shouldn't be doing it at all. So it's kind of disappointing when Games Workshop is like actively encouraging it as a marketing plan in their emails.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing it for a long time, right? And obviously, we cannot pretend for a moment that a miniature performing well in the game does not translate into positive sales performances. I think ultimately, people have bought a lot more Wraith Knights lately than were probably sold in a large portion of 9th edition, because Wraith Knights weren't very good in 9th edition. They're good now, and shock horror, they sold pretty well. At least that is the broad sweeping assertion based on what we can kind of broadly observe. And that's the interesting thing about it all, really, is like, I think we accept as hobbyists and as, gamers within this space that there is obviously an economy of power in this game, and that ultimately, there is a necessity, if you are looking to perform better at the game, to purchase the best units, and those units do fluctuate. I think the thing that's always most alarming about that, though, is the fact that the units fluctuate in a way that almost feels completely like on purpose. And I think that was perfectly illustrated by the recent announcements of the discontinuing of certain firstborn ranges that will inevitably be replaced with their new Primaris variants that are coming with the new Space Marine Codex. You know, is it any shock that for the first time in ages, scout squads were really good in the Space Marine Index? I mean, we talk about this in the Space Marine segment. I assume we haven't recorded it yet. But, you know, it is one of those things, isn't it? That it's interesting that in the period of Index, there is a kind of almost seemingly exercise in stock clearing certain stuff that may end up finding itself discontinued in the future.
Yeah, so I can understand the logic of, this unit underperforms or underperformed in a previous edition of the game, so let's give it a boost so it's playable. That makes perfect sense. It's a bit more nefarious where it's like, this stuff's going to be discontinued. Let's make it really good so it sells out but before we discontinue it all in a few months' time. But sometimes it does feel like that happens. I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's that old New Coke versus Coca-Cola quote, where they were like, we're not that clever, and yet we're not that stupid. I think it was something along those lines. So it's probably somewhere in between where it's a sort of a happy accident.
Indeed. Don't attribute malice where incompetency is more likely, or isn't that something?
Yes, yes, I think that is it, yeah.
On that topic, did you, and this is a couple of weeks old now almost, so, you know, a little bit potentially irrelevant, which is the MetaWatch data dump that we got a couple of weeks back. So on the 10th of August, they put out their information about the win rates. Unsurprisingly, Eldari, GSC, Imperial Knights, and Custodes rule the roost, Phil, with a win percentage between 56 and 67%, with Eldari sitting at 67. I mean, according to some data sources, Eldari had closer to a 70% win rate in a more kind of broader data set. But at least in terms of obviously what is being reported by Games Workshop, they're at 67. Now, here's the thing. We all kind of understand and knew that those four factions were and or are incredibly strong. And we know now from, you know, at least experiences of what we're seeing kind of manifesting in the competitive scene, that certain other builds are, you know, creating certain utilities such as Death Watch and other kind of marine-based builds. The stuff that I think is more ridiculous is not necessarily the ridiculous win rates of the top four, but the incredibly low win rates of the bottom 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 factions. So from Astra Militarum down to Leagues of Votan, we are looking at a significantly low win rate for the bottom, almost nearly bottom half of the of the table, but you know, bottom, I don't know, 1/3 maybe. Although weirdly, I think total factions here, there's like maybe 26 factions. Just going to count them all out loud. Eldari, Genestealer Cult, Imperial Knights, Adeptus Custodes, Thousand Sons, Chaos Demons, Tyranids, Death Watch, Necrons, Orcs, Chaos Space Marines, Chaos Knights, Space Wolves, Dark Angels, Black Templars, Astra Militarum, Adeptus Astartes, Tricari, Blood Angels, Adeptus Sororitas, World Eaters, Grey Knights, Adeptus Mechanicus, Death Guard, Tau Empire, and Leagues of Votan. 21, Phil. So it's almost the bottom half.
Wow. Is
that 21 or 26? I did it on my hands at the same time.
It might have been 26. It is something like that. I think
it is 26. I did it on my hands, and I got to the one down on that one, and it was like, yeah, I think that is 26.
Yeah. So fair enough. There's a lot to balance. It is difficult, but it's not possible. Well, to get true balance, yes, it obviously is. And balance is an illusion of balance anyway, because you're balancing against people most likely running the most competitive builds. There's probably very little internal balance within codexes or indexes. And, out of the gate of an edition, yeah, of course, it's going to be a bit crazy. So that's also understandable. And I guess if you were to tone down those top 4 factions, then in theory, the win rate of the bottom or all of the units, all of the armies should go up a little bit. But it depends on, which armies might benefit more than others. So it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen. I think down the line. I
think one of the things that's super interesting about this as well, though, I would say as well about the competitive scene and you talking about the meta chasing stuff. What I will say is I think the prevalence of Eldari, GSC, Imperial Knights, Adeptus Custodes is huge. Like I think when you go, and Space Marines as well, to be fair, I think when you go to a lot of these events and you witness people playing games, obviously there are some faction specialists who love their specific factions, but a lot of people have Imperial Knights, a lot of people have maybe Custodes. These are armies that are relatively accessible, and people have kind of built up because, you may have 1 or 2 knights in your collection already. You may have a few units of Custodes already, because they were always useful in a kind of allies capacity. So now all of a sudden you're going, I'll just lean into them because they're like popular. So, I think there is a very high percentage of people attending events running these armies also, which is kind of even more ridiculous because they kind of become this kind of almost self-contained thing. Because obviously if, say, 6 factions in particular are being heavily represented in these events in terms of how often they turn up, then it's a weird sort of number as well because it becomes kind of cannibalizing because obviously Eldari are majoritively maybe losing to Eldari, and GSC are losing to Eldari and Eldari are losing to GSC. And it's like, it's an interesting data set in that regard. And yet again, though, just to say the insights from the MetaWatch team are yet again fantastic in the sense that they don't seem to yet understand what's going on, but they reassure us that that they're going to fix it in September, right, Phil?
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the first balanced data slate of the year. I think, was it in this one where they're saying they want to lean less into points and more into other stuff?
No, they said they still want to lean into points. Points is their main thing, but they were saying that they look at other things as well, but they want to try and just control it with points predominantly.
Well, I think that's the easiest one that keeps things like the index cards and potentially codexes still valid, despite them obviously having some errors in them already. But I can understand that logic of, we don't want to change abilities or add on extra rules because that just makes it more complicated. Whereas a points tweak is just an update in the app. And assuming when they do it, they give us the points differential like they do with the AOS one, then it's much easier at a glance to understand, okay, cool, my units have gone up by 10 points, 20 points, or whatever it is. And, it's all done in the app, so it's all quite straightforward. Whereas layering on extra rules is, it's a bit more complicated for people to keep on top of, especially if they're like casual gamers. With the Age of Sigmar stuff, they're just pretty much, when they do that, they sort of add on stuff at an army-wide level, rather than on an individual datasheet level, because again, they want to keep that stuff all consistent and standard throughout the edition. So your codexes and cards are still valid, and I presume 40k stuff will be doing something similar along those lines, which is kind of what we had in the last edition anyway.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though, I mean, again, to wax lyrical about Age of Sigmar for a little while, I think comparatively the MetaWatch article for Age of Sigmar and the dialogue around Age of Sigmar yet again proved itself to really demonstrate itself as a team with potentially a better grasp on what their competitive scene is doing. And that's in the face of a new General's Handbook, which has definitely shifted and twisted the meta. The new GHB has definitely taken the game into a real different place You haven't actually played any games yet with the new GHB.
No, not with the new Wizards rule. No, I'm quite keen to get some games in though with it.
Well, I'll tell you what will really surprise you when you play it, mate, is the new battle tactics. The new battle tactics are actually a lot more situational. So if you get a chance to have a look at it, I'll photograph the page and send it over to you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I've got it.
Oh, you bought the new GHB?
Yeah, no, I did.
Oh, you legend.
Have
a read through those new battle tactics and actually think to yourself, like, oh, wow, that actually isn't... Because in the old GHB, it was stuff like, get that terrain piece, all right? Kill that thing that killed yours, all right? Stand over there. Like, sure, why not? Whereas in this one, it's like a character, if your general has been killed by someone, go kill the thing that killed it. It's like that. It's much more. There's just a couple extra layers of nuance to it, but it becomes interesting because then I think you tend now to lean into more faction battle tactics, which actually becomes more interesting because it comes more down to kind of what can you do with that in that space. Although it's super interesting because Bone Reapers are on a high win percentage because they are very strong, but their battle tactics are oddly quite particular. They're all very unit based. So it's like, use this unit to do a thing. And then so both have to build around that, which is kind of weird.
I think the general complaint around Age of Sigmar is the battle tactics aren't necessarily balanced, much in the same way like the old Maelstrom cards weren't. So some armies can perform their battle tactics a lot easier than others, which does give you a bit of an imbalance. And I guess if you were to, because I think whenever we've done the doubles event at Warhammer World, they've always said you can't use the battle tactics, you've got to use just the General's Handbook ones. So that sort of levels the playing field a bit, but also makes sense because it's a doubles and you've got two potentially different factions, so you can't complete the battle tactics. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out.
Yeah, for real, man. But I tell you what, though, like I think again, one of the things that is lovingly reassuring about, like, you know, AOS in terms of how it reports on this data and what it kind of talks about. First of all, if you look at the two different meta watches, one of the things that the AOS meta watch does that the 40k one doesn't is it actually tells you the percentage increase or decrease that has occurred to the army. So basically, Soulblight Gravelords are down 3%.
Oh, the trending data. What was really somewhat annoying about that one is they talked about like the bottom factions that are like in the definitely red area, like the right bottom.
Stormcasters and Cities of Sigmar.
Yeah, then they talked about a few others that were either trending downwards or just staying down.
Yeah.
And they literally skipped over Nighthaunt. Even though it was at the bottom, they talked about the three factions above Nighthaunt, but because they were trending down, or at least Nighthaunt was trending upwards slightly, they were almost like overlooking it. And I'm like, well, wait a second, my precious Nighthaunt, what are you doing? It's like, but because they thought, oh no, they're doing slightly better, we're not worried about them as much as some of the other factions, even though the other factions they're worried about actually performing better than them at the moment. So I was a bit like, okay, great. My favourite faction gets no mention. Thanks, MetaWatch.
Crawl Boys have sneaked out of the bottom percentile into the mid-table. They're at 45% win rate. So I assume that Matt from the AOS team will come with a sledgehammer and knock them back down into the bottom win percentile. It's like, no, Crawl Boys, you don't belong here. Get out. Out with you.
To the bottom where you belong.
Exactly. But,
I mean, I've sort of jokingly said it several times. Maybe both 40k and Age of Sigmar should embrace the tier philosophy of Blood Bowl and go, yeah, there's tier A armies that are pretty good. There's tier B armies that are, playable by everyone. And then there's, your halflings and your grots at the bottom that are the tough times. Like, if you want a real challenge of a game, you play this army.
Yeah.
But if you win with them, you get all the glory.
Yeah, it's almost that thing, isn't it, where like the idea that Cities of Sigmar are consistently like a bottom tier army would actually be fantastic because it kind of speaks to the perilous situation that humans in this mortal realm dealing with. It's like things are really not going our way, so everything is an uphill for us. Like, you know.
I know, but it's true with Astra Militarum, right? With the exception of their very brief 9th edition codex, which lasted all of like 4 months, or maybe was it 6? It was very brief. That was a good, well-performing codex, but every other edition, all the way back that I can think of till even like 6th edition when I got back into the game, they've always been a bit of a bottom tier army. They've always been a real struggle to do well with. They're not like what's considered an easy play army.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. I think, as I was saying, though, it's these little details with Sigmar in terms of its attitude towards the competitive scene that really gives it that little bit of extra polish, that little bit of extra shine. The fact they tell you about the percentile differences, whether they're on the up or the down. Also, as well, a lot of it comes from the way that the AOS team communicate about the game, because when they do the meta watch stuff, you know, I actually think, and maybe I'm wrong in this, maybe this is unfair, but I felt like at one point a little bit of shade was getting thrown towards 40k when, first of all, what I really like was that Nick, the presenter of MetaWatch, is desperately trying to get Matt from the AOS team to parrot some of the catchphrases from the Stu Black 40k ones. Goldilocks zone, people playing in their garages and their clubs. Those were like the buzzwords for this time around. Because I know what I love about that is this idea of like, well, you know, even though Eldari are super busted on the competitive scene, when you're playing them on a kitchen table, are they really that bad? The answer in all probability is yes, but whatever, right? Like that was one part of it. And then, yeah, Goldilocks zone. Always the Goldilocks zone. Get him in the Goldilocks zone. I loved, first of all, that Matt from the AOS team never once called it a Goldilocks zone, even though Nick felt like he was trying to get him to say it over and over again.
I'm sure he's mentioned it in previous.
He may have done, but in this recent one, it stood out in the sense that Nick was always like, yeah, the Goldilocks zone. And he goes, yes, the sweet spot. It's like, no, none of that. And then in conjunction with that, there was a line in it where he was talking about looking at the data, and he said, yeah, I mean, obviously, you can just look at win percentages and use that as a method of gauging success or failure. But obviously that doesn't work, and you need to actually drill into the data and understand what combinations are driving success and build a better understanding of game mechanics. So even though we're seeing certain armies perform well, i.e. at the moment Soulblight Gravelords are doing well, that is a specific build. So we need to come up with solutions that elegantly fix those problems, as opposed to just slapping other more thematic or more vampire heavy or more characterful. Not that zombies aren't characterful, but like more, you know, different variants of Soulblight Gravelords. And again, it was really refreshing as always to hear that perspective on it. And again, I can't pretend that Age of Sigmar always gets it right. They are in many respects as busted as 40k in different ways, but it's always really lovely when they talk about it systematically and they go, yes, this percentage is high, but that percentage is being accomplished by a very specific build. And if we can address these core components of that build, we can address that win rate more favorably. And I love that. That's how it needs to be. It still feels like on the 40k side of things, they're just going.
I like to think that the win rate that they present us with is the tip of the iceberg in terms of the actual work that goes into them balancing the game, and it's it's the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of Oz. You're seeing him. You're not seeing all the stuff behind the scenes and the hard work of, the little dog and the curtains, and that there's more.
It wasn't a little dog behind the curtain in the Wizard.
Well, no, sorry, the little dog revealed. He pulled back the curtain.
Oh, that's true. Yes, Toto did do that. Yes,
to reveal what's going on underneath. And I like to think they are looking at actual, the army lists. So I guess some stuff's much harder to factor in, like player skill, the prevalence of certain armies, or the ease of picking up an army to, if you're going to, meta chase, so to speak. Obviously they talk about like different metas in different countries. Obviously that's like something to factor in, but also quite difficult to do. And I guess it's mostly drilling down and looking at army lists to see, as we said, what is the popular army builds that are winning tournaments versus maybe the casual games at in someone's basement where they won't necessarily be running those lists, but would they still be doing well? I guess with Eldari, a lot of it was you've got some very strong units, but also their army-wide factions very strong as well. So any game against Eldari is going to be a tough matchup. Whereas, maybe, and likewise with Knights, I think you could almost take any combination of any Knights and you'll still do pretty well with it. Whereas maybe Gene Stealer Cult only was doing well because of a certain couple of units combined together to do certain kind of buffs. Hopefully, I like to think they're doing more behind the scenes, and we just presented with a very simplified view of, it's just win rate. But obviously it's not just win rate.
Fair. No, that's a really good way of looking at it. And you look, again, at the end of the day, I may or may not have said this earlier. I can't remember. We have actually recorded the segment where I talk about Warhammer World tournament, but I can't remember what I said because it was like a week ago that we recorded it. What I've observed by playing 40k at Warhammer World in that tournament setting is that, yes, 40k is still fun and I still enjoy it a lot because of all the reasons why I still really love 40k. And again, personally, I don't really care whether, the game is balanced or not necessarily, because I'm playing one of the top 4 armies. So my matchups are usually fine. It's, for me, when I come up against Custodes, my win rate, sort of 50-50. When I come up against GSC, sort of 50-50. When I come up against Eldari, I can't win. But that's fine, because no one else can either, except GSC and maybe Custodes. But the point is that, yeah, it's an interesting state of affairs at the minute. Hopefully these September updates bring a lot of necessary balance, but we will see. On the topic of things that we will also see, 7 hours from now, Phil, I've just read, 7 hours from when we're recording, they will be doing the reveals.
Oh, is it this Thursday?
Oh, no, not 7 hours.
Next Thursday.
7 days, Phil, 7 days. Oh, I'm such a silly boy.
It is a Wednesday / Thursday morning.
Yes, well, you said it was Thursday, and I was like, oh, okay, what, tomorrow? Wow. But no, it's not. It's 7 days, 3 hours, 58 minutes away.
Next week, so it will be in the next episode with was it Nova Open?
Yeah, it's the Nova Open. What's super exciting about all that, though, Phil, just to say, is it seems highly probable, based on recent reveals, that we're going to be seeing more Iron Jaws, Phil. Ooh, hello.
Oh, yes, because that was the one thing that they weirdly previewed in the announcement for the previews, which seemed a bit odd to literally give us a mini that they could have just saved for the previews. But, we've got an Iron Jaw model. Great. We obviously know I can't remember its name, the big guy on Big Pig is coming from Warhammer Fest, so maybe we'll see a bit more of him. And it seems likely that there'll be more to it because it'll be like an army, not range refresh, but just an addition, a phase 2, so to speak. And we might see that for some 40k armies as well. It'd be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about this new mini is it's clearly filling in that kind of mid-level boss function. So it's more of like a lieutenant figure. Because it is basically an Ard Boy big boss. So effectively you've got your mega bosses, which are like obviously humongous hulking orcs. You got the Ard Boys, which are obviously the big Iron Jaw kind of troop choice. And then there's this guy who is that kind of mid-level, big but not gigantic mega boss guy. So he's like the next rung in the ladder. Which I think is really great. I think more character variety within the Iron Jaws is necessary. Presently, Iron Jaws only actually have a sum total of, at least in the core range, 3 infantry characters. They've got the Shaman, the War Chanter, and the Mega Boss. So now to have a 4th lieutenant.
Well, they've got, but you got the Mega Boss on the giant. War Crusher as well.
Yeah, I was saying on foot, like infantry style.
Oh,
characters.
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, yes, you also have Mega Boss on Maw Crusher. You also have the named character variant of that as well. So it's just super nice to think that now we're getting this guy, and then we're also going to be almost getting a sort of extra lieutenant-y style big pig mini as well. And if they could see themselves around to giving Ironjaws an additional unit on top of this, I think that would be absolutely fantastic. I think if Ironjaws get like an extra unit as well, I don't know necessarily what that unit could be off the top of my head. I think it would just be really nice to get something that could fulfill the either like other or like artillery function. Maybe I think artillery doesn't really fit the archetype, so I'm not asking for that necessarily. But
true. Well, I wouldn't be. So you haven't got any kind of shooting units, have you? Like archers or crossbows or anything. I mean, I think orcs could. They have had them before, so I don't see why not. But I could see them just leaning into combat being their thing rather than an all-round army. Yeah,
I don't want to really see Ironjaws with archers. What I'd actually quite like, although I think it's fair that the Ard boys stay in the range, I think the old orc, black orc minis, now Ard boys, it'd be really nice if we got like a newer extra kind of battle line unit that kind of took that place, or we ended up in a situation where the range was deep enough that we could potentially seek to retire the Ard boys, because I think at the moment the not the Ard boys, sorry, the brutes, either way, actually this is actually a really interesting point, because this dude is an Ard boy. Hang on a second. Oh, could that mean, Phil? Could we be looking at a new Ard Boy box? That would be.
Is it quite an old?
Yeah, it's a super old set of minis. Super old, because it's old fantasy. It's the Black Ops orc sculpts.
I take it you don't have any of those then.
I do. Yeah, I've got 20 of them.
Oh, okay.
I run them at the moment in my big war list. Don't you know?
No, because I think the only infantry I've seen you run has been the Underworld's Warband.
Yes, you are correct.
Version. It would be nice to see you do an on-foot army. Not to say you should retire your Maw Crusher, but you can be a bit oppressive. So if you have your big boss on foot with your new big boss lieutenant model, and potentially to go alongside your pig, because you've got the big pig instead as a effectively Maw Crusher replacement. That'd be quite interesting to see that kind of list.
Phil, I don't want to alarm you, but a couple of points. One, Ard Boys are no longer available to purchase on the GW website, nor are the old box with Ard Boys, War Chanter, and Gore Grunters. It looks more and more, Phil, like potentially the Ard Boys are going. And it wouldn't shock me, because as well as obviously having fulfilled the role of Ard Boys for the last, several editions of AOS, they were originally Black Orcs. And obviously with the return of Warhammer Fantasy and a lot of those old scopes going back into Fantasy, it wouldn't shock me for them to give us a new Ard Boys kit and to send the old Ard Boys back into the old world.
Oh, that would be nice.
That would be. And I wouldn't
do you think? What about the pigs though? Because are the pigs old fantasy?
No. The pigs are new. They're whole new.
Oh, okay.
When Ironjaws came out, they basically released the entire range as they are now with the addition of the Ard Boys. So basically, Ironjaws got the Maw Crusher, the Gore Grunters, the Brutes, the Mega Boss, the War Chanter, and the Shaman. So it was a pretty limited release, but that was back when all AOS releases were super limited. I mean, you'll remember the Fire Slayers were the same deal. Like Fire Slayers at the start was a Magadroth and some little lads in skirts, and they were, there you go, that's an army.
Yes, I mean, in general, Age of Sigmar armies are a lot smaller than 40k armies.
Oh, even in terms of putting them on the tabletop, right? I mean, we were having this conversation either this morning or another time.
No, it was this morning.
Yeah. which is like, that is the crazy thing with 40k. Like, I wrote up, because I've been painting High Marshal Helbrecht at the minute, because I just really love the mini, wanted to get him done. And then I was like, I wonder what it would take me to get all of my Black Templars painted. And I sort of looked at it and I like timelined it out. And I was like, okay, theoretically, I could paint all of these Templars in the next 3 months, right? Like, I timelined it, did my nice little sheet, worked out how much I needed to do each week, what was realistic based on how I've been painting them up to this point. Because I love those Black Templar minis. I love Helbrecht. I love Grimaldus. I'm like, I want to do them. And then I started looking at it. And then I put together like all of the minis that I own that are just Black Templar. And then I wrote a list of them. And I was like, so 2 Crusader squads, 1 Sword Brethren squad, Emperor's Champion, Grimaldus, Helbrecht to the Castellan, right? That's like 29 miniatures. All of that collectively didn't even touch 1,000 points. It was like 860. I was like, wow. 40K's gotten a bit mad in terms of footprint. But hey, Phil, do you know what I did as soon as I looked at how many points that cost me in 10th edition 40K?
Did you look back at 5th edition?
No one could see the reveal, but I revealed what is actually a 4th edition codex for Black Templars. But the 4th edition Black Templar codex is their 5th edition Black Templar codex. And I did the points in there, and I was like, wow, it's a very different world.
Oh, how many points is it in that book?
Oh, God. Once I get into like upgrades, basically everything I just described there, I can get to like 1,500 points easy.
Okay.
Because basically an initiate with frag and crack grenades is 20 points. Not 20 points, sorry, 19 points with frag and crack grenades. Because you pay 1 point for a frag grenade. Look at this, by the way, Phil. If you can see this camera, I appreciate this is terrible content for other people. But like, look how lovely those descriptions are and how they tell you all your options in really long, arduous paragraphs. Back in the day, when it came to options, one initiate may be armed with the following weapons: power weapon and bolt pistol at 10 points, power fist and bolt pistol at 15 points, heavy bolter at 5 points, missile launcher or multi-melter at 10 points. It's like, it's so weird, like when you go back to a time where Games Workshop gave us some credibility and allowed us to actually exercise some rational thought. It's quite beautiful in a way.
Yeah, I mean, even to this day, I still find some of the new ways they do the bullet pointing of the upgrades and the way they explain it. For every 5 models, you can do this, but if it's armed with a power fist, it may do this and this, assuming it's rubbing its tummy and patting its head at the same time. Then it can do this. So sometimes it is a bit complicated or convoluted in terms of how it's trying to explain what it's meant to be doing, and it all feels very restrictive. And obviously that restriction is based around the models that they give you rather than a bit of a freewheeling, you've got access to this weapon, so you can stick it on anything kind of attitude that I'd kind of prefer from a kit bash point of view. I think for a lot of projects that I'm working on, I always feel very limited to try and make stuff WYSIWYG. I've been thinking about my Thunder Warriors still, because obviously as a 40k army, that's something I'd like to do. In terms of building stuff, I'm still well off of just getting 1,000 points. So 1,000 points of Custodes is about 18 models in general, which isn't a huge amount, but 2,000 points, that would scale up to about 40 models, which is quite a lot in the grand scheme of things. And I was just kind of think about how to do the kind of cool conversions that I want to do, but also make it WYSIWYG enough to not drive my opponent insane in terms of going, well, what's that? Because there's some really cool Stormcast Eternal minis. I can't remember what they're called, but they're basically the ones with the great swords, like double-handed swords. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. But Custodes either have axes or they've got swords and shields. I've got swords and shields already, or the spears. And so I've done actual sort of spear equivalents. I was a bit like, maybe I'll do the Wardens as using like eviscerator chainswords, so then I can still do these cool two-handed poses. even though it doesn't, technically represent an axe. But maybe it will do for this. Maybe that was the thing I was thinking about this week.
I was just doing a bit of basic maths, and I do agree with you, though. I think that's a really good thing. You should totally do more Thunder Warriors. Do them, Phil. Do them. And also, while you're out, do your Imperial Knights, your scallywag.
Yeah, so I've got 3 40k projects that I could potentially work on. So I dug out my Imperial Knights from back in, it would have been 2000 and I want to say like 18. When did the Valiant and Castellan come out? Can you remember?
8th edition. So 2018.
Yeah, so it would have been then because I think I just bought the Valiant on its own because I really liked it. I also bought the Knight Renegade box set, which was like a mini game with 2 knights in.
Nice, strong.
So I have that somewhere. And I've got the Imperial Knights Apocalypse box set that came out probably in 2020 or 2019, sometime around there.
Yeah, 20. It was at the arse end of 8th edition, so 2019. Yeah.
So and that had, I didn't realize, a Castellan in it. So I've got a Castellan and a Valiant and 2 more Helvrins, and I've got 2 Armigers as well. So I guess I just bought a box of those. Oh, actually, no, I got the Armigers from Forgebane, which was Necrons versus
Mechanicus.
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yeah.
And that was the first release, I think, of the Armigers, and I really like them, so I bought that box. So yeah, I've managed to slowly collect a knight army over a period of several years that I then started working on when the Valiant came out. And then I sort of got to the point where I felt like, it's all in its bits for painting in sub-assemblies. And then I put it in a box. I'd worked a little bit on the Armigers, but hadn't finished them off and put them in a bag and with the other night and just left it. And I haven't really looked at it until now. So I'm going back and revisiting it, cleaning up sort of mold lines that I hadn't quite done as well as I can now, basically. I think I just need to work on the poses of the knights. I sort of magnetized the Valiant because I think my original intention was that I would, from like bits and kits or some like third party reseller, buy the Castellan arms. So rather than having 2 knights, I would just have one that I could then magnetize the weapons as a bit of a lazy painter method. But weirdly, it's a bit like, I've got the Castellan now, so I don't need to have the arms magnetized.
Yeah.
I guess and it's not really going to be that more useful for like storage and transport purposes.
It won't be.
So I might just repose it and then paint them separately. But then once I figured out what I'm doing, just glue those on.
Yeah. That's a really good shout. Mate,
and again, go on, sorry.
Mate, I actually think a Castellan Valiant army is actually super interesting. Like, I actually really like the idea of the Castellan Valiant and then loads of Armigers. I actually think that's a really fun list because I think you're looking at, for those 2 big knights, about 1,100 points, give or take, maybe closer to 1,200 points for the 2 of them. And then you can still, within current 10th edition, probably get 5 Armigers in.
Yeah, because I came up with a list which was the 2 big Dominus knights plus Gallant.
Yeah, Gallant. The punchy one,
the close combat one. Just because we always like that one.
Yeah, I love a Gallant.
Then 2 Armigers and 1 Helvrin. So potentially, if you drop to the other big knight, Warglaves. Yeah,
So if you got rid of the Gallant from the mix, you'd easily get another 2 in. And then you'd have enough change for a Kaladas assassin probably as well.
No, one of those typical army lists.
No, it's not super typical, but I actually really like, because I was reading up the rules on them again, and I completely missed the fact that if you're within range of a dominant, your Armigers get cover saves all the time. So like, that is really cool. And like, they are just super, super difficult things to get rid of because they are toughness 13, loads of wounds, 2-up armor save. The Valiant in particular is really good now with Overwatch because obviously that Flamer just does work.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually think the 2 of them are really interesting. It's a very different build from the leaning into like the Bondsman side of things. But the only reason why I would encourage you not to prioritize doing the Castellan and the Valiant is because then your army is a very viable Horus Heresy army as well.
Oh yeah, because weirdly, are they not in?
Correct.
Horus
They're not in Heresy.
Still weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
Castellan and Valiant
that's
are
a shame.
40k only.
That is odd because they're all meant to be old.
I guess the
models.
idea is that they found the Castellan and Valiant in the time in between. They went, you know what? I'm getting a bit more lazy in my old age. I want to stay still a bit more, you know?
Yes, a bit like the Castellan robots, funnily enough, for Septus Mechanicus.
Indeed.
The old, so old that they predate Horus Heresy but aren't in Horus Heresy. So basically, invigorated by your chat of knights last week to at least look at my knight army, even if I'm going to get them to a suitable place and then park them and then maybe work on my Thunder Warriors. The other thing I might do, because I've only got a week to do it, is the Darren Latham 1990s like hobby challenge where you paint up.
God,
a very
you're going in for that,
Marine.
is it? You're
Well, not really.
You don't want to miss out on that potential social media, collateral.
Not quite. It was more just Toke was talking about it, and I liked the idea of it. And I was obviously back at my parents' rummaging around, not the loft because I think it's out of the loft now, but I did manage to find at least 2 in good order of the old Space Marines.
Are you sending one of those to me, Phil?
Well, because you want the clout now, do you? Is that?
Well, maybe we should do it. I noticed the other day when I looked at our Instagram on Lookout Sir, we don't do a lot of actual hobby content on it. We just post thumbnails.
Yes, I tend to sometimes share our own personal.
I know you do the stories. You do the stories, yeah.
So you got to follow us if you want to find out what we're doing. It's all in the stories.
It's all in the stories.
So, I mean, that would be a great idea, but I did actually have 2 ideas for them. So one of them, you can see it, but no one else can, is a very badly painted Legion of the Damned. Because that was actually one of my first armies, was Legion of the Damned.
There you go.
And I think that was like a testimony. And then the other one was blank. And I was thinking about repainting the guy with the flamer as Legion of the Damned. Because I thought that'd be quite cool. And then the other one, I was like, why don't I do Minotaurs, but the original chapter heraldry, which was yellow and red, which predates the kind of current bronze color scheme. And then I looked it up on the wiki. It is very, very complicated. It's basically yellow and red stripes across the whole armor. And I was like, oh, geez, that looks tough to do, but also a kind of fun challenge to do basically.
I think, Phil, if you're going to do one of them, or if you're going to do that Minotaur one, the idea that you're going to do the other one is probably unlikely.
True, because
not that
my
I'm saying
original
I
idea
want
was.
I'm fine to let you have both. I'm just saying that you'll probably struggle to do 2.
Well, that's true. Well, I think the Legion of Damn one should be quite quick, right?
Not when you do it, Phil.
Well, yeah, painting flames I think would be the time consuming, but the rest would be quite straightforward. So yeah, maybe. But I like the idea of having like a classic Minotaurs mini, as mad as that is.
No, you should totally do it. I support this action, Phil. Don't send me one of those. Do it yourself.
Oh, thanks very much. So that's I think what I might do is temporarily park my knights, do the retro painting challenge like this week or next week and try and smash it out, because the deadline I think is September, so there's not really much time left. I might just do it as my own thing and not stick to the deadline, and then I miss out on all that, as you say, social collateral.
So you're going to be posting it after the fact, going, Darren, look at me, I did it, Darren. I did it.
Yes, 2 years later, it's finally here.
Yeah, he'll be like, what's going on? What are you on about? Leave me alone.
But after that, it's either the Knights or some more Thunder Warriors. I might just dabble in a bit of both, because I think the Knights will take a while, because I'm doing some really nice like diorama style bases for them, so I need to do that first. And at least get these ones built to the stage where they're painting. And then to talk about Age of Sigma very briefly, I've obviously been working on some Age of Sigma stuff, and I'd quite like to. I've got a few like big project ideas for Age of Sigma I'd also like to work on. So we'll see. I've got to like try and cram all of that in somehow.
Yeah, that's a heck of a thing to try and prioritize, isn't it? There's so much to be done.
Exactly. What about you, Dan? What hobby stuff are you thinking about doing or are doing?
Well, obviously, as I said earlier, I started painting High Marshal Halbrecht. That's really fun. I started using that sponging technique that people are talking about to try and obviously create more kind of xenofolds in it. So you can't really see it in the photo that I sent you the other day, but there is a lot more kind of directional, like lighting almost to it, which is quite nice. Again, really love the Helbrecht model, as I said before, so really keen to get that done. Again, yeah, like really loving pouring through this 4th edition Black Templar book again and looking at like how I could build an army that would work within that system, using the new Primaris sculpts ultimately. But basically, because I was looking at it going, well, there's just no way that I will ever create a viable 2,000 point army of Black Templars without spamming the bejeebus out of the Black Templar minis. And it's like, to me...
Or vehicles,
yeah, but then it sort of becomes a case of like, to me, Black Templars have vehicles in the support of them running out and hitting you, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I totally understand that, that a Predator or, a Repulsor or whatever it is would be within the ranks of the Black Templars. But, I just think Land Raider Crusaders loaded up with Crusader squads running across the board, smacking people in the face is what you want going on. Intriguingly, one of the things that's really interesting when you go back and start reading the old rules is some of the amusing rigidity that actually creates a lot of fun problem solving. So, for example, here's a lovely blast from the past for you there, Phil. Look at that beauty. Hey?
The old Force Org chart.
Exactly. So in the old Force Org chart, I can only have 2 HQ choices, and I can I have to have 2 troop choices. So the ridiculous thing from the outset is the Emperor's Champion is an HQ choice, as is Grimaldus, as is Helbrecht. So
you can't have them all.
Can't have them all. Can't have all 3.
Ooh.
I know it's a heck of a thing that you have to observe.
I would say ditch Helbrecht. No, ditch
Grimaldus.
Grimaldus, yeah, he's cool. But
weirdly,
I think the champions, you got to have him.
Well, in the 4th edition codex, the champion is essential to the army because he leads them in prayer. So basically, you kind of have to have him to unlock the source.
The source.
Yeah, and also, by the way, every Black Templar, I didn't even read this before, every Black Templar army of at least 750 points must include an Emperor's Champion. Forces smaller than this can include the Emperor's Champion, but do not have to. Though this means that the army will not benefit from any vows, the Emperor's Champion does not use up an HQ slot. There you go, I read it. I can have all 3, Phil. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I'm back on. But dude, like the Emperor's Champion, like the joke of this is, right? So an Emperor's Champion with the best vow, which is accept any challenge no matter the odds. Right. So accept any challenge no matter the odds is 50 points. And that gives you, where's the vows? The vows are somewhere else. This is the beautiful thing about these books. There's stuff's all over the flipping place, and they don't reference where any of it is. This is me telling you, oh no, there it is. It's on page 24 to 25. Here we go. Let me tell you. 20. Oh yes, look at that. Ooh, look at those. It's scribed in stone, no less. Accept any challenges, no matter odds. O Emperor, in wrath rejoice at bloody wars, fierce and untamed. Those whose mighty power doth make the strongest wall from their foundation shake. All conquering master of mankind, be pleased with our war's tumultuous roar. Delighted swords and fists red with alien blood, and the dire ruin of savage battle. Rejoice in furious challenge and avenging strife, whose work with woe embitter human life. There you go, that's the vow. Accept any challenge no matter the odds. Any unit can declare a charge, i.e. has not fired rapid fire heavy weapons, must do so if they are in range of enemy unit at the start of their assault phase. In close combat, Black Templar units count as having the preferred enemy special rule against the enemy army. Neophytes do not benefit from this vow and hit normally. Really good. If there are only neophytes left in the unit, they do no longer benefit from the vow. But basically, yes. So basically, your whole army gets preferred enemy, which is reroll
ones.
Preferred enemy in the confines of 5th edition was, reroll hit rolls and, reroll hit rolls.
Yeah, I think that's what it was in 6th and 7th as well.
Yeah. Anyway, it's just a fun one. But again, right, like the crazy thing is...
Was it also you can charge even though you got rapid-fire weapons?
No, you have to charge if you can.
Oh, okay. Does that mean you can't shoot them?
You can shoot rapid-fire weapons, but if you do so, you will not be able to charge afterwards.
Yeah, so if you have to charge, surely that means you can't shoot with the...
No, you can still select to shoot. It's basically if you have the option to... If you are in a situation where you can charge, you have to charge.
Oh, okay. Right.
Which you're going to do anyway, because you're Black Templars, right? I mean, that's just the way it works. Again, though, I mean, going back to those systems, like the gloriousness of it all, where you had to weigh up the decisions. Will I shoot you with these rapid-fire guns, or will I shoot you with pistols and then charge you? These were the dilemmas that you had to face back then. But yeah, that Emperor's Champion with that Val is 140 points. Grimaldus is coming in at 175. 195 for Grimaldus, and Helbrecht is 175, right? So, like, all in there, like, nearly 500 points in just those characters, which is, it's more than 500 points in just those characters, which, to put it in context, right, like, in the modern game, Grimaldus, High Marshal Helbrecht, and an Emperor's Champion will cost you a princely sum of 310 points. So they're almost not quite half, but they are close to half of what they cost 5 editions ago.
Cheap.
But that's the thing, though, with 40k, and that's the thing that is a little bit nutty about it, is every time I write army lists at the moment, I am overwhelmed by how many miniatures I need to paint. I'm overwhelmed by it, Phil. I'm just like, what is this? It's crazy.
I mean, we've been a proponent of 1,750 points for a while, and I feel like going back to that would probably be better. Or even 1,500. I feel
1,500 all the way.
Because that was what we did for RFW 3, wasn't it?
1,750.
Oh no, that was 1,750, right? Yeah, but I think like to make up for the fact that boards are getting smaller, I think you do need less minis on the table. I also kind of don't think I've played a lot of 1,000-point games. The boards are just too small on that scale. Like you almost need like 500 points on the two sort of tiles, like the smallest size. And I think for, like 1,000-point games, you need, just something a bit more in between the 1,000-point game board suggested size. And I think maybe Age of Sigmar also has that sort of problem where it's like the smaller games, the tables just aren't quite big enough.
I agree. I think Sigmar does a better job in balancing it, though, in the sense that like my big war army admittedly has 2 big monsters in it, but even then it's still only like 30 models total. Admittedly, 2 of them are massive and 9 of them are gore grunters, which are pretty big themselves. But, like the thing is like that game seemingly does a better job of having a more realistic footprint. Obviously, you can spam certain armies that are designed to be spammed, but for the most part, it does actually have a more kind of, acceptable model count on the table. I think this is one of the big issues with 40k at the moment that I don't actually think enough people are talking about. If you want to take a Space Marine army in 40k at the moment, I think you have to take too many miniatures. I think it's crazy. Like, again, as context, go back to a 4th, 5th edition book. Not that everyone will do this, but like I'm saying, like literally 3 characters are nearly 530 points or whatever it is, right? Like call them 500 points for the sake of argument. Back then, the standard army was 1,500 points. So a third of my army is just taken up by 3 characters. By the time I've put 2 Land Raiders in it, I've literally done 1,000 points. And then once I add my 2 Crusade squads, like I've pretty much done my army at that point. It's like literally like the whole army can be summarized as 3 characters, 2 Land Raiders, and 2 units of 10 Crusaders. It's done. It's like literally that's 1,500 points near enough. Whereas these days, if I took that, in fact, let me just do it, actually. Let me just calculate it. I'll get rid of the Castellan from the list, delete that, and delete the Sword Brethren. Okay, get rid of those. And then other data sheets, Land Raider Crusaders. Where are you? Bink bonk. So, in modern points, that same army, which would easily be in excess of 1,500 points in an older edition, is 1,140. It's like, it's absolutely nutty. It's like there's too much stuff on the board, Phil.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I do remember the old like White Dwarf like army features, and they always seemed a bit smaller. I mean, I'm looking at one now, but I feel like this is well over 2,000 points. But it's like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 units of 5 men, a bunch of characters, a dreadnought, was it 2 rhinos, a predator, and a razorback. And you know, there's a squad of bikes as well in there, I think. A couple of like assault squads, a Devastator squad, a Terminator squad.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of points.
It looks more like a 3,000 point army, but I definitely remember seeing like 2,000 point armies, and they were a lot smaller. It was sort of more like 3 to 4 units. Some of those might be 10 man, but a lot of them would be 5 man, and like 2 vehicles plus a dreadnought, and like 3 or 4 characters. That always felt like a classic Space Marine army from back in the day.
Yeah, for my money, a kind of full army-sized army of Space Marines should be anywhere between 30 and 40 models. Like, I think that is the full 2,000 point experience, right? And that's based on whether you lean into more elite. I think Space Marines should really go somewhere between 25 and 40, depending on the kind of build that you do.
Oh yeah. What is weird that I was saying that for a Custodes army at 2,000 points, you can get pretty much 40 models in, and that's like the super, like, most elite.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Army.
So stupid.
Almost. That feels like a lot. And admittedly, that's not taking things like dreadnoughts, which are all vehicles that a lot of people do. But if you do, even on a just pure infantry basis, that feels like far too many.
All while being played on a board that is smaller than it's ever been. Well, not ever been. It's been this small now for 3 years. But, like, yeah, it's just interesting, dude. It's mad that really now we're looking at situations where everything is expanding in terms of size and scale, but also in terms of footprint. But the environment that they are played upon is shrinking. And it's like, what is going on here? Because, yeah, it's mad. It's mad to think that literally, like, I'm not necessarily saying the army I've just read out is good, right? 2 Land Raider Crusaders, a bunch of Crusaders squads, and some characters. I'm not suggesting for a second that's even a good army, but what I'm saying is the fact that that used to be a whole army and today wouldn't even get you close to 2,000 points is a bit like, wow, that's a bit bananas. And I think that's the thing. I think that's the thing with Marines at the moment is I desperately love the idea of collecting and painting Black Templars specifically at the minute. Love the miniatures, but I'm like, at what point? A big problem with me in Black Templars is what do I put in it other than the Black Templar stuff? Like, once I've bought one of every special character, once I've bought a Castellan, which is like their special, right? So, or their special lieutenant, right? So once I bought that 4, Empress Champion, Helbrecht, Grimeldus, Castellan. Right, once I got that 4, a Tech Marine maybe? Because, you know, in the events of Hell's Reach, there was a Tech Marine that famously went away and dug up a weapon. Cool. So maybe add that to the mix, because if you're going a bit mechanized with it, fine. But really, once you've got 2 Crusader squads and 1 Sword Brethren squad, it feels like to me, the minute you add in another Sword Brethren squad, it's gone too spammy. Because Sword Brethren should not be that readily available, you know? I'm like, Sword Brethren should be super elite, so have one of them. Crusader squads should be the backbone of the army, so have that. But then after that, you're like, well, what else am I adding to this thing? Pyro Marines or whatever it is, but they're not proper sculpts. They're normal Marine sculpts. Assault Intercessors, same thing.
Yeah, I think you probably would need to lean into some sort of bog standard things, either like Terminators or Blade Guard. I feel like would be very fitting for them to look good. Yeah,
that's what I'm going to add to the force field. Terminators. Yes.
Brilliant. I mean, a Dreadnought as well, I think, is classic. That would look good.
Do you think we're going to get Assault Terminators in the new... do you think we're going to get a whole new Terminator kit that will make everyone wish they'd held out and bought the new Terminator kits rather than the old new push.
I mean, probably. Here's the thing. I doubt they would do. Would they do a dual Terminator kit where it can do regular Terminators plus assault Terminators? Like doesn't seem like they have done before, and the poses would.
If they can charge you an extra £10 a box for the privilege, yes.
Because it was, part of me feels like they of all things would be kept separate.
I disagree. I think they do them in a dual kit because you can charge more for that one box.
Well,
so now one box of Terminators is £50.
Yeah, that would be. I'm sure that will happen eventually because they've done push fit Terminators for the Leviathan box. Clearly, as with all of these sort of intro boxes or launch boxes, there's going to be more complicated kit versions coming down the line. But those Terminators cheap as chips, so great for you if you've got them.
Absolutely.
And most people want two different squads. They'd want a regular squad and an assault squad, so why not? But you're right. Whether they preview them at Nova Open, I don't know. It seems almost a bit too soon for them to come. I
disagree. It feels like the perfect time to hit us with all the Marine reveals.
Well, that's probably true. Yeah.
Although the Marine reveals will probably be plentiful enough that they could do their own stream just on that.
Yeah, who knows what they're going to do with
I think, but I think a drip feed of the Marines is probably better for their community site over time. So I think,
because people moan about it's all Space Marines.
Well, that won't help them because that will make it definitely feel like all Space Marines.
Oh, what, by drip feeding it? But I mean, rather than having one big release, you're getting like a much smaller amount, but more constant.
Yeah. Whatever the case, I'm excited to see whatever it is, and ultimately, it's not too long to wait, so we will see. But yeah, maybe that's the thing I'll add. Because also, Terminators are in the old 4th edition books, so I'll add those to the list.
Oh, do you know what actually would be really good? The Brutalis Dreadnought.
I would add that to a Templars Edition 10th edition context, but there's no equivalent in this book.
Is there not the Ironclad or anything, or is that?
No, this predates Ironclads.
What have you got? Just a Venerable Dreadnought?
You just get a Dreadnought. There he is. Dreadnought.
Okay, well, you could. Here's the thing: do Brutalis if you had that plus a Redemptor. You could swap out the loadout potentially. So for 10th edition, run it as Brutalis and then run it as a... Because the Redemptor Dreadnought kind of looks like a regular Venerable.
I'll be honest, the Dreadnought I probably want to run it as is the Ballistas.
Oh, because that's more classic looking.
Yeah, the Ballistas, but also the Ballistas, I think in the context of an old 5th edition decks, having a las cannon missile launcher Dread...
It's pretty good.
It's actually pretty good for Templars because it sort of gives you a little bit of kind of thematic anti-tank stuff, which doesn't feel too out of kilter with the army archetype. Plus, when you look at the army picture...
Do you know what else you need?
What's that, mate?
Something you can't actually get anymore, I assume. Servitors. You need like a Servitor squad.
I own Servitors. I own the 4 Servitors that come with...
the Finecast / Metal Tech.
Yeah, so I got the metal one. Yeah, so I got the Metal Tech Marine Servitors. And then I got the Servitors that come with Grimaldus, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And then the Servitors that come with Hellbricks as well, but they stuck on his base. So nice. Cool, man. True. Can I just say again, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I can't think of a miniature, a heroic scale miniature, or heroically posed miniature in the whole of the Warhammer range that's better than Hellbrick right now. I think he's better than the Lion.
I feel like Primarchs are cheating in these rules because...
Well, no.
They are heroic miniatures, yes, but they feel much more like 54mm, like large-scale minis rather than, regular 40k minis.
Yeah. But I think in terms of actual named characters, I can't think of too many named characters that are better looking than Hellbrick at the moment.
Well, when we finally get around to doing our Primaris Marine review Patreon video, where we will rank them all, if we do include all the, rather than just generic Space Marines, and we do all the chapter variants, then, here be in the mix so we can see.
Yeah, I mean, there are some definitely very, very, very cool character miniatures. Some really good ones, like Commander Farsight. The new sculpt for him is tremendous. That Necron, I can never remember the name of, that's draining the human that's on the floor in front of him.
Oh, him, not the Silent King. Yeah, no, I know him.
Yeah, he's incredible. Gazkol Fracker, absolutely astonishing miniature. Like, there are some really, really beautiful minis. The whole Gaunt's Ghost Squad, for example, really gorgeous and characteristic. I think there's some stunning sculpts on display there. Even, things like what's the name of the dude who's on the giant Squigosaur? The white squig
the
guy.
Beast Boss. Oh, but I can't remember.
I can't remember his name either. I just call him Beast Bosses on Squigosaurs, but there's a white version of that's incredible. There's more than you can mention. But for my money, as of right now, I think Hellbrick's number one. I think he's the best mini, at least character mini, Games Workshop have.
Yeah, he's definitely up there for sure. He could well be best, because I do like him.
Oh, I'm scrolling down. You know what I've just forgotten about? I've just seen the mini that tops him.
Oh, what's that?
The old lady that comes with the banner bearer for the Sisters of Battle.
Oh, God, yeah, she's so good.
She's the best, isn't she? God damn.
I'm
a fool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, no, not Angela. What's her name? It's something.
Oh, it says here Astrid Fugger and Reluctant at Arms. So I don't know. Is the?
Oh no, she's got a proper name.
Is the Reluctant at Arms the person with the banner, and is she Astrid Fugger?
Yeah, I'd be quite likely. Yeah.
Anyway, no, yeah. So the old lady that comes with the banner bearer from Sister Battle. Yeah, no, I stand down. I'm wrong.
No,
Elbrick has been dethroned. Such a simple process
by a lady with a stick.
Is that, mate? Not, she may appear a lady with a stick, but she's a legend in the world of Warhammer 40,000. Few can surpass. I think, to be honest with you, though, all hyperbole aside, I think that is a fantastic mini. I know it sounds like we're taking the mickey. I think it's brilliant.
No, I'm not either. No, she's definitely one of my favourites. I desperately want to get hold of her for converting into a minion for one of my armies.
Yeah, I'm sort of going down this list at the minute, and still, literally, that's the only one that's made me go, "Oh yeah, no, I'm wrong. That's the one." No one else comes close. I mean, this is a ridiculous list when you think about it. I'm not sure Hellbrick and some old bird hanging out with her. I suppose the triumph of St. Catherine's pretty amazing, but that's not a single.
No, that is stunning. Yeah,
but then I suppose technically,
Hellbrick isn't either. If you're putting that into it, I think St. Catherine is impressive, but for different reasons. It doesn't have a focal point in quite the same way that Hellbrick is. Yeah,
the Triumph of St. Catherine is an extraordinary sculpt and a really cool sort of centerpiece. As is Hellbrick, High Marshal Hellbrick, but as well as all of that, it's quite busy and it's got a lot of elements to it, and not all of it. I think that's the thing. Well, the weird thing about St. Catherine is the scale of it gives it presence, but the miniature design within it doesn't necessarily. There's no standout miniature in it, whereas Hellbrick himself just utterly owns his space. He just completely commands the attention of the viewer. He is a truly stunning miniature. But yeah, as I scroll back through, I've literally gone up and down on every character miniature in 40k. Every one. And I'm not joking, Phil. The only person that made me doubt myself is that old lady that comes with the banner. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's such a good sculpt.
No,
it's incredible. Literally, I mean, Mephiston kind of gave me a second look there, but no, not really.
Not Azrael. I know you Should be a
Asriel,
fan.
get out, mate. Terrible.
Yeah.
That is not even. Like, maybe Dante on a good day and the right lighting, you know. If you were to see Dante, you know, in the club with his makeup on, maybe you'd
Dante's good. I think it suffers slightly from the same thing that all jetpack or flying or most flying models have, and it's like they just stood on a rock. And it's very hard to make them not look like they're doing that. I mean, everyone stood on a tactical rock, but they're meant to be flying, so it feels like they should be. Yeah, the illusion of them being in the air should be greater, I think.
Yeah,
although it's good.
Farsight is definitely up there. I think that is a great thing, but I just don't think he even comes close, really. I think he's up there, but I just don't think he's got the same majesty, the same magic.
None of those new Tyranid models that aren't out yet?
Oh, God, I'm a toolsies. I'm a big boy. I shouldn't talk about this, but friends of the show is building one at the minute and suggested that it's even smaller in reality than it looks in the photos.
Oh, dear. Well,
you know.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, not that it's small, like it's weird, but it was like literally like this individual was very much like if you took it off its base, it would be a lot less impressive. Like apparently,
because the big tactical base.
Yeah, the base is pretty meaningful on it, as is its stacks. There was this great character called the Blue Burke. I think it was called the Blue Burke in the Mighty Boosh.
Okay, yeah.
You ever remember that? They got an amulet from a ancient civilization that could teleport them, and Vince and the other guy, Howard Moon, flew off to this place, and they get assaulted by these blue men, and one of them is like a little blue fella, and he's got this massive forehead. But he's always mocked for being short throughout the process. But he's like, I am tall, I'm a big un. And it's because he's got this massive head.
Big forehead. Right, brilliant.
And there's this recurring joke about, obviously, him actually being quite small, but he's got just a really long head. And I feel like the same is true of the Norn Emissary, which is just like, look at my smokestacks. I'm a big boy. Seriously. As per my previous review, I do not know out of 10 for that one. I reserve judgment till I see it in person, but that will not be in contention. The Lictor, though, maybe the Lictor.
Oh yeah, I forgot that one was quite nice.
Yeah, the Lictor could be up there. The Lictor's got potential. But no, seriously, like I think when I go through these miniatures, like I think they're all great, right? Like every one of these like miniatures, when you see them, there's some really strong contenders, like the old Chaos Lord with the Thunderhammer. It's a good sculpt, really like it.
What about the Khorne Lord on Juggernaut?
I was going to say Khorne Lord on Juggernaut. That is good, but it's no Helbrecht. The Chaos Sorcerer, really cool. Really like that. Nigel the Stormcaller. He's a classic, like him.
Yeah, true.
There's some really like beautiful stuff here, but none of it comes close. High Marshal Helbrecht is.
I mean, Abaddon's a good sculpt.
Yeah, but he's not as good as High Marshal Helbrecht.
Yeah, true.
I genuinely think it's the best character sculpt they've ever done.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then a bombshell. It's the end of episode 162. This outro has lasted way too long. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
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 Bye.
His windows already passed, so he's shooting at the glass, keeping guns in his locker, and he denies it like it's actually important. But he lied, 'cause I sure did watch him showing up wearing black, and he knows that His daddy's on death row, but he'll say it with his chest though. His friends moved dope, he hasn't tried coke, but he's always had a problem saying no. His older brother bagged the valedictorian. His mother steady screaming he should be more like him. Can't read my mind, I've been watching you. Couldn't fight to save your life, but you look so cool. Camel jockey robbing corner stores. Hard odds to beat when you're on all fours. Good men die too. Oh, I'd rather be with you. I owe you a black eye and 2 kisses. Tell me when you wanna come and get home. I only want him if he says it first to me. I wanna him in the back of his mom's Mercury. He looks like he works with his hands and smells like Marlboro Reds. It makes me so and I can't get enough of it. Something's been feeling weird lately. There's just something about you, baby. Maybe I'll just be crazy and piss him off till he hates me. Yeah, right. I know he loves me. Love slung by a chick, baby, come and get you some. Can you read my mind? I've been watching you. Couldn't fight to save your life, but you look so cool. Camel jacket robbing corner stores. Hard odds to beat when you're on all fours. Good men die too. Oh, I'd rather be with you. Oh, I'd rather be with you. Nah. Oh, I'd rather be with you. 'Cause good men die too. Oh, I'd rather be